Hey guys! Here is part 2 of What If Naruto Started a Secret Ninja Organization. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 11. Elementary, my dear Naruto. 051. Water. Water was eternal, Taiki's first teacher had once told him, back in the academy. Boil it, it will rain back to earth sooner or later, freeze it, and it will melt eventually, pour in on the ground and the plants will bring it back up to the air. To be a water ninja was to be mutable, adaptable, forever changing. He had forgotten this for a long time, as his whole village had. Maybe Kiri would be a better place if more people had listened to Yamadera-sensei. That he was being given a crash course in adaptability by a fire shinobi was irony that didn't escape him. You are just going to go to your Hokage with them in tow? Without even writing to her first? He asked with some difficulty. His gaze moved from Sai, who was staring at Kabuto in a manner that was both intrigued and vaguely horrified, to Kabuto, who was eating pumpkin bread and smiling like nothing was wrong in the world, to Sasuke, who was glaring at Naruto, but untied and not trying to escape. Of course. If I gave her advance warning that Danzo bastard would get warned as well. Don't worry, Tsunade-bachan is gonna do the right thing. She ran away from Konoha and gambled and drank all over the continent because she hated Konoha getting people killed. How you think she's going to take the news about Danzo? Naruto asked back and munched on his ramen happily. You call her bachan behind her back? Konatsu asked with sardonic lilt in her voice, raising one eyebrow. Are you sure she will want to help you? I call her bachan to her face. Don't you know how old she is? Naruto asked. All three former Kirinin choked in their own spit as they imagined what would happen in Kiri if anyone, absolutely anyone, was to call the Mizukage names. If Naruto really could get away with that, and he was the most honest person Taiki had ever met, just maybe the mad idea of ambushing the Hokage with this issue would work out. Tsubaki's hand had frozen in midair, her chopsticks holding a few leeks like they were a shield between her and the crazy world. She was muttering under her breath and Taiki caught the words. Technically true, kind of. And what happened to the world I used to live in anyway? He echoed the sentiment fully. Are you going to return here? Miwa asked, wringing her hem in hands. She was sitting next to Naruto as usual, with an abandoned pad and a pencil on the crate table in front of her. Her eyes were almost feverish when she looked at the boy under her lashes. Sure, I have responsibilities here, and besides, Ero-sensei would have an apoplexy if he came here and I was missing, Naruto promised happily. Miwa brightened instantly, but Taiki remembered a certain gigantic sword-wielding toad, what that had to mean, and opened his mouth again even though he wasn't really surprised anymore. You call Jiraiya of the Sannin Ero-sensei behind his back? He asked. Irreverence, thy name is Naruto, he thought. Or possibly Uzumaki. He had heard stories about the clan prior to the destruction of Uzushiogakure. I call him Ero-sensei to his face. You know he writes the Ika Ika, right? Naruto cheerfully destroyed yet another piece of reality. Now Taiki couldn't work his jaw open anymore, and he wondered if he was slipping into disbelieving catatonia of some sort. The name Jiraiya was on the covers and there were rumors of it being that Jiraiya, but there were always rumors. He hadn't really believed, had thought it propaganda by Konoha's enemies, because how could the legendary? I was his proofreader for a while, and let me tell you, those books aren't all that great. Naruto confided in them. By the time Taiki's brain could process new information again, it was decided that Konatsu and Kid would remain in Makimura and further train the fire brigade, what with being dead and not in need of shelter, assisted by Idate. Miwa had promised to take responsibility for fixing the safe house up again and writing more mantras. Naruto had tried to escape his cult leader status by pointing out that Shodaime Hokage had fought Kyuubi first, which had only worked to encourage the girl, as now he needed to be added to the saints too. And Rikudo Sannin for a good measure, because what proper Jinchuriki cult didn't mention him? Adaptability, adaptability, adaptability. Hell, at this point he wouldn't have been surprised if Naruto's affinity happened to be water. Do you know what your elemental affinity is? He asked, giving the boy an assessing look. In Fire Country, fire was the most common, hence the name of the elemental country, but there were exceptions, among the most ironic their first Hokage who had been earth and water. It's wind, Naruto said happily, and now Taiki couldn't help but laugh. Of course, contrary to the very end. 052, Fire. The town of Makimura didn't really know darkness until the final hours before the dawn. The promenade was still alight with the lights of the restaurants and bars where the tourists partied long past the midnight, and the sounds of laughter and music filled the night. Couples walked the streets from one amusement to another or returning to their hotel, but none saw the shadow leaping quickly from one rooftop to another. Yakushi Kabuto had given his minder a slip and walked the night of Makimura. It was the last night before the group would leave for Konoha, and he was checking on Sasuke, as it wouldn't do for the Uchiha to get cold feet and attempt a last-minute escape. He was grateful they were leaving, to tell the truth. In Makimura, Naruto-sama was in so high demand. Between the Starry Eyes assistant and her constant demands, he approved some of her writings, the head and girls and the casino boat manager, the nervous owner of the delicacy shop which had first offered Naruto-sama cover, the fire brigade leadership. Said leadership's obsession with taking over the kitchen and making explosives hidden in fruits that the clone jutsu was rather necessary. Add to that keeping both Sasuke and Sai under control, guarded by vigilant Tsubaki and Taiki, and he barely had any time for Kabuto. They wouldn't be alone on the road to Konoha, but 4 people were better than closer to 20 every day. The safe house was the old-fashioned type with one big room that served as living area, dining room and bedroom that Naruto-sama shared with his minions. It had obviously been a bit tight-fit even before the arrival of Kabuto, his gift and the root shinobi, but expecting 8 people, 3 of them under suspicion and guard, to sleep in the same room was simply impractical. Naruto-sama had appropriated Matsuzaki's storehouse for temporary lodgings, which had led to arguments about the placing of the 3 guests. Tsubaki had insisted that Kabuto and Sasuke be separated lest they intrigue together, a sensible precaution in itself, but this had left the question of dividing the ninja to guard the 3. Tsubaki and Taiki, the most capable of Naruto-sama's underlings, not counting Kabuto, couldn't share a guard, which had irritated the woman terribly. In the end, Tsubaki had decided to watch Kabuto in the safehouse's storage room while Taiki was looking after Sasuke and Sai in the storehouse. Kabuto was glad a jounin had been given to Naruto-sama as a backup in a peaceful place like Makimura. Konoha was the only village populous enough to assign jounin, so he was less happy that fooling the woman with genjutsu had been so easy, though it worked for him now. Taiki was harder. While Tsubaki had been a solid jounin, good enough at everything, but exceptional at nothing, the man was a former Umbu member, from a subdivision that dealt with some of the most desperate people in the 5 countries. He didn't bother with genjutsu at all, but employed one of the Yamanaka family jutsu and deepened the man's light sleep to deep unconsciousness. There was a small cot in the room set aside for Sasuke, in between a few crates. Kabuto was entirely unsurprised to find that the boy was walking a circle around the small floor space like a caged animal. On the other side of a higher wall of crates, Sai wasn't asleep either, but Kabuto didn't mind the other listening in. He hadn't come to spare Sasuke's privacy. "That is not a good idea," he stated, amused when the Uchiha turned sharply around, his face flushing in the dim light that reached the room through a small window near the ceiling. Sasuke had a long way to go before he reached his brother's level if he couldn't even control his own reactions. Kabuto knew how this conversation would go, and he knew it would more than likely deal some psychological damage to Sasuke. There were things the child wasn't ready to confront yet. But as long as he didn't leave without Naruto-sama's permission, Kabuto was fine with that. "How he is so strong?" Sasuke spat the question out. "I can understand the cult. They are just weak civilians. I can understand the 2 from Mist. They never even made proper genin. But Taiki? You! What Naruto did to get you?" Do you know what the will of fire is? Outsiders take it for Konoha mysticism, philosophy, and Konoha lets them think what they will. In truth, it is a chakra control technique. Not one I have ever managed. I'm much too fragmented, and this technique requires the user is sane. He knew he held Sasuke's full attention. The council's handprint was clearly visible on the boy. One so easily exploitable should never have been allowed outside the village's walls. But Danzo liked them broken, liked them easily owned, and if Kabuto's only choice had been by whom, he had at least made a choice that didn't break him more, that bandaged him. That might even fix him one day. Chakra is half mental energy. The will of fire is to make your goal, your dream or a mission, into an inseparable part of yourself. To eat it and drink it, to breathe it, to make it your cloak and bed and to make it your blade, and remain a whole person. It is a delicate balance to find, one which requires a great deal of, maybe idealism is a wrong word. The person has to be wholesome enough that their goal doesn't destroy them. There were other focusing techniques that didn't have such harrowing requirements, of course, but Kabuto wasn't there for Sasuke's benefit. He didn't mention them. How come killing Itachi isn't wholesome enough? He is a traitor, a kinslayer. He's still a threat to everybody. Sasuke shouted. Really, such an uncontrolled boy. Even if Sai had been asleep earlier, now he couldn't possibly be. You didn't care about the threat he is, you want to stop hurting. There is nothing wrong with that. Now for the kill, when the throat was bared. But while you hate him, you love him also. You can't master enough focus with the divide inside you, and this is why Naruto-sama has surpassed you. Within him there is only unity. The fault was in Sasuke, not in Konoha. And if the boy broke a little, Kabuto was certain that Naruto-sama could shore him up again. Now it was better to return before Naruto-sama's shift was up. 053, Earth. Sandaime Tsuchika Jinoki of both scales was an old man, and age brought some privileges with it to balance the weakening, aching body, and finding you had outlived pretty much everyone, friends, allies, and enemies likewise. One of the privileges he had claimed was a small army of scribes who did his paperwork according to his orders. They were all former active duty jounin of his village, retired either due to age or injury, and he knew he could trust them implicitly. These days he only signed the papers with his own hand. This was important. Deep within the belly of the earth a sure hand had painted an old document white with correction fluid, taking special care with the nooks and crannies left around and inside the kanji of Inoki's name to make certain no difference in the color of the paper could be detected. Assassination of Morimoto Tomomi, B-Class. Recipient, Kakuzu. General information. Morimoto Tomomi, Chunin, Register ID 015652, is to be considered a liability to the security of Iwagakure no Sato due to the high level of emotional dependence of Tsuchikage candidate Deidara, Jounin, Register ID 015611, on this individual. In broad terms, codependency refers to the dependence on the needs of or control of another, often characterized by excessive compliance or control patterns. For further information on the decision-making criteria, consult file. Psychological Assessments, Deidara, ID 015611. Minimum Requirements. Morimoto Tomomi is to die within 3 days of the acceptance of this mission by means that implicate a foreign village or a known missing nin. Payment. Standard B-Class assassination payment, to be rendered after proof of death has been given. Due to the confidential nature of the mission, no receipt will be given. Signed. Sandaime Tsuchika Jinoki. In the country of Earth an explosive had been prepared and the fuse was slowly burning shorter and shorter. 054. Wind. Naruto had arrived to Tea Country by land, but he left by sea. The Sea Sprite was a quick tourist ship that would take them from Makimura to a Fire Country city near the borderlands that separated them from Water Country's sphere of influence, cutting the curve of the Tea Country foreland. He had been on ships before, mostly during his short time as Jiraiya's apprentice, but it was still new enough that he ran to the ship's bow to meet the waves and the wind head-on. It was a beautiful day and the whole world was blue and white, sky and fluffy clouds above him, the deep blue sea with white-capped waves below him. The wind pushed his back like it had the strength to lift him up, and Naruto spread his arms. "One day I'm going to fly!" he shouted over the wind and the waves to the presence behind him. It was a bit cold and the tourists were all huddled under the deck, leaving only the shinobi hiding among them to enjoy the space and the privacy. "Be careful, Naruto-sama," Kabuto said and stepped beside him. For once Tsubaki-chan wasn't standing guard and Naruto wondered if his friend maybe used a clone to ditch her. He knew she meant well and was just worried about him and stuff, but it was really difficult to have conversations when she listened to everything. Neither Kabuto nor Sasuke nor apparently Sai were very open. "Not one day," Kabuto said quietly, and Naruto spun around to ask if he knew some really cool wind jutsu that made people fly, but Kabuto wasn't looking at him at all, but towards northeast. That was where Konoha was, far, far beyond even the best looking glass sight. "Not just one day when the plans have reached their completion, but 3 days from now." Ah, he was talking about Danzo. "Yeah, don't leave to tomorrow what you can do today. Procrastination's a bad habit." He shared Irika-sensei's pearls of wisdom. "Who knows how many people's lives he's ruining even now?" The thought made him angry and a lick of fire ran over his chakra, but he pushed it back, frowning. Come to think of it, Kyuubi had been really active lately. What was up with the fur ball? "Naruto-sama, I would advise you," Kabuto offered with the same kind of voice Naruto had used Ebisu and some other guys used when they talked to Sandame-jiji and now Tsunade-chan. He guessed, it was kind of insistent, but also really, he didn't know. Obedient-like. Naruto's vocabulary had drastically improved since Jiraiya had taken him as a student, but the words subservient and deferential had yet to make it to his thesaurus. For all his griping, Jiraiya actually preferred it that way. "Sasuke is precious to you. Your village is precious to you, this is true, right?" he asked, and Naruto was going to answer of course, but Kabuto wasn't done yet. "Then don't let Sasuke be there when we accost Danzo. In fact, it might be better if you weren't there either." The smile he gave was sheepish, like the one he had given in the Chunin exams when he had admitted failing the exams how many times already. Naruto didn't like it, though back then he had felt intense kinship. "Why not? And don't smile if you don't mean it, that's almost as creepy as Sai's," he complained, though Kabuto couldn't quite meet the same creepy levels with his smile alone. At least he knew how his face worked and didn't look like he was contemplating axe murder. "Am I your precious person, Naruto-sama?" Kabuto asked, the smile disappearing. He had that intense look again, like when he had looked towards Konoha. "Of course," Naruto said. It wasn't like went around befriending people for the sheer hell of it. He always meant business. "Would you deceive me knowingly?" Kabuto asked, his eyes doing this funny flutter that Naruto wasn't sure how to read. "Of course not," he denied hotly. "Trust me, please, Naruto-sama. You are better off not meeting Danzo. He can be very garrulous when it suits him." Naruto was briefly distracted by wondering what garrulous meant, and then the moment was over, Tsubaki-chan walking towards him with sullen Sasuke in tow. Sasuke was pale like a ghost and his eyes had dark shadows, like he hadn't slept a wink last night. "Okay, I guess. Sasuke's been really weird anyway," he promised. "And Sai too. What you said to him anyway?" he asked. Sai was in some strange sort of limbo. He hadn't really renounced Danzo, but he wasn't protesting anything either. Actually, he was walking around looking like someone hit him over the head with a really big hammer. He was making frantically notes to his book, with normal ink, and giving Naruto some really funny stares. "Maybe you should ask him. I'm certain he would welcome a private conversation with you, Naruto-sama," Kabuto said, and then Tsubaki-chan and Sasuke were there, Sasuke avoiding his eyes for all he was worth. The wind was at their back, taking them closer and closer to Konoha. 055. Spirit. Many scholars theorize that the tailed beasts were personification of negative emotions, born out of the bad karma of the sinful humankind, That Jubi had been the negativity undivided and that the Sage of Six Paths had broken it to its base components. They theorized that Kyubi was the personification of hate. It was complete rubbish, of course, but what else should be expected from the vicious ants? The only human worth anything had been their father, and now Rikudo Sennin was 2 long millennia dead. It was true that Kurama could sense negative emotions, a fact which hadn't made his current incarceration any more comfortable. He could actually feel a measure of sympathy towards Uzumaki Naruto. Unlike Uchiha Madara, who had simply taken control of him, calling him a weapon, and unlike Senju Hashirama, who had sealed him into his wife, unlike Uzumaki Mito, who had helped her husband and chained him, and unlike Uzumaki Kushina, who had made an informed decision and accepted her duty as his prison, Naruto had been a baby whose opinion no one had been interested in. Kurama had simply been shoved into him, a little baby in post-Kyubi Konoha, and Naruto was almost as trapped as Kurama was. But at that point Kurama was fed up with the Jinchuriki and with the Jubi-damned village the Uchiha and Senju had spawned. He'd had half of his chakra violently ripped away from him. His current Jinchuriki was the son of the man who had done it, and the Shinigami's seal would see to it that if the little insect died with the seal still whole, he would die as well. What little sympathy Kurama felt for Naruto was by far overshadowed by his hate. No, he wasn't personification of hate, but he was living up to his reputation nicely. And just when he had thought it impossible, Naruto had come up with an entirely new and fascinating way to fan those flames. A Jinchuriki cult. A religion that beatified those reviled human cages. A religion that had first claimed Yondaime Hokage as a saint, and now claimed Rikudo Sennin as well. His father! He had always seized any kind of opportunity to gain control over Naruto, provoking his rage and so allowing his influence within his chakra to consume the boy, frustrated beyond measure that while humans were so very capable of rage, this one just wouldn't allow himself to fully give into it. Now he had redoubled his efforts, searching for the smallest opening, but there was new security in his own strength in Naruto, something that couldn't be called serenity, but that still kept anger at bay even when he fought the damnable Uchiha. Kurama threw himself against the gates of his prison and cursed Yondaime Hokage and Shiki Fujin, cursed Yumino Iruka and Haku, and Uchiha Sasuke. I'm not going to let you hurt Iruka anymore, you jerk. When a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they can become truly strong. I won't let you leave, even if I have to beat you within an inch of your life. Naruto had learned what shouldn't have been possible for him to ever know, but Kurama wasn't beaten yet. This was one religious debate he was going to win even if it was the death of them both. Chapter 12. Where everyone has some food for thought. 056. Breakfast. Mijuwa wasn't the biggest city Naruto had ever seen, but even from the deck of the ship that had taken his group to the city it appeared easily the most colorful and lively. The Fire Country capital was bigger, but it had been an awfully stuffy place. Temples with ornamental tower pavilions and kidney-shaped ponds and houses with pillars and decorated roofs. That one city in Water Country had been even bigger, but there had been slums and it had been a pretty sad-looking place, like a wet puppy that gave you pitiful looks so you would take it in from the rain and feed it. Mijuwa had banderoles and signboards in bright red, deep blue and some really eye-grabbing neon colors, busy-looking streets with roofs so near each other he would barely have to hop from one to the other, and a huge fish market next to the harbor. It was a homely-looking city and Naruto loved it on sight. Too bad they couldn't stay for a day or two, but busy. Danzo couldn't wait. La la la, come morning, come day, I wish in me heart it was Sunday, Naruto sung as he marched down the landing plank to the wharf, clutching his shirt over his heart. Miso for breakfast all week long, and sweet ramen on a Sunday. The ship had only offered traditional breakfast, sadly enough, but here they could surely buy some ramen. I thought it was supposed to be sake dobe, Sasuke grumbled as he stepped after Naruto. Naruto shook his head. No way, I'm much too young to drink. They didn't let you do that in Odo, did they? Because it's really bad for your liver, you know. He asked, worried. It would be just like Orochimaru to be even more responsible adult than Ero-sensei was. Don't be stupid! Of course I didn't! There is nothing wrong with my liver. Sasuke barked, his face red. What if I like miso better? He asked. Naruto hung his head sadly over his heathen tastes, but then, more for him. Then we can steal each other's breakfast all the week, it works out in the end, he said. Sai took out his book again and started trying to rhyme that, without much success, but Naruto noticed how he didn't walk into anything or anyone even though his face was in the book. He was so going to demand Ero-sensei taught him to do that once he returned, it would be so cool. Except maybe he didn't have to wait, Tsubaki-chan probably knew the trick too. Someone said something good-natured and polite to Tsubaki as they walked down the street, something about having two so cute sons, and then asked if the two pale-haired were her nephews or cousins. Naruto wasn't really listening to the small talk since his eyes were roving the streets for ramen stands, but then Sasuke stiffened suddenly. You! He hissed to Naruto and clutched his neck over the seal that stuck out from the pale skin, so bright and angry. I think she would rather claim you. You are wholesome. It came so out of nowhere that Naruto stumbled over his 2 feet as he turned to look at Sasuke. Thanks? What? He asked, but Sasuke turned his face away. How being wholesome works? Sai asked, and while Naruto had already learned that his questions tended to be weird with the side order of inappropriate, this was getting suspicious. Rice and miso for breakfast with a side dish of shared angst. There was something bugging Sasuke and Sai, and he was going to get to the bottom of it. 057. Lunch. So you protect the roots of the tree. What have you done that protects Konoha? I have killed Konoha's enemies. You believe that makes you necessary? Even Green Genin can kill for Konoha. Sai was running at steady pace, behind Sasuke and before Taiki. They were traveling an old gravel road between gently sloping hillsides, dotted only by a few wooden houses and shallow streams, towards a green line at the horizon. Once they reached Konoha's security zone, he should escape and haste to warn Danzo-sama. Or should he? Sai wasn't used to feeling unsure of his duty. His duty was to obey, but to obey whom? He was most uncomfortable operating with conflicting, incomplete intel. Tsubaki had taken place in front of Sasuke, Kabuto by her right side, and Uzumaki Naruto had taken the point. Tsubaki was Naruto's superior probably. She was a Jounin and Naruto only a Genin, but she had been sent as backup to assist. She deferred to Naruto's judgment regarding Kabuto, Sasuke and Sai himself, even though she reserved the right to voice her doubts. The unclear chain of command was a risk in the field and she should have known better, yet she made the situation appear easy to manage. Adaptable, the Kiri defector had called her disposition and mumbled something about water elemental chakra, though Sai was certain she was fire type. Kabuto turned his head, easily defecting the general focus of Sai's attention. He wasn't certain of the exact limits of the man's capabilities at this time, but it was clear that the traitor was easily superior in skill and power to Sai, maybe all of them with possible exception made for Naruto and Taiki. The Jinchuriki's reported power levels fluctuated too much to get a proper estimate, and he didn't know the extent of Taiki's skills. Why don't you talk to him? Kabuto asked, and the questioning cant in his voice forced Sai to forcibly relax his shoulders, to resist a grimace. He had been conditioned to not respond to the animal impulse to flinch after suffering physical damage, yet that tone made him want to argue even when there was nothing to argue against. I am a tool to protect Konoha. You have nothing else to say? Then again, capacity to reason isn't in high demand in Root, now is it? Sandaime disbanded Root, Sai. He decided that to strip humanity from Konoha is to strip Konoha from Konoha. So what are you protecting? Naruto. He called the Jinchuriki's name, lengthening his stride while Naruto turned his head and grinned. That ever-present happiness didn't fail to take Sai aback again. The Jinchuriki made the best high-danger assassins, not to mention the high-destruction ones, yet he couldn't imagine Naruto serving in that capacity. Yeah? What is it? Naruto asked, jumping over a small tree that had fallen across the road, then grabbing a branch and throwing the trunk to the side of the road with ease. There, now it isn't going to bother people. His rhythm had barely broken at all. Sai wondered why he had bothered. You are wholesome, Sai began, making Naruto groan. He didn't let that stop himself. Are you still useful to Konoha? He asked. Naruto cocked his head to the side and snorted. Obviously. I'm totally devastating, like those orange, poisonous toads. They are cool and so is their jutsu. He boasted, and Sai remembered that in nature the brightest colored animals were the most dangerous. He looked at mild and mellow Kabuto who called him Naruto-sama, and Sasuke who glared daggers at him, but didn't object, surprisingly. Just few days ago he would have sworn that those two would only return to Konoha in chains or body bags. When an enemy was enemy no longer, wasn't the enemy dead then? Even if the person wasn't? Vision that doesn't make you happy, doesn't make you productive member of the village, or even somehow proficient in anything more subtle than outright slaughter. Vision that Konoha has rejected once already. Vision of Danzo, if you haven't got it in you to be angry for being used, are you angry then for being wasted? I don't know what wholesome issues you have got here, but real ninja aren't controlling jerks. I guarantee you, the ones going on and on about people being tools are the biggest hypocrites. Just look at Zabuza. He said he wanted to overthrow the Mizukage because he was a tyrant, and then he became an enforcer for another tyrant for rebellion money. Seriously, what the hell? Naruto asked, lifting his face upwards as if to ask intervention from some higher being, but then his features softened, gentled. At least he regretted in the end. Trying to have the last word with Naruto is like having a lunch with a tiger. The food may be good, but the tiger always eats the last. 058. Dinner. Naruto wasn't a vicious person by nature, but he was occasionally willing to make an exception. The Yakuza of Makimura could have testified to that. It was like a joke. 2 wolves and a saber-toothed sheep walked into a diner. They had covered a good distance already when the oppressive, dark clouds started to gather in the sky. It wasn't quite dark yet, and they could have gone a while longer when they happened upon an old barn, half filled with hay. But Tsubaki-chan decreed they should stop, and Naruto was all too happy to do so, as he wasn't too keen on sleeping under a tree in rain. Sai was muttering something about confused chain of command, but he decided that Sasuke and his issues were enough to bite that night and ignored it. Sasuke, who walked into a nearby kind of forest except too small to brood and didn't come back when the rain started. Right. Figures. So Naruto went after him because if Sasuke happened to be wet, well, it was his problem, not a reason to delay the talk. He found his dark, brooding teammate standing under a buna tree, hanging his head and slouching. Naruto wasn't precisely cold, but water was running down his neck and back, and he was feeling pretty dark himself when he jumped under the cover of the leaves. Then he looked at Sasuke closer. So, nice weather? He tried and pressed against the tree. It protected him from some of the rain, but it was a plant, not an umbrella. Sasuke was dripping even more than Naruto was, but he still managed to look scornful. Naruto blushed and bristled. So it was a dumb thing to say, yeah, didn't Sasuke already know that the filter between his brain and mouth was kinda faulty? Look, I'm trying to have a conversation here. And you are the one too dumb to come in from the rain. Asshole. Naruto kicked a patch of grass that hadn't ever done a thing to him. Things weren't this awkward before. He didn't even know why he got all shy and nervous all of a sudden. It wasn't like Sasuke was going to run away again, right? Asshole? Is that the best you can come up with? The jerk asked, and all bashfulness evaporated in a second. So that was how he wanted to play it. Fine then, Naruto could deliver. Bootlegger! Nitwit bastard of a freshwater pirate, and a scabby mule with the brains of an oyster with shits that was dropped on its head as a baby. What? Sasuke mouthed after a good, long pause. Naruto grinned as he watched Sasuke's befuddled face. Hey, he didn't get to see the Ice Prince drop his jaw every day. Jiraiya-sensei spends a lot of time at red light districts. Lots and lots of time. Naruto nodded sagely. He had learned that once you edited out all the mentions of between legs, body parts, and sex acts, those people had some fun curses. He had also learned well over 50 words for female parts, roughly half of them something he didn't even want to think too loud for the fear Tsubaki-chan might hear, and half so convoluted that walking past a fruit stand or a flower shop or a fishwife stand could make Sakura-chan blush if she read some of that poetry shit the geisha like so much. A few hundred years ago people had so many words for the female parts that it was really hard to have a conversation about anything without inadvertently mentioning at least 2 of them. Seriously, who makes a temple synonym for a geisha house and purse for, well, that part? So you say I'm one of your precious people, and chase after me? Sasuke begun. He didn't quite unbend enough to make quotation marks with his fingers, but Naruto could hear them in his voice loud and clear. What if I say I can't stop caring for my brother? His voice dripped snide all over the place, more than the tree dripped water. That bastard! Naruto grumbled, and again the red-hot otherness inside him licked his chakra like a hungry dog. He kicked it down firmly. Sasuke was an idiot and a bastard, but he needed him now, no time for stupid personal theatrics. You don't think I'm disgusting? Sasuke asked. He was still trying to sound cold and mean, but not quite pulling it off. It was dark, the sun low and behind thick, dark clouds, and Naruto didn't see Sasuke's face all that well, but the way his errant teammate hunched his shoulders made Naruto want to hug Sasuke. He thought better about it since Sasuke would only punch him. Then he did it anyway. What the? Stop it, you idiot! Sasuke did punch him, but it was a weak, feeble thing, and Naruto could hear a small, quiet sob. The red was back then, a thick, suffocating blanket over him as he imagined tearing Itachi's heart from his chest with his bare fingers and blood everywhere. Red, red, red. He couldn't remember how he pushed the red back this time, but when he came back to his senses, they were both dry and the raindrops falling on his skin were sizzling. Naruto wasn't a vicious person by nature. Iruka-sensei had once long ago told him that a real agreement was something more than 2 wolves and a sheep voting on what to have for dinner. Naruto had agreed then, imagining the sheep in orange color, having only seen black and white pictures of the creatures, and hey, his woolen clothes were orange, and feeling a lot of sympathy for the poor creature. Sasuke was wide-eyed and looked a little scared, so Naruto hugged him again, and this was where the simile came crashing down because he thought of Itachi. The mental picture of woolly, bloody saber-tooth, sheep Itachi was fairly ridiculous because it was so devastatingly cute. Bah bah, sheep Itachi bleated and fluttered its red, swirly eyes inside Naruto's head. He smirked. He was hungry, he was going to have a dinner, and he was going to invite Sasuke because he was generous like that. Ero-sensei was kind of lazy and a pervert, but he was good, and Naruto was going to train, and if Itachi didn't want to get eaten, well, too bad. It was up to a vote, and it was 2 against 1 now. 059. Food. Evil wasn't a word that Tsubaki wanted to throw around lightly. She was a killer for hire after all. But she remembered the Kyuubi's attack, and she was confident in calling that creature evil, its chakra terrifying in its raw killing intent. It was overwhelming, it was malicious. It had been thick in the air like the smell of blood and smoke from the burning buildings, and every breath she had taken had been a battle against freezing in terror. Now she stood in the rain and watched his charge, hugging the Uchiha. Terrible anger was radiating off the boy, bringing back scorching memories with it, but Naruto was even in his anger infinitely gentle. I think we should leave, she said, her tongue turning clumsily in her mouth as she turned her back to the picture. This gave some food for thought. Literally, almost. She thought of Naruto's precious Iruka-sensei. Iruka-sensei said this, Iruka-sensei did that, always Iruka-sensei first, to the extent that mentions of Kakashi-sensei and Ero-sensei sometimes seemed almost afterthoughts. She thought of Naruto's precious ramen, how the boy could scarf even the tasteless instant kind down bowl after bowl. A bowl of vegetables served with love is better than a 3-course meal served with hatred, she remembered the old proverb. Not that Naruto ever failed to complain about vegetables, But he ate them all the same because Irika-sensei had told him they were an important part of a shinobi's diet, and Irika-sensei was never wrong. "Shouldn't we keep guard in case he loses control of the Biju?" Sai asked, a black and white shadow in the dark. Kabuto's hand moved just a little bit closer to something that was in all likelihood sharp and pointy, and Tsubaki found much to her horror that right now, just for that, she approved of the man. They were huddling in the rain, just far enough that the two genin shouldn't notice them as long as they didn't start shouting. Taiki managed to stay dry somehow, deflecting the raindrops so his hair and clothes were just a bit damp. Kabuto wasn't dry, gratifyingly enough, but he managed to look very dignified and regal even when he looked like someone had thrown him overboard on their way over the gulf. Sai looked like someone might have thrown him to the sea and he wouldn't have cared, making Tsubaki wonder if she was in need of some remedial weather desensitization training. She was cold and the water was running down her back and even her underwear was damp by now, chafing as she moved. "Let's go back," she said and started shepherding her group back towards the barn. "No one is losing control here, no sense in getting even more wet than we already are." "But how?" Taiki asked, walking slowly, turning his head to look over where the two boys disappeared into the shadows of the trees and the rain. "How can he feel like that and not do anything?" Tsubaki smiles as she recalled the day she had taken this mission, how she and Irika had eaten at Ichiraku's, the warm sun and the rich taste of the broth and the misery she had now left behind. "There are two men in Konoha. One of them is an academy teacher, the other is a ramen chef, and when we return I'm going to kiss them both." And if there was still a hint of Kyubi against the backdrop of the forest, the bite of it felt almost safe, like the canned wasabi beans that had been her comfort food since she was 10 years old. 060. Drink. The first time Deidara met Morimoto Tomomi, he didn't think much of her. She was 2 years older than he was, yet they graduated the same year, and when she took her Chunin exams he stood in front of a panel that reviewed his Jounin evaluation scores. She didn't have many prospects of ever becoming a Jounin either, though of course she wasn't a bad kunoichi. She was dependable, the sort whose dedication to her village was beyond question, who was good on missions and didn't bring her drama to the battlefield. She wasn't the type to have any personal drama, period. She was supportive of her friends and comrades and an all-over nice person. She was pretty in the girl next door kind of way. She wasn't the type to catch a young genius eye. She was one of the two Chunin assigned to Deidara on his second mission as a Jounin. That mission was an unmitigated disaster. The information given to them had been inaccurate. Instead of 4 Kiri missing Nin trying to form a drug ring, there had been 15 from Kiri, Kumo and Ain, 3 of them Jounin level. The Chunin named Yasu died in combat, and Deidara and Tomomi were taken prisoner, to be tortured for high-price information. As Deidara was the one in possession of more classified information and he was presumably the tough one as well, the missing Nin decided to soften him before working him over. Sleep deprivation, they decided, some beatings and of course the psychological torture of watching his comrade being tortured and breaking before his eyes. Tomomi didn't break on day 1, and she didn't break on day 2. On day 3 they drugged her water, and while she tasted what had been done to it, the foul drink was forced down her throat. "We want dirt, little kunoichi, dirt on your precious village. Have you ever been part of a political assassination?" An androgynous man the others called Osamu asked Tomomi after her eyes crossed, though Deidara wasn't perfectly certain he wasn't in fact a she. "Assassis." Tomomi tried to pronounce the word, sounding confused. "Kill," Osamu corrected himself with a disgusted tone. Bound and gagged, Deidara could only listen in helplessly. There is a thing about prodigies and geniuses in the ninja world, something that might make being one not worth the cost. They have this disconnect from their peers, never quite understanding the why and how of other people because they are so different, though some hide this better than others. They also tend to be fragile in ways that aren't always outward obvious. That day Deidara wallowed in the dishonor of his failure, something he hadn't ever known before, not even contemplating escape because he was too busy contemplating suicide. "Kill," Tomomi sniffled. "My poor." I had red and orange and that white sort with the violet thing at the center, you know. Zinnias. You killed your potted plant? Osamu uttered flatly, clearly unimpressed with this confession. I didn't mean to. Tomomi defended herself brokenly. Even with the gag, it had to be obvious at this point that Deidara was gaping. They were so happy flowers. Maybe. It's kinda difficult to tell with plants. And then there were my forget-me-nots. I sort of forgot to water them before I left for a mission. When I finally returned, they were dead too. Tomomi went on and on and on about her inability to keep her flowers alive, telling of the gardenias and the lavenders and the red spider lilies. When she got to the bonsai tree some optimistic fool had given to her as a birthday present, Osamu was the one who snapped and delivered her a harsh slap. Guaranteed to make people talk, oh yes. She? Threw the drug vial to a wall. Now, for the love of the great jade dragon, shut up! They were then taken to the cell they shared. That was one extra bit of cruelty, as they were chained to opposite walls so Deidara could see Tomomi in pain and not touch, not help her. She drooped her head drugly, but when the door was slammed shut, she lifted her face and her eyes were a lot clearer. Her skin was bruised and blooded and clammy, but there was a ghost of smile on her lips. That drink clearly hadn't been enough to fully divest her of her wits. I've never had a bonsai tree, she confessed to him. Of course no one was stupid enough to give me one. She slurred a little and Deidara wondered if he had understood her right. Why you claim to have one? He asked, surprised he could muster any curiosity over the issue. Well, it was obviously annoying them. It's the principle of the thing. Tomomi answered with a prim voice, and then ruined the effect by laughing. It was a short and pained bark, but it was the real thing, going all the way up to her eyes, and Deidara could only think, oh shit, now I'm in trouble. How could he stand to watch her being tortured now? Yet what else could he do? This was when she threw him a senbon she had palmed during the interrogation session, still stained with her own blood. You are the better fighter. Make it count, she said. This was the first time Deidara did what Tomomi told him to. He decided it was obviously a sensible strategy. This was the woman Deidara depended on for sanity like thirsty man depends on water. There was a reason Inoki never harmed a hair on her head despite that fateful psychological evaluation. Danzo would have been wise to follow his example. Chapter 13. Where secrets are revealed and kept and Sakura shows latent bipolar tendencies. 061. Winter. Konoha didn't get much in the way of winter. The village was too far in the south for the temperature to drop below zero very often. That year they hadn't gotten snow even once before Naruto had left, but the winds from the west were chilly and the weather was uncommonly wet. The rain had started the day Hokage had been buried. Or rather, his ashes had been buried as no one had wanted to risk rinse and repeat of the Edo Tensei catastrophe, and it had only gotten more and more frequent since, like it was the summer and rainy season instead of late winter. It was even wetter than in water country, and that, Naruto decided, was really kind of sad. But at least the dreadful weather meant that there were fewer people out that day. The people on duty were on duty, of course, since being a loyal shinobi wasn't something that got called off on account of trouts swimming at your shoulder level, almost, but everybody who could be inside was. With the exception of one self-proclaimed blue beast of Konoha and his student who were running around Konoha on top of the Great Wall, and shouting how the flames of the youth were keeping them dry. Was that some kind of defensive genjutsu? Taiki managed to utter, his jaw hanging open just the littlest bit. I think the cherry blossom petals and the sunset were. Tsubaki-chan muttered and pushed her wet locks off her face. I had forgotten how, intense that can get. Is that even legal to do in public? Sai asked and stared at Naruto. He had more of an expression on than any of them had gotten out of the boy previously. Technically yes, but that doesn't mean it's a good idea. You try that and they will dress you in green skin-tight spandex and wake you up every morning at 4:30, and before you know it you'll be speaking with capital letters too, and then you can't ever pull off an infiltration mission again. He cautioned Sai. Not that Sai could have pulled one off now if his life depended on it, but that was an unnecessary detail. Sai asked wildly inappropriate questions all the time, like about sexual practices from that one monk that all but swallowed his tongue, and he was just weird enough he could think making a trio out of the youthful duo was a good idea. And that, Naruto decided as he remembered one of Irika-sensei's long-ago lessons, would be a war crime of some sort, and committing war crimes during the peace would be even sadder than wet winter. "Okay, this is our plan," he said. "You, Sasuke, are our ticket through the gates without search. I mean, Sai should have travel papers. You have them, right?" he asked Sai, who nodded and picked a stack of papers from his pouch. The travel papers were a simple pass telling whoever looked at them that a person, name here, had been sent on a sanctified mission by the Hokage. Not that a nin couldn't get back to Konoha without those, but with them it was simply a matter of walking through the gate after the two Chunin visibly standing guard checked you were the person the papers had been given to. If a nin lost the papers, he or she had to stand in front of the gates while the guards manning the post went things over the long way and jumped through every hoop to verify that the person standing in front of them had left Konoha legitimately and wasn't in fact AWOL. And after that they got slapped with a reprimand for losing the papers unless there were some really mitigating circumstances. Great, so Taiki's defecting and that's why he hasn't got papers. Everybody's going to make ballyhoo about you returning, so no one should pay too much attention to Taiki and Kabuto anyway. If they insist on bothering by the book and keeping you though, are you okay with that? He turned his head towards Taiki. Of course, the infuriatingly dry-looking man said, appearing surprised he was even asked. It had to be the Kiri thing again. Okay, if they keep you, try to stall when you tell them things. It's probably going to be at least half an hour before they get anyone to review you, and after that just tell them about things before Kabuto came in detail. Lots of details. But don't lie. That's only going to get you into trouble. He gave the orders and Taiki assured him that he had no intention of lying to the TNI at all, even less if Marino Ibiki was the one doing the review. It was kind of funny that people were that scared of the man. Sure, he was grumpy and scary looking, but he hadn't dragged Ide back after that T-country race by the hair, so he had to be a nice person deep down. So Kabuto, can you make some sort of genjutsu that gets you through? He turned his attention to the one this whole ballyhoo was about. Of course, Naruto-sama. I won't be invisible per se, but I will affect people's perception of me to make myself uninteresting. With Sasuke as a distraction, this should be enough. His fingers flicked through a multitude of seals so quickly they seemed to blur, and then Naruto found himself looking at a U next to his friend. Huh, it was a good one. So he led his merry, and not so merry in case of Sasuke and Sai, bunch to the great gates, thinking about Danzo and Sakura-chan, though for completely different reasons. It had been a long, miserable winter, trouble after trouble after trouble after Orochimaru and Sasuke being an idiot, but now it was over. Naruto whistled as he marched up the road, and Izuku and Kotetsu's eyes widened until they were rounder than Lee's. 062, Spring. Haruno Sakura was sitting on her bed, reading through one of her sensei's medical scrolls, a topic of which was the muscles of the legs. Biceps femoris, part of the hamstrings group. Sakura pushed the scroll away for a moment, and went through everything she could remember of that particular muscle. It was a lateral muscle of posterior thigh, two heads joined to different muscle groups, but what was the lower head part of again? It extended from the ischial tuberosity to the lateral condyle of tibia. It flexed the knee and extended the thigh. The long head had a tendon common with the semitendinosus muscle, right? She looked at the scroll and saw that she had remembered correctly, though of course her knowledge had been incomplete. Biceps femoris was a muscle commonly injured in physical activity that required explosive bending of the knee as seen in sprinting. If the ninja was fatigued or hadn't warmed up properly, they could suffer a hamstring strain or rupture, which was the tearing of the hamstring muscle. Avulsion of the biceps femoris tendon was the complete pulling away of the tendon from the bone. Ouch. Tsunade-sama's medical scrolls made for a really depressing reading, telling all the fascinating ways ninja life could screw the human body up even without direct enemy contact. She had lately had to suppress the instinct to yell at a certain green-clad genin to be careful with his tendons. Damn it, because she was the one whom Tsunade-sama was going to make fix anything that was torn. Sakura! Sakura jumped up from her slouch, her heart hammering, but she didn't even have enough time to turn around when her window was thrown open and Ino jumped on her bed by her side. "What are you still doing here? Haven't you heard?" Ino demanded and dragged Sakura up so they both stood up, the mattress dipping under their feet. Ino was still wearing her sandals and they had already left several muddy prints on Sakura's previously pristine, white sheets. Sakura felt a familiar sense of annoyance starting to throb at her temple. Where were the manners these days? "Someone better have invaded us again, Ino, because—" She began her tirade, but Ino just shook her. "Sasuke's back!" Ino shouted and Sakura could not speak a word, could not move a muscle. Blood was hammering in her ears as she stood there dumbly, and Ino went on. "Naruto came back with him just a little while ago. They went to go Dame-sama's office. There was some Kiri jounin named Doihara who defected. I wonder how he's connected to this. Wasn't Sasuke in Oto?" Sasuke was back. Sasuke was back and Sakura had no idea how to feel. After she'd had time to think her action through after Sasuke left, she had felt terribly ashamed. The first part, the worst part maybe, the part that thankfully no one knew but Sasuke, she had offered to leave with him. It had been a stupid spur-of-the-moment decision, and as angry as she had been with Sasuke after visiting her friends in the hospital, she had been grateful he'd at least kept her from ruining her life like that. She would never have seen her parents again, and she would have missed Ino as well, and Naruto, and even Kakashi-sensei. She could have never returned to her home. She would have probably died young because of her stupidity, except not because Naruto wouldn't have let her. Naruto. Now there was another reason to feel ashamed of herself. She had asked him to bring Sasuke back because she had been too weak to even attempt it herself, and he had wound up in a hospital for his trouble. Not that Naruto wouldn't have tried to bring Sasuke back anyway, but even then, that had been a low point for her. She had sworn to become stronger so they could do it together, drag Sasuke back by force if necessary before Orochimaru took him over. But now Naruto had kept that promise while she had been stuck learning about the muscles of human body. And despite this all she was still grinning like a loon. "Go, go!" Ino pushed her and Sakura exploded into motion, uncaring of her tendons and muscles. She jumped out of her window and only when her feet hit the ground she realized that she was still barefooted. The cold mud was splashing between her toes and she was almost immediately wet. "My sandals, Ino!" she shouted. Normally shoes were left by the front door, but ninja kept their footwear always near and true enough. The next second Ino threw a pair of blue standard-issue sandals out of the window. Another second and she was already running. It wasn't spring quite yet, not if one went by the calendar, but Sakura wouldn't have been surprised if the cherry trees of Konoha had started to bloom there, and then from the sheer force of her joy. Even if she didn't know what else to feel about herself and Sasuke and Naruto, at least she could feel joy that they were together again. It bubbled through her veins like her blood had been changed to soda somehow, and sang in her ears like birdsong. To the foxes with the calendar, Team 7 was whole again and Sakura decreed that spring had arrived at long last. 063, Summer. Tsunade's father had once told her, "A man will promise a lot of things in summer he won't mean in winter." It was a Senju saying. Konoha at large used one that made parallels between making and delivering babies and promises to the same effect. Words were cheap. Promises were easy. It was action that came hard. Naruto had unnaturally sunny disposition and he certainly promised a lot. The only shinobi Tsunade had ever known foolish enough to promise not to die, ever on duty, and honestly believe in his own words. By now she was starting to believe he just might manage that, somehow. In his case it wasn't a matter of gritting his teeth through the winter, though he could do that as well, but somehow warping the reality and turning winter into summer. She just really wished he hadn't fulfilled it like this. "And you accused Danzo of what?" she asked, massaging her throbbing temples. She needed more alcohol, immediately. His actions include, but are not limited to, several counts of unsolicited assassination of Konoha citizens, unlawfully taking Konohan orphans into custody, which I believe counts as kidnapping, to indoctrinate them into members of an organization Sandaime Hokage made illegal and disbanded, conspiring with the foreign leader, Salamander Hanzo, without the knowledge of the Hokage. The silver-haired boy, a man at this point, really, went on with almost maniacal glee shining in his eyes, not minding the two Umbu standing ready to slay him at Tsunade's whim, their blades drawn. He was flanked by Naruto, who was giving her a look both pleading and so trusting it made her stomach churl, a defecting Kiri Umbu, somebody who was apparently a Konoha shinobi and still defecting to Konoha and Tsubaki, who looked much too unapologetic for allowing this madness to occur in the first place. "And can you give me a reason why I should believe a spy of Orochimaru?" she grounded out, flinching at the betrayed look in Naruto's bright, blue eyes. Damn it. It wasn't becoming of a Hokage to show vulnerability, least of all in front of somebody who was bound to notice and take advantage of it. "I'm currently a member of the Root, Hokage-sama." The quiet one named Sai interrupted them. "I'm a Konoha shinobi, yet not in the register. I'm an orphan Danzo took, yet I doubt papers for my custody exist. I was sent to Makimura to assess Jounin Ono Tsubaki's loyalties and assassinate her if I found her traitorous. I don't believe this mission was endorsed by you." And it hadn't been, damn it all. All missions of this nature had to be assigned by the Hokage personally. Going behind her back like this was a crime in itself, and proof that the leopard hadn't changed its spots at all. Not to mention that the Root still existed, and that meant that she should probably get over her distaste of her traitorous teammate's reputed ex-flunky, and hear what he had to say. "You have half an hour," she promised darkly. "Start convincing me." She came to regret those words very quickly. She tried to keep her poker face, but it wasn't helping her with this any more than it had helped her with cards. The Umbu in her office were obviously shocked as well. Their faces might be hidden by the frozen porcelain grins, but their body language became more and more obvious, broadcasting shock and dismay. Naruto had maneuvered himself between Kabuto and Sai and was now holding their hands, his face red and his chakra flaring in a way that unnerved her, his face red with some strange exertion. These sorts of things were the reason she hadn't wanted to become Hokage in the first place. If even half of what she had just heard was true, or a tenth or a fraction of a fraction, she couldn't allow this travesty to go on anymore. Now she had to take Danzo down, and that was bound to be a nightmare and a half. "Enough, enough! I have heard enough. So now you profess loyalty to Konoha again? Despite everything?" she asked suspiciously. Kabuto had already proved to be deceptive and vindictive. Had he only returned to avenge himself? She couldn't even really blame him for such intentions, if, his tale had been true. "My primary loyalty is to Naruto-sama, but since he intends to become the Hokage, it will amount to the same thing in the end," the boy answered undaunted. He could look so very innocent when he smiled. That was another story Tsunade needed to get out of him, he and Naruto, and how that had happened, but she doubted she could bear to hear it right now. "And you are defecting to us because of what?" she barked, pointing a dainty finger at Doihara. The man jumped a bit, but answered promptly. "Naruto decided that I'm not evil enough to fit Kiri. I found that arguing with him is an exercise in futility," he said. "And you are defecting as well?" she asked, her finger traveling to point at Sai. "I don't know. Is it possible to defect to your own village?" the boy asked, and Tsunade couldn't have cared less at this point, but he went on. "Maybe I could defect to Naruto's cult. Miwa-sensei was kind enough to teach me to chant." "You have a cult?" "Don't blame me. It's all Taiki's fault." Naruto scrambled backwards, his arms failing about like a windmill's blades. "I didn't do it on purpose," Doihara defended himself, looking distinctly pale. "I didn't know he really was a Jinchuriki." And this cult had to do with the Jinchuriki? Of course, what else could it be? This was the sort of thing Naruto did, turning winter into summer. If she wasn't so proud of him, she might have cried when she anticipated the paperwork this would generate. She might yet cry anyway. She wasn't paid enough to deal with this. There wasn't enough money in the world and not enough alcohol either. When the door was slammed open and her apprentice barged in, jumping at Sasuke's neck. Distraction, Kami be praised. Now Naruto out of her office yesterday. 064, Fall. Naruto had already known, of course. Kabuto had told him, that was why they had come to Konoha in the first place. But he got angry again, he just couldn't help it. And like all the time lately, Kyubi was making a pest of himself, licking him with tongue of fire. But this time he could almost see it even though he was wide awake. It was like there was something orange and red just at the edge of his vision, something that moved, but when he turned his head it disappeared like water disappeared into dry sand. And there were words, just at the edges of his range of hearing. Ruto, your precious MOT. Like the cries in storm winds, almost words, almost there. Oakage, you think sage? Red wind, so red? Proud of his desk. You have a cult? Tsunade-bachan screamed, and it was like he had been balancing on a rope and now someone pushed him. The red shadows were gone with a crash, and so was the voice, leaving him to the tender mercies of Tsunade-bachan. Her face was plenty red though, and her eyes glittered. It was really ominous glittering. Don't blame me. It's all Taiki's fault, he pleaded, all too happy to put the blame where it belonged. This was when the door was slammed open and Sakura-chan barged in. She was wet from head to toe and her hair lay flat against her head, now a darker shade of pink, almost red. Her hem was dirty and dripping. She was still the prettiest girl Naruto had ever seen. Sasuke-kun. She breathed and jumped at his neck. I missed you so. It hurt a little to watch her fawn over her precious Sasuke-kun, but Naruto smiled all the same. He was the one to bring Sasuke back, so he was the one to make her smile so prettily, in a way, right? But then Sakura-chan took a step back and delivered a harsh slap to Sasuke's face. Naruto's jaw dropped as the sound of flesh hitting flesh echoed in the room. How could you do that? Doesn't the word desertion mean anything to you? And you tried to kill Naruto? Don't try to tell me you didn't mean to. You put an A-rank assassination jutsu through his chest. Who does that to a teammate? He could have died. Anyone else would have. Have you no heart? Sakura-chan's voice reached a pitch Naruto had previously thought human throat couldn't manage, and she punctured her tirade with one more slap, after which she threw her hands around Sasuke's neck again. At least you are back now, you can make it better. That's good, she crowed. It was a pretty quick mood swing, but it wasn't like Naruto was really angry either. Being friends was like the fall. When the leaves fell, you didn't kick the trees, you encouraged them to try again next year. Besides, Sasuke's both cheeks glowed red from her strikes and he stood still and straight like an iron rod. His face panicked like a mouse's when it stood in front of a snake, and that was really hilarious. Naruto snickered a bit, but that only turned Sakura-chan's attention to him. Now he took a step back, suddenly unnerved. She was obviously kind of unhinged from the happiness, and who could tell what she might do? He had done nothing to deserve a slap. Naruto, thank you. You are a wonderful person and I'm so happy you are my teammate, she said solemnly and gathered him into a hug. Now it was his turn to stand still, his arms rigid against his sides. His eyes were stinging and he blinked them rapidly. He wasn't going to cry, really. His heart was so warm and fluttered so hard it almost hurt, and he was so happy he wouldn't have cared if she had slapped him right then. He would have done anything for her, moved mountains and beaten armies all alone. You! Now Sakura-chan pushed him away suddenly and turned to the side. Naruto stood there confused, wondering if now was the time for the slap, and then saw that she had turned towards Kabuto. Traitor! She hissed, her fingers spread like a bird's claws. Hey, he's the one who brought Sasuke back to me. In that barrel too. He defended his friend's character. And the barrel had been a nice touch, really. Is that so? Then, thank you, I guess, she said hesitantly. She didn't look happy to thank Kabuto, but she looked less ready to horribly maim him at least. Kabuto smiled in a sheepish manner and tried to look appeasing. Is she suffering from bipolar disorder? Sai asked. How has she passed her psychological evaluation? This in turn made Sakura-chan screech again in indignation. As heartwarming this scene is, this really isn't the time and place for it. Tsunade-chan said dryly and muttered something about the evils of the paperwork that awaited her. Make Danzo do it when you catch him. He deserves it anyway. Naruto proposed and grinned when unholy light lit the Hokage's eyes. I think I will. And I'll castrate Jiraiya for leaving you alone for a whole 2 months. What was he thinking would happen? The right answer probably wasn't. Not this. She was rubbing her knuckles and grinning really, really ominously. Kabuto was the one to suggest that the happy reunion could be relocated to the waiting chamber outside the office as the participants weren't really necessary to the conversation anyway. Naruto wasn't stupid and he remembered there was something Kabuto thought he shouldn't hear or ask, but he really didn't want to leave either Sakura-chan or Sasuke right then, and if it was something he needed to know, then Tsunade-chan would tell him anyway. He happily let himself be herded out along with his teammates and Sai. 065. Passing. Naruto-sama can't find out. He couldn't keep this from Sasuke and he must not find out. The Uchiha are never the most stable people from begin with. It's the strain improvident use of the Sharingan causes on the brain, Kabuto said. Damn you, Danzo, Tsunade whispered. Damn you to hell for this. Because they might have managed to avoid the catastrophe so far, but they had no way of knowing just how many people knew and how inclined they might be to keep the secret, or to reveal it. 3 could keep a secret, they said, if 2 were dead. May Danzo rot in hell, for one day the skeleton would claw its way out of the closet, and then there would be hell to pay. Chapter 14. Where windows play an important part, and the storm breaks. 066. Rain. A long time ago Sai had a brother who called himself Shin. He didn't know if Shin was his brother's real name, a code name given to him, or simply something he had made up, but Shin was Shin, and in a show of life's great ironies he dubbed his cute little brother Sai. It was written with different kanji than Sai's code name, but the kanji used meant to offer prayers, so the irony ended up counting anyway. Shin wasn't related to Sai by blood as far as they knew, though admittedly they didn't know anything about their blood families, so it was a possibility, however minuscule, but Shin insisted that genetics weren't a minimum requirement at all. Young Sai had no idea what genetics meant, but he was inclined to take Shin's word for it back when Shin lived. They only ever had one mission together. It had been the mission that got Sai blooded, as part of the Roots desensitization program, and the target was simply a merchant who had somehow caused some harm to Konoha. Don't ask me what he did. Maybe he sells to IWA too. Maybe he committed a tax fraud. It doesn't really matter anyway, Shin had told Sai. He was there as a senior operative to ensure things went smoothly and to witness the killing. Sai could remember it was a beautiful, sunny day, and the merchant had reserved a room from an inn that coincidentally looked over a steep cliff to a river that divided the town in 2. The river was only deep enough there that the water reached a grown man to a waist, but the flow of it was fast, the water was very cold, and most importantly the bottom of the river was full of big, sharp rocks. Sigh. Shin had sighed. It was supposed to look like a natural death. This reproach had made Sai very confused. Isn't it natural to die if one falls out of the window into a river and is knocked unconscious underwater? He had asked. Maybe if the window had been open. Shin had groaned, taken his hand and shined them both away. Now it was raining. Sai's name meant rhinoceros and he had betrayed Danzo. It had been the last minute to do so, figuratively speaking, as he had already been scheduled for a curse seal application like all root ninja. Only this mission had delayed it, and Sai wondered if the sensation of lightness located within his chest was a psychosomatic symptom of post-traumatic stress disorder. He was almost sure he wasn't traumatized, but no one had ever explained to him what being traumatized felt like, so he couldn't be sure. He was standing in the waiting chamber outside the Hokage's office and witnessing as Naruto spoke of his travels with Jiraiya and great ramen bars. Sakura spoke of her medical studies and their Jounin sensei Kakashi, who was out of village for a mission, and they both ganged up on Sasuke, asking questions and receiving mostly one-syllable answers. So Ero-sensei offended this Miko, and let me tell you, some of them can do seriously weird shit when they get angry. Naruto looked like he was going to explain, but this was when Sasuke decided to volunteer a sentence. "Can't all women?" he asked. This made Naruto grimace and look at Sakura, but she only threw her head back and laughed. "Keep that in mind. I know where your tendons are, you know," she threatened, yet her words made Naruto grin and Sasuke appeared unconcerned. "Can threats of violence be used as a form of bonding?" he asked. Sakura and Sasuke turned to give him a look that was, disbelieving was close and so was exasperated, but Sai was certain he was missing some important nuance. Personhood, the art of being fully human, had read, "Love is also heavy rain that falls freely and washes away the hurts and chains of the corrupt heart of man. And like thirsting saplings, the heart reaches up to the heavens, and the cry of it calls aloud for relief from thence." In the beginning it was a sunny day. Sai's name meant offering prayers, and he threw a man out of a window. Now it was raining. Sai's name had changed, and he was leaning back against a window. It wasn't locked. Only if they know you don't really mean it, or if they know you mean it with love and stuff. But don't get it mixed with masochism, though Sakura-chan probably suffers from that too, what with having a thing for the bastard. After this, things happened quickly. Sakura punched Naruto, who should have been able to dodge it, but for some reason declined to do so. He was thrown back towards Sai and Sai could have dodged, but he wanted to catch Naruto. He managed, but the force behind the punch threw him back as well and the window was thrown open. It was the end of one chapter of his life. It was raining and Sai had just been thrown out of a window. He noted it was nice symmetry. He even laughed a little as he flipped over in the air. Of course he and Naruto were all right. They weren't ninja for nothing. 067. Snow. The plan Tsunade put together was simple, out of necessity. They were on a time limit, and the moment Danzo found out either Kabuto or Sai were back in Konoha, they would lose the element of surprise. And they needed that surprise badly. According to Sai, there were currently 20 children under the age of 16 in the route, not counting himself. 15 of them under the age of 12 and 5 were precisely 5 years old new recruits, something Tsunade found completely revolting. If these kids, half-trained in the best cases, got between Harambu and Danzo's Jounin in a fight, it was going to be ugly. The attack was to be three-pronged. Tsunade had sent a message to Danzo about Uchiha Sasuke's return, a message she was certain he didn't need anymore, and an order to arrive to meet her in her office. What was waiting for him there was an ambush, and Shizen disguised as Tsunade to lure the man inside. Her student couldn't fool Danzo for long, but hopefully long enough for him to close the door behind him. Another part of this operation was going to be the house arrest of Yudatane Koharu and Midokado Hamira. Tsunade wanted to believe they had simply been subtly controlled by Danzo's stolen Sharingan, but she couldn't allow them to roam freely before the situation had settled and they had been officially cleared of all accusations. The second prong was the Operation Think About the Children, the one Tsunade was personally leading. According to Sai and Kabuto, damn the creepy man Naruto had decided to adopt like a stray puppy. The route trainees had different schedules depending on their skill level and classes, but they all ate at the same time in the same place. The plan was to sneak in at dinner time and hopefully avoid fighting, catch them in the trainee mess hall and start to order them around. This was why Tsunade was needed personally. These children were trained to be fanatically loyal to Konoha, and Tsunade was the current military dictator of the village, however little Danzo liked this fact. There was no telling if these child operatives would acknowledge the normal village hierarchy and take orders from her Jounin, but Tsunade doubted that even Danzo had gone as far as to denounce the position of the Hokage, especially since it was a position he had his eyes on. As long as there were no conflicting orders from the Warhawk, the children should follow Tsunade's orders like good little drones. Should. The third prong would be the main assault of the route headquarters after Tsunade got the children out, or if and when the distress signal came. Rooting out the agents who weren't in the headquarters would be a nightmare, and the cleanup of the agents embedded in other villages would probably take years. But if everything went to a plan, the main force should be crushed in an afternoon. Again, should. Tsunade was holding up an umbrella and giving the maps I had drawn for them a last glance. They stood in front of an entrance to an old civilian shelter that had been abandoned after the QB attack because of structural damage that had been inflicted on it. It should have been demolished years ago, but somehow the issue had gotten lost in the bureaucratic swamp of the village administration. Why am I not surprised? She drawled and pushed the map down her cleavage. Sai, take point. Cat, behind me, you are responsible of the genjutsu. ASP, you advance on the ceiling. Neutralize any guards we encounter. Silently. A second later, only Sai could be seen entering the shelter. The above-ground part of the shelter was a sturdy, gray cube with a door. The below-ground level was a bigger gray cubicle space with everything stripped off, except, of course, an entry into a sewer separate from the main Konoha sewer network. After a long climb down, 100 crouched, narrow meters and 2 turns, the sewer got rather absurdly spacious for a sewer. This was when they met the first guard. It was a woman with mouse-brown short hair, a mask that depicted some sort of bird on her face, and her hand on the handle of her tanto. ID and identification code, the woman demanded with a toneless voice. ID Route 522. A red hand hanging from a tree, a silent sentinel under the tree's roots. Standing silent, loyal to the end. Sai answered with an equally flat voice. It was a nonsense sentence like all Konoha identification codes, but not one Tsunade knew, and as a Hokage she was supposed to know them all. The guard stepped aside, only to fall back, her throat slit open. She was angry as she stepped over the body that Cat's genjutsu swiftly hid from view. There had been no need for that woman to die but Danzo's delusions. Konoha was a village of special snowflakes, and while it wasn't quite as nice a place as the propaganda tended to paint it as, the truth was that they encouraged individuality, as they best could in the framework of loyalty to the village. Konoha could and would demand its tithe in life and limb, in blood and tears and a series of funerals to attend to, but identity, the right to pursue personal happiness despite the risks. No. Danzo had no right. She was fuming as they passed one more guard before entering the trainee Barak division, luckily a low-level security area. There, Sai said and pointed towards a closed door. There is likely at least one adult operative supervising. Good, Tsunade growled and cracked her knuckles. It's time to save my little snowflakes. And she kicked the door open. 068, Lightning. Kabuto waited in the small antechamber behind the hidden door in the Hokage's office, waiting with 5 ambu. He knew better than to think that he was trusted by anyone except Naruto-sama, but the Hokage was banking on his hatred of Danzo to not turn on her shinobi mid-battle, and if he happened to die taking Danzo down, one less headache for her. He understood that the woman was fond of Naruto-sama, which was a good thing considering her surprisingly ruthless streak, but he would have to keep an eye on her regardless. Politics could turn even a mouse into a monster. He knew the moment Danzo stepped into the office. There wasn't a single audible step, the door didn't creak or click shut, but the tinge of Uchiha in the chakra of the man was impossible to mistake. They all acted as one. Sable's shun shined between Danzo and the door, barring the way out, while Sero took her place between the man and the window. Martin, Squirrel, and Crane flickered into a half-circle that left Danzo now completely surrounded. Kabuto simply stepped into the office and Danzo's head immediately turned towards him. He didn't feel even the slightest hint of the fury he had half expected to consume him when he finally stood in front of the man, ready to take him down. Instead, it was like all his blood had turned to ice water so cold it burned from within. He was going to kill Danzo, and there was no joy in the thought. But there was satisfaction. There was a sense of completion. What is the meaning of this, Shizen? Danzo asked. Well, they hadn't really expected to fool them man any real amount of time. Shizen allowed her hinge to fade and stood up, sending the legs of the chair scraping backwards on the floor. You are under suspicion of several counts of unsolicited assassination, several counts of kidnapping of a Konoha citizen. Shizen went through the short list while Danzo stood in the ring of bared steel, seemingly unaffected. He was an old, wrinkled man, frail-looking, leaning on a cane. No one relaxed an inch because of this. Please surrender into our custody pending further investigation into your affairs. Shizen finished her piece. It needed to be said, Kabuto suspected, if for formality's sake only. So be it then. Daitapa! The sad way Danzo inclined his head didn't fool Kabuto in the least. He flickered his way through a series of seals that allowed the wind to simply whirl around him. But the Umbu and Shizen weren't as well prepared or as nimble of hand, and they were blown away against the walls, the desk falling over Shizen with a crash and a bookcase almost hitting one of the Umbu. Kabuto struck at Danzo too quick for the man to evade him, and the strike connected cleanly, and with full force. He felt the body of his enemy break beneath his hand, but even as the man landed in a heap, his back twisted at a seemingly unnatural angle, Kabuto knew that it had been much too easy. Martin was foolish enough to prove this by leaping to the old counselor's side and taking a lightning-quick wind jutsu to the chest, falling bleeding on the floor. Fighting in an enclosed space was a skill of its own. Kabuto stepped to the side and watched as Shizen made a daring spurt into the middle of the melee and dragged the badly bleeding man to the minuscule safety the antechamber offered and begun to heal him, her hands glowing gently blue. It was impossible to shun Shin away from the entirety that the office and the antechamber formed, and the heavily enforced walls withstood the tail end of the jutsu strikes that shredded flesh and furniture and covered the floor in water. But while Danzo was the one who inflicted the most damage in the fight, he couldn't seem to finish his opposition. The man was getting on in years. What an uncomfortable age that must be. Now, if you'd asked my advice, I'd have told to stay 25, but it's much too late now, he remarked amicably. The water was up to his ankles now and colored delicate, translucent pink. One can hardly stay 25 their whole life, unless they sink to Orochimaru's levels. Danzo answered nonchalantly and dodged a strike from Crane's tanto. Or yours, was the implication. Kabuto found his mouth stretching into a genuine smile of amusement. Stealing a whole body is wrong, but stealing eyes is all right? Do your morals operate on a weight-based system? Kabuto inquired, and his suspicion that Danzo was more tired than he appeared was confirmed when the man only froze for the briefest of moments before dodging a fire jutsu that left the walls smoldering and pulled at the bandages covering the right side of his face. The short list hadn't included bloodline theft, and Kabuto wondered if the man had still thought he could get away with it all and remain in Konoha. Besides, one perhaps can't help growing older, but two can. With proper assistance you could have ceased at 25. Well, better late than never, I suppose. And without further ado he leaped into the battle again. It was a trick, a feint, this partially reverse-engineered jutsu. He grabbed Danzo's left hand and made a one-handed seal with both their hands. Old or not, Danzo was good. As a snake slithered out from underneath Kabuto's sleeve, Suro, her face now bared by her cracked mask, exhaled wind-infused chakra onto her tanto to make it longer, deadlier. Danzo twirled both their bodies around, forcing Kabuto to drop on his knees on the wet floor. Suro and Squirrel both struck as Kabuto's snake sunk its teeth into both of their arms, and at the same moment Danzo exhaled blasts of wind blades none of them could dodge at such short range. Then several things happened at once. The poison Kabuto was immune to, that Danzo in all likelihood could neutral as well, was released into their bloodstream. The wind blades stuck through Kabuto's flesh, forcing a pained groan from his lips as red and black spots danced across his vision. But this was the part where he had modified Anko's jutsu, when he released a blast of lightning chakra through the snake's body. Kabuto had been stranger to elation for as long as he could remember, but the sight of Danzo being bodily flung by the lightning bolt struck through him with the rush of the best endorphin release technique. The walls would have withstood the impact easily, but Danzo hit the closed window. 069, Thunder. The door wasn't locked and Tsunade kicked it open with no effort at all. The head of every person in the mess hall turned towards her, standing seemingly alone in the doorway, sight hidden behind her form. It was a mirthless place, with bare gray walls, plain long tables without tablecloths and plain long benches, no carpets on bare gray floor, and the children dressed in similar plain clothes, in dark blue and black under the harsh, yellow light of the light bulb without a lampshade. Tsunade was distantly aware that her killing intent thrummed through the room in almost audible thunder. She was so out of control it was unacceptable, but maybe it was appropriate all the same. After all, wasn't this whole mess the proverbial lighting from the clear sky, and didn't thunder always follow lightning? There was a man in the room. He wore no mask, but as he flickered to Tsunade in the space between two heartbeats his face was so blank there wasn't much difference. He was quick and silent and powerful, he was merciless, he was at unblue level, he was so outmatched it wasn't even fun. Tsunade struck fast and she struck bloodlessly to spare the children a little shock, and the man toppled over, groaning a little. These rash youngsters, she sighed and shook her head sadly. They don't make insurgents like they used to. Back when we fought in rain. The children jumped up, drawing kunai, wakizashi and other short swords, the youngest grabbing shuriken and all of them ready to jump her. Tsunade had to hide a smirk. Completely brash, a little fire and no survival instincts at all. Maybe they weren't that different from normal students after all. I am Godame Hokage y Senju Tsunade and that man was a traitor to Konoha, she thundered. Stand down and lower your weapons, soldiers. 20 children froze momentarily, their faces reflecting hesitance, some more, some almost managing to hide it. She is the Hokage. I have seen a picture of her, one of the older children said, a boy with brown, cropped hair. Immediately all children hid their kunai and swords and bowed deeply to her. Hokage-sama, they chanted as an eerie underground choir. Not one of them asked a question. We are fighting traitors to Konoha now. Tsunade spoke to them. No need to tell the root forces were the traitors here, not yet. You are to follow me and my men above ground. Don't engage in battle unless directly ordered to. I declare you ameliorated. Her words were met with pensive silence. But Hokage-sama, there aren't any windows we could be thrown out of. Is this why we are going to the upper levels? The same boy who had recognized her spoke with the slightest strain in his voice. Tsunade blinked. No, that's defenestrate. She means something else. A thin, doe-eyed girl corrected the boy. Tenseness barely there eased at her words, and Tsunade realized much to her horror that the kids really had thought she wanted to throw them out of a window. I thought defenestrating meant gelding. The bell-clear voice of a tiny, androgynous child rung out from the middle of the crowd. No, that's castrating and it doesn't count as a natural cause of death even if they are drunk. Yet another kid answered. Except if the dead person is Jiraiya-sama. Herr-senpai said so, but she didn't explain why. Wasn't that sabotage? The girl asked. That too, I guess, if they have a really important Kekkei Genkai, but vitiating means sabotaging. The silver-voiced child mused and bit his lower lip, appearing absurdly adorably precocious. Also, wholly disturbing. To ameliorate means making something or someone better. Now make a crocodile, follow me and don't make any noise. Tsunade interrupted the word of the day calendar recital before it got completely out of hand. She made a mental note that she needed to make several therapists' appointments because if children barely of age to enter the academy were contemplating castration as a viable sabotage strategy. None of the children were moving. Do you mean an area effect genjutsu, Hokage-sama? Or should we henge ourselves as crocodiles? The boy who had first spoken up asked her. The youngest haven't been taught either yet. Just form pairs, grab each other's hands and follow me. Tsunade barked, painfully aware that the clock was ticking seconds away and they could be discovered any minute now. And like the world was mocking her, that was when a huge boom rattles the floor under their feet like an underground thunderstorm, the echoes bouncing off the walls. What had happened? They hadn't sent the distress signal, and the attack wasn't supposed to start before her group got out. She herded the children out of the mess hall with the help of Cat and Sai, ASP keeping watch in an intersection of tunnels, and swore to herself that unless there were some really mitigating circumstances she was going to do some defenestrating, castrating being a very real possibility as well. 070, Storm. It had been a nice, mild winter so far, but now the fierce wind and the clouds massing southeast of Iwa suggested that a storm was on its way, and it was going to be a big one. It was midnight, and Deidara was walking home from the mission office, dusty from the road, tired and annoyed and hoping Tomomi hadn't been sent on a mission alone, while he had been running after a turned informant halfway across the country. It wasn't that she didn't know how to take care of herself, but he always worried anyway. What if a client lied about the mission parameters? What if this situation simply shifted in an unfavorably way? Deidara knew that few plans survived contact with the enemy, and any random missing nin wandering through the area might cause trouble. It wasn't that he didn't trust Tomomi to take care of herself, but if the unlikely happened and something happened to her. He walked through the almost empty streets up to Tomomi's house. Iwagakure no Sato was built in a bowl-shaped valley surrounded by steep rock formations and cliff faces, and Tomomi's house was one of the upper ones. It was a real house that even had a handkerchief-sized garden, not an apartment, but it was awkwardly shaped, long and narrow, with a bathroom where sitting on the toilet required pushing the knees into the shower, and a kitchen that was, according to Tomomi, a head injury hazard if even one cabinet door was left open. This was why she was able to afford it with the Chunin wages. He had thought about asking her to move in with her, but the time was never right, somehow. If they weren't interrupted by someone at a fateful moment, she'd had a bad day or one of her friends had just been widowed, and he always lost his nerve at the last moment. But the life of a ninja was short and perilous, and he was determined. Today he would ask her. It was too late. Deidara returned to tracks of blood on the floor, and the clay statue he had made for Tomomi in pieces on the living room floor. Tomomi, he whispered, a cold hand squeezing his heart, desperation bringing a tang of numb disbelief and despair to his tongue. He walked the apartment like in a bad dream, thinking how she had been supposed to be safe in the village. Through the living room and into the bedroom through the kitchen. The bedroom window was open. No ninja worth their first shuriken would leave a window open, but then, Tomomi hadn't left of her own free will, now had she? There was a bloody handprint on the windowsill, and Deidara leaned over it, thinking about how easy it would be to die here, watching over the long drop to the lower levels of the village. But Tomomi had said that suicide wasn't an answer. She had said that wimpy defeatist attitude wasn't allowed in her house. He couldn't jump out of her window. But when he took a step back, his foot hit something, sending it clattering over the floor. The house was dark, and Deidara had to kneel to find the little thing, a piece of ceramic armor. It was a thin sliver that curved ever so slightly, bone white with a reddish-brown stain, and a bright red line. He had to fumble for a light to make certain, but yes, in the corner of that curvy piece of ceramic was the end of a red line. It was a piece of a mask. It was a piece of a mask, and Tomomi was nowhere to be seen, and there was blood on the floor. Deidara couldn't remember how he stumbled back into the living room, but there his foot hit a piece of clay, sending it clattering all over the floor. The noise echoed in his ears, the drum beat, and he stared, he remembered. A part of him was thinking of practicalities, of the inner sanctuary and the Tsuchikage private library, and the classified section of the mission archives as the shattered statue of a dove filled his whole field of vision. Another part finally understood why Tomomi had said that suicide wasn't an answer. She had been right, like always. He had just lost the only person who had ever understood him when even his parents had flinched away from his precocious, disquieting questions. It wasn't fair, but he wasn't looking for fair, and he wasn't looking for death either. Not for his own death, anyway. I will be a good shinobi for you, Tomomi-chan. I will find out who is responsible. And then... He looked at the broken piece of art on the floor and smiled. He wasn't looking for fairness, He was just looking for who he could point the blame at and blast away. Art is a blast. Chapter 15. 071. Broken. Konoha had two councils, the council proper and the assembly. While the Hokage was the military dictator of the village and on paper had the last word in absolutely everything, in practice he or she had to listen to the other powers that be simply to keep the cogs running smoothly and to avoid turning the village into Kumo or, gods forbid, Kiri. The council proper consisted of the Hokage's appointed advisors and it was most often consulted on matters of the village. Danzo had been a strange in-between person, not officially a member of the council, but often taking part in its meetings all the same. But right now Danzo was the issue and the council proper was under house arrest. Hopefully only until they were found innocent. Hopefully they would be found innocent. So the day after the second dissolving of the root, Tsunade called together the assembly. The composition of the assembly was more fluid than the council proper's. The major clan leaders were usually part of it, as were the ninja holding an office of importance, and when the matters concerned trade and other civilian business, the representatives of the civilian powers were invited as well. The rule of the thumb was that everyone who needed to be heard would take part. In this instance, as the case of Danzo and the root was strictly military matter and classified 7 ways to Sunday, the only people present were the Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Aburame and Inazuka clan leaders and Marino Ibiki in the capacity of the head of the torture and interrogation. Order in the council room! Tsunade called over Tsume's bickering with Hayashi and Shibi's speculation over the return of Sasuke and the rumors of Danzo falling off the Hokage's window with Shikaku, hitting the table with enough force to send a crack through it. Gentleman and lady. And Ibiki. Ibiki nodded his head towards her as his name was called, the twitch of his lips stretching his scars. I am aware that many rumors are circulating in the village regarding yesterday's occurrences. It was indeed a busy day and I have called you here to confirm several of those rumors. This is true, Uzumaki Naruto brought Uchiha Sasuke back to the village, along with a defector from Oto and another from Kiri. Tsunade felt a little bad leaving Tsubaki's name off this initial announcement, but Tsubaki was already a jounin and while ninja were supposed to be exempt from the effects of the first impression, well, they were only human. With the possible exception of Hyuga Hayashi, who Tsunade was certain had become the anthropomorphic personification of stuffiness when the late Uchiha Fugaku had left the post open post-mortem. She wanted these people to think, Naruto, whenever they though. The return of the Uchiha. Good boy! Tsume's laugh was throaty, bark-like, wild. But her good humor didn't last. Hope you are belling that cat good and proper, Tsunade. My son came back from that rescue mission bleeding. And he wasn't even the one hurt badly. She barked, prompting a distressed noise and white knuckles from Chuza. His son's life had hung by a thin, fraying thread, only saved when Shikamaru had granted Tsunade a use of the Nara clan's medical book, something completely unprecedented. She didn't comment, knowing that was an argument best left to another day. This is also true. Danzo has been found guilty of several counts of high treason and many lesser offenses. The root has been disbanded the second time and he died yesterday resisting arrest. Councilors Midokado and Yutane are under house arrest pending the results of the investigation into their actions, Tsunade declared instead, and as the voices were raised in questions, protests and general shock, she knew that nothing short of the second coming of Kyubi would bring an order to this chaos for a good long while. Tsunade had wanted Danzo taken in alive if at all possible, but the reports of her umbu made it clear that as much as would have liked to blame Kabuto for going against her orders, Danzo hadn't shown any signs of intending to surrender, and had even been on offensive for a good part of the fight. He had survived the initial electrocution and the fall off the tower with a few third-degree burns on his arm, 2 cracked ribs, a concussion and a broken ulna. Long life of molding chakra made even an old body sturdy like that. But in the end he hadn't been in any condition to counteract the poison of the snake technique Kabuto had reverse-engineered from Enko, and while Shizen had tried to save his life her efforts had been in vain. But maybe it was for the best. The old adage about a clan divided not standing firm had survived all these centuries for a reason. Not that the Hyuga were going to admit it or anything, but that was neither here nor there. Granted, Danzo hadn't shouldered the whole blame for the Uchiha would-be uprising. While a good shinobi, Uchiha Fugaku hadn't been an apt politician, and his refusal to compromise on anything had painted his clan nicely into the political corner. The whole clan had been proud to the point of being stupid and refused to admit even to the possibility of a bastard Sharingan holder. Never mind that many shinobi had to take that sort of mission as well as kunoichi, and sometimes condoms just broke or were faulty, and that teenagers weren't always, or ever, the most responsible people even in the most respectable clans. And certainly nobody twisted their proverbial arm behind their proverbial back and forced them to conspire against the village. But the rumors about the Uchiha being behind the Kyuubi attack could be traced to Danzo's doorstep. Danzo had certainly played on Fugaku's refusal to compromise, demanding the clan accept this, that and the other limitation to prove their loyalty, and then working to undermine the trust of the other clans with every refusal. He had driven the Uchiha to stand back to back, all living in the compound, and then blamed them of secularism. Towards the end of his witch hunt, the Uchiha had been almost as much outcasts as Naruto, and that was saying something. Tsunade couldn't even tell if Danzo had honestly thought the Uchiha were a threat, and had created an enemy where once had been an ally, or if his motives had been less altruistic. The autopsy done on his body had certainly been telling. Maybe it was for the best that the man was gone for good, with no chance to wriggle out of his just deserts. Konoha had been broken for a long time, and he had been the one conquering his own by driving wedges between comrades in arms. Where Danzo had broken, Naruto fixed. And maybe, just maybe, he could fix things once more when not if, but when Sasuke inevitably found out, and things got broken again. 072, fixed. The day after Sasuke's return to Konoha and the battle against the Root saw the group confined to the Uchiha compound, discreetly watched by several Umbu to make sure everyone stayed where they had been ordered to. In Sasuke's case, this was because Tsunade was worried about him changing his mind the last second and running away again before his hearing. In Kabuto's case, the restrictions weren't as much about him possibly running away as they were about what he could do in Konoha if left unchecked. Naruto was ordered to stay there and keep an eye on them because he had the best track record with the two, and the Sai and Taiki were thrown into the bargain because as new defectors they had to be kept under careful watch as well, and that job was handed to Tsubaki as an unofficial punishment because she had failed to keep an eye and reins on Naruto. She had then mildly pointed out that maybe that wasn't the best referral she could have for a job like this, a comment which had earned her an account book to the forehead and a quick trip to the compound. Sakura didn't really have to stay with the rest of them, but it would have taken greatly superior numbers and a bloody battle to keep her out. Naruto had asked Kabuto to look after Sai and keep him from annoying the Umbu, pretty pleased with fish cake on top, and Taiki was busy teaching Tsubaki some water jutsu, sword strike combination. This only left one cloud darkening the happy blue sky. "A D rank!" Sasuke complained. "They made me a D rank!" Naruto grimaced as he thought of the mission ranking his and Tsubaki-chan's charges had been given. He was convinced that was just extra bit of punishment for the great sin of generating more paperwork for the Hokage-sama, but since he was basically getting paid for hanging out with his friends, he figured he couldn't complain. "I think they are snubbing me, actually." Wait, what was he even thinking? "Never mind, it's obviously all about you," he corrected himself. They were all in the great living room of Sasuke's old house, cleaning the place. It had been left abandoned since the jerk had run away with Orochimaru, and a force of vicious dust bunnies had invaded the place, strengthened their positions, and now they were waging siege warfare against the resettlers. The casualties so far included Sakura-chan's prettier cleaning clothes, worn and a bit small, but also very becoming shade of pink, and 7 cleaning rags. Now boys, there is plenty of blame to share," Sakura-chan chastised them gently, attacking a trench behind a bookcase with a lofty swing of her duster. "It's clearly both of you. Ma, it's good to see you all so lively." A very familiar voice spoke from behind them. They all jumped from surprise and turned swiftly around. There in the doorway slouched a very familiar figure holding a very familiar-looking orange book in his hand. To think I returned from a mission to find that the lost boy has found his way back home at last. Kakashi-sensei's words were lazy, soft, but when he stepped inside, Naruto just got the feeling like someone had dropped a full crate of something really heavy on really soft, yieldy mattress. The whole room seemed to dip from the sudden intensity in the air, and he felt the need to say something, anything, to ease it a bit. Sasuke's been demoted to D rank. He was quick to quip, and then he could breathe again. Luckily, he was quick enough to dodge the punch Sasuke aimed at him as well. I'm going to kill you! Sasuke growled, but didn't actually jump at Naruto. He hid behind Kakashi-sensei's back just to be certain and struck his tongue out at Sasuke. Nyeh! He taunted his teammate. Sasuke's face was a picture of pure disbelief. Naruto's founded a cult. Sakura-chan joined in with a sing-song tattletale voice, leaning against the wall. Her smile was really, really pretty, and Naruto thought it was a great shame and crime she tried to hide it behind her hand. But Sakura-chan's learned a heart-exploding jutsu from Kabuto, he countered. The cult was really Taiki's fault. Kabuto joined in, walking through the door. Kakashi-sensei tensed a little, shifting his weight to the balls of his feet, ready to spring into motion. Kabuto just smiled beatifically. I merely saved Naruto from becoming Yakuza, Taiki protested, walking in behind Kabuto. Sai and Tsubaki followed as well, crowding the room very thoroughly. Sai was too busy staring at them like they were all doing something terribly fascinating to say anything, luckily. That was half Tsubaki-chan's fault, Naruto protested as Kakashi-sensei's raised eyebrow turned towards his direction. It was creepy how well that eyebrow could talk. But Naruto started it, Tsubaki-chan tattled, that traitor. No apple dumplings for her. Well, Kakashi's mouth drawled, while his single visible eyebrow clearly asked when being Naruto had turned into a socially transmitted disease somehow. It even had a great sarcastic lilt. Naruto was very proud he had managed to inspire it. I see you are having a great time regressing to academy students. Don't tell Tsunade-chan. We are supposed to be suffering as much as she is. Naruto shushed him and Sakura-chan laughed. It made something deep inside him relax at last, something that had been tied into knots for so long he hadn't even noticed anymore. Sasuke team had returned, Kakashi-sensei was there and Sakura-chan was laughing. His team was finally fixed, Kabuto had returned, he had a lot of new friends and all was well in the world now. 073. Light. Sakura didn't particularly like or trust Kabuto, but she had learned that heart-exploding medical jutsu from him. There was a reason for this. She was making an effort for the future. Out of Team 7, Sakura was the only one with a chance of normalcy, for any given value of normal the life of a kunoichi could hold. Naruto was doomed from the birth. He was holding Kyuubi and the Akatsuki was after him because of that. Sasuke was doomed from the moment Itachi went out of his mind and killed his whole clan. Now he had to somehow get revenge despite Itachi being, well, Itachian creeps like Orochimaru were after him because he was the last Sharingan holder unless Itachi counted. And again Itachi? Sakura would have been very surprised if anyone had decided to go after that man when Sasuke was still an option. But Sakura had her chance of a relatively simple life and good life expectancy. She could make Chunin and become a good field medic with a few good genjutsu to throw at her enemies. She could get married to Sasuke or someone else and retire from active service to raise children. It would be respectable enough. Please teach me, Kabuto-sensei, she asked, bowed to the man like a good pupil should. She didn't like him, and she didn't trust him, but she figured she could trust Naruto to screw even the most messed up head in the world straight. Aren't you already Godame's student, Sakura-chan? Why come to me? Kabuto asked, but Sakura got the feeling that he wasn't refusing her as much as he was weighing her. The brightest light casts the darkest, sharpest shadows. Sakura thought of Sasuke-kun and Naruto, and her smile illuminated the darkening courtyard. The shadows she cast behind her would have done a Nara proud. Tsunade sure shows the best medic in the world and she could beat you in a fight, hands down, but she wouldn't. I want to learn to fight dirty. I want to learn to take down someone leagues above myself by doing something totally underhanded. Please, at least give me pointers on what kind of techniques I should develop. Not that Sakura would ever do anything too evil, like that terrifying Edo Tensei technique for example, because she had standards. But she didn't have a biju or that strange charisma of Naruto that could apparently be weaponized as a kind of an unholy bastard offspring of therapy and a mind control jutsu. She didn't even have Kekkei Genkai or any inborn genius. She was just a clever girl with naturally low chakra reserves and good chakra control to make up for it. She was just a girl with a chance for normal and two teammates who were anything but. Screw normal. Harino Sakura was making an informed decision. She was scared, so scared, but people who abandoned their teammates were worse than trash. One day she would stand out in the fields against Itachi or Kisame or some other shinobi their caliber, and they would never see her coming. 074 Dark. Naruto managed to drag Kakashi-sensei out of the house eventually. It wasn't easy because he insisted on supervising the cleaning of the house, which Naruto was sure was an excuse to stare at Sasuke and make sure he really was there and watch he wasn't going anywhere. But now it was dark and everybody had either fallen asleep or at least gone to bed for the night, and Naruto had a chance to tell his version of the story, without unnecessary comments from the peanut gallery about luring the unwary into his free love hippie commune cult with food, thank you not Sai. And okay, maybe he had missed Kakashi-sensei a little. But just a little. And definitely not the way he was always late to everything. Hey, you were late again. Everything's already over. He pointed and laughed, leaning back on the porch. The Uchiha compound really was eerily quiet and dark at night. The rest of Konoha always had streetlights and people walking out on the streets, shinobi returning from their night shifts and vendors moving their merchandise when most people were sleeping. But while the Uchiha compound wasn't surrounded by walls, it could almost have been its own little village within Konoha. A ghost village. There was this mayor in the Iron Country that had a really bad spider problem in the town hall, and he asked me to sweep the webs away for him. Kakashi-sensei explained. He was sitting on the railing by the porch, legs dangling over the side. So what is this I keep hearing about your cult? It's not my fault. At first it was just Taiki making an excuse to stay in T country longer so he could defect, and he didn't know I'm a Jinchuriki. Then Miwa-chan heard about it, and she got all excited, and the last I checked she was making Yondaime and Shodame saints too and making up a lot of profound-sounding proverbs, and I swear there is no free love involved, period. Naruto was swinging his arms around, flailing about, and he noticed that now Kakashi-sensei was looking him straight to the face when he had just been scanning the rooftops. There that intensity was again, the same heavy feeling when he had earlier greeted Sasuke team. Naruto squirmed, trying to come up with something to say again, and then the heaviness lifted on its own. Proverbs, huh? How about this? It is the spirit that walks a person through darkness, he asked cheerily. Naruto groaned. Kakashi-sensei, stop collaborating! She's bad enough as she is. And should you even be encouraging this anyway? It would be just like Kakashi-sensei to throw in with the cult idea just so he could watch Tsunade-bachan blame Naruto for the whole thing, and do that I laugh thing. Why had he missed the Ero-sensei Jr. anyway? He must have hit his head one time too many when Ero-sensei the first was putting him through dodge training. In darkness all biju are black. The darkness conceals the hippopotamus. Kakashi-sensei went on, unashamed. What those even mean? Naruto moaned. Next you are going to say something about the sound of one hand clapping in the dark. Mean sensei, making fun of him in his hour of need. See if Kakashi-sensei got any dumplings either, that would teach him. And no ramen for him. Then Kakashi-sensei did something he had never done before in Naruto's hearing. He laughed. It was a very normal sound, but that was why it was actually pretty creepy. It wasn't the usual perverted giggle they heard when Kakashi-sensei got to a dirty joke in his ever-present books. Naruto could have done without having to know about those, damn cheap-ass Jiraiya-sensei for not getting a real proofreader, or the amused half-snort when he and Sakura-chan and Sasuke did something stupid. It was a real ha-ha-ha laugh like normal people made, and Naruto was struck by the instinct to make no sudden moves, to make calming shushing noises with a mellow tone and back away slowly. So Sensei is a saint now? Kakashi-sensei mused and shook his head. That's one cult I can get behind of. 075. Shade. In IWA, Jiraiya's name was Kenji. His hair was short and dark, his build slim, and there was little of his exuberant personality in evidence. If anything, Kenji held shades of the studious, serious Orochimaru of those long-past days when the Sannin were still young and invincible and all on the same side of the right enough and the totally wrong. A special Akimichi pill had taken care of his build, though gaining the muscle mass back afterwards was always a bitch, and cutting and regrowing hair was easy, but his best disguise was to shed Jiraiya like a snake would shed its too small skin. Ah damn, he was being sentimental. Thinking about Naruto and his errant teammate did that to him, but he had little choice right now other than remain in the house he had rented, staring at a wall and thinking. The sleeping beauty currently occupying his bed saw to that. He had happened upon her the night before, on his way back from the secret meeting between Kakuzu and an IWA representative he had witnessed. He had taken a shortcut through an alley between a blacksmith's forge and a shoemaker's shop and almost tripped over the legs of the girl leaning against a dirty wall. She had managed a surprisingly good concealing genjutsu considering the condition she was in. His first thought had been that she had picked a foolish place to drink, and the second thought had been oh shit. She was pretty enough, Jiraiya supposed, in the girl next door kind of way. Her hair had been dark in the shadows of the alley, her lips red with her own blood and her skin white like a woman's who is suffering from severe blood loss. When he had been frozen in indecision just for a second, she had opened her eyes and seen Jiraiya. That was fairly shocking. Jiraiya took no pains to deny his many talents. What good was sundial in a shade? But one of those talents was to hide his talents, to become one with the shade and become as inconsequential as a mass-produced clay pot. Jiraiya never used henge or genjutsu when infiltrating a hidden village if he could avoid it, never. Only Konoha had Byakugan, unless those unconfirmed rumors about one Jounin and Kiri turned out to be true, but there were always chakra techniques, jutsu, hidden seals in all important buildings. All ninja had good eyes and a serving of professional paranoia, or they were soon dead ninja. He would shed muscle mass with a pill, cut and dye his hair, and use makeup to carefully cover his tattoos. And Tsunade said that the time spent in geisha houses was time wasted. It wasn't uncomplicated to make convincing physical changes, but those couldn't be seen through. But the girl hadn't looked at his hair, his skin, his bulk, or even the attitude he had projected. She had looked at the bone structure of his face, and her eyes had brightened with recognition. Jiraiya had been about to finish her when she had whispered, "Jiraiya of the Sannin. Good, tell Deidara, or Hill, bad things," and promptly fainted after. He had taken her with him and dressed her wounds just for that. Jiraiya had good instincts, but it didn't take a spy genius to figure out that when a woman wearing an IWA headband was found bleeding in an alley, happy to see a Sannin in her village and rambling about the much-speculated Tsuchikage candidate, something was afoot. If only she would wake up so he could get to asking questions. She had barely twitched in over 20 hours. "Don't you think it's time to wake up, lady?" Jiraiya asked her. This was when the sky itself seemed to explode. The boom was huge, like a whole mountain had broken in half. It was more than mere noise. The floor trembled under Jiraiya's feet, and he could feel the sound at the roots of his teeth. The echoes bounded off the mountain faces and stone walls outside like cracks of thunder. Jiraiya was out of the window and up on the roof in under 3 seconds, and the sight that lit the Iwagakure night made his jaw drop. The Tsuchikage tower had been covered in a cloud of fine stone dust, lit reddish and burnt yellow by the flames consuming it. Chapter 16. Where Tsubaki totally trolls the Konoha rumor mill and Kabuto makes a diagnosis. 076. Who? The tea country was a remote place, But Kiri was aware of Sat and Naruto due to Taiki's report now, and Orochimaru had lifted his face from his experiments long enough to notice that Kabuto and Sasuke were still missing. Think about the implications for a second and turn the air blue for half an hour without the aid of a single jutsu. Orochimaru knew about Uzumaki and Jinchuriki. Kiri knew about the cult, and the truth was that neither place was spy-free. IWA had several infiltrators in Kiri, while Taki and Kumo had managed each to insert a man in Oto, not the same man. Hilarious though that might have been, and Konoha along with Suna had spies in Kiri, IWA and Kumo respectively, and now a lot of important people were asking questions. Who was Sat and Naruto? In Konoha, the intelligence people were banging their heads against their desks and wondering just how they were supposed to explain this to their superiors. In Suna, the intelligence people were in a tizzy because of the Kazakage's lackadaisical attitude towards whole thing. Just what was he thinking? And what were these people thinking, calling Jinchuriki saints? Maybe it said something about Naruto that in Konoha that didn't enter the consideration at this point. When the word reached Princess Kazuhana Koiki of the Snow Country, she wondered a bit about the surname before concluding that giving a false name was a ninja thing. That Naruto wasn't that common a name, and given the messianic tendencies, what were the chances? There wasn't a pre-existing form for congratulating a person for founding a cult, so she got to create one. The people of the Wave Country had no idea what Jinchuriki meant, but it was just like Naruto to protect the world, so that was obviously him. And of course other people heard as well. 2 of them were of Konoha and officially dead, 1 of Konoha and only officially a traitor. The orphans of the rain that cries with sorrow, and the rest of them heard of the man who said the Jinchuriki were saints, heroes, to be revered. They heard the name Naruto, and most of them weren't fooled by Satu for a minute. The rest of them would all ask the same question, some befuddled, some amused, some pitying, and some just plain scared. The last mentioned were maybe the wisest. Just who was Sat and Naruto? Those who knew the name asked the same, but for them, who took a bit different connotation. 077. What? The day after, like Naruto counted from the return to the village, Tsubaki had been let out of the Uchiha compound, and she was on her way to fulfill a promise. Heads turned after her on the streets and conversation stilled, but now the air was speculating instead of accusing, curious rather than judging. Tsubaki didn't need to hear the half-stifled whispers, Danzo, and Uchiha, and Uzumaki, to know what had eclipsed her former relationship with Mizuki in the Konoha rumor mill. The truth was that all ninja were irrepressible rumor-mongers. Intelligence was a matter of life and death, and petty gossip made for good dry practice. Nosiness was the other occupational disease spread by whisper infection, and curiosity killed the cat because shinobi didn't like competition. So while Tsunade had managed to suppress the exact details of Sasuke's return, Danzo's death, and Naruto and Kabuto's role in the thing, it had been beyond even her power to keep the villagers from finding out that the top tier of the village had been upturned and shaken to see what would fall off, and now everyone wanted to find out the what. What had Danzo done that Hokage-sama had dueled him in her own office? It hadn't been Hokage-sama, some whispered, but Uzumaki, no Yakushi. Yeah, right, said others, like that weakling could win that fight, and like the traitor would even if he could. And what had Uzumaki done to get Uchiha back? What was he even doing back in the village without Jiraiya, and what was Yakushi doing back at all? What? It was very satisfying, she found out, to have the answers everyone wanted and a good excuse, a legitimate order to not tell anyone. Tsubaki preened under the stairs like a cat that had gotten the cream, ambushed the canary, and raided the pantry for the good measure. Every stool in Ichiraku was taken when Tsubaki arrived to the small restaurant, but then, she hadn't come to eat. The shinobi eating there weren't quite clumsy enough to fall silent or turn to stare when she pushed the cloth with the kanji for raku to the side and slipped in, but the men were following her from the corner of their eye. Ichiraku Tuchi stood with his back turned towards her, cooking something that smelled like ginger and prawns and brought water to Tsubaki's tongue, making her reconsider staying for a meal even though it wasn't 10 o'clock yet. I am busy boiling eggs with one hand and frying pork with another, noticed her and gave her a smile. Please wait just a moment, honorable customer. She chirped and pulled the pan from fire. No hurry, I'm just here to have a word with your father, she said, causing Tsuchi to look over his shoulder. His brow was furrowed when he no doubt tried to remember when he had met her, and why she would want to talk with him. Good morning, Tsubaki. The man sitting next to her greeted her. He was a jounin she knew by name, though they hadn't ever been precisely close friends. Good morning, Yoshikazu, she said and smiled like the sun. It was already promising to be a very beautiful day. I haven't seen you for a while, Tsubaki. I take it you just returned from a mission? He fished. You wouldn't see me before I left, Tsubaki thought, but strangely the thought brought her no pain. There was only gleeful anticipation. Oh dear. Naruto really was contagious. Well, yes, my last mission was to the Tea Country, as on-field support to Naruto, you see. She drew the moment of revelation on, pausing for a second to have everyone's full, undivided attention. I joined a cult there. A cult? Yoshikazu repeated weakly, and more than one man had to collect their jaw from the table. Tsubaki copied one of Kabuto's more beatific smiles the best she could. Yes, we believe in purifying ourselves by obeying the light of truth so that we have sincere love for our brothers and sisters, the power of the human sacrifice that protects us from the evil of the Biju, world peace through superior firepower and biodynamic cultivation. Would you like to have a pamphlet? Tsubaki was a good kunoichi and well used to hiding her inner thought. When she looked at the bulging goldfish eyes turned to her, it took all she had to not laugh out loud. She could swear her ribs were cracking, keeping it all in. This was when Tsuchi brought 2 bowls to the counter and turned towards Tsubaki. He raised one eyebrow in a way that told Tsubaki he didn't believe a word she had just said. Well, those were more like half-truths. Tsubaki wasn't in it for the faith, but she was in for the moral support. She owed Naruto that much at least. So what it was you wanted to talk about, Tsubaki-san? Tsuchi asked. I came to offer you my most sincere thanks, Tsubaki said, and then she struck quickly as a snake. She grabbed Tsuchi's collar, pulled his upper body over the counter, and crushed her mouth against his. Tsuchi made a small, surprised noise, and she took the opportunity to slip him some tongue. No sense not going all the way out after all. He tasted like miso, and Tsubaki nibbled on his lower lip a final time before releasing him. Thank you for being there for Naruto, she breathed in his ear before straightening. The silence that had fallen could have been cut with a kunai. Have a nice day, she wished the dumbstruck audience, and waved a little before traipsing away. Dad, have you joined a cult? Ayam's voice drifted out after her, and now Tsubaki snickered out loud. 078. Where? These things always took their time, of course, but the initial investigation suggested that Mitokado Hamura and Yudatane Koharu had been beguiled by Danzo rather than collaborators, a fact which made Tsunade very happy. The years had disillusioned them, naturally, but the trust in Danzo and his words and opinion they couldn't fully explain or rationalize when asked some pointed questions had been encouraging. Just replacing Danzo was going to be a nightmare. The man had been traitorous, but he had been a bureaucratically inclined, hard-working traitor, and being forced to fully sideline the 2 elders would make matters that much worse. She would get a new council after the rest of the affairs were in order, of course. No matter how much Hamura and Koharu were innocent and used, keeping them would be to make herself appear weak, and while being forced to retire was a shame, they were old and tired, forced to hold their office for far longer than they should have because the next generation had lacked clearly fitting replacements. It was like with Sandaime, someone who really was too old for the job holding it. He had been physically strong, but more than raw strength was called in the position. Sandaime had been tired. Now he had died in the office he had already once retired from. At least Hamura and Koharu would get to die in peace. But while this issue was now out of the way, it still left several more to consider, one of them what to do with the Roots remains. There just wasn't place in the system where the kids could be put. Only 2 men had been taken alive in a fight, and they were now entertained by the torture and interrogation, gagged so they couldn't bite their tongue, their chakra sealed so they couldn't perform a suicide jutsu, and under constant suicide watch. What would be done with them was clear. Sai was the only actual defector and his position was clear enough as well, but the rescued children were a bit of a dilemma. They needed to be deprogrammed and integrated into the proper Konoha, which was proving to be a particularly complicated matter. They need a proper, home-like environment to acclimate to Konoha, Hayashi declared. But not by the Hyuga. You are practically a cult, Sim complained and Hishi's face reddened. At least we don't raise our children in a kennel, he sniped back, to which Sim barked that at least the Inuzuka didn't brand their own like cattle. Really, some days Tsunade hoped that the assembly had one communal neck she could wrap her hand around. After this, someone had proposed Naruto, and the idea had gotten some reserved support, much to Tsunade's surprise and delight. But the truth was that Konoha valued results, and turning a clearly psychotic Jinchuriki around in mid-invasion had been something that had knocked several socks off even before the boy had proceeded to drag Tsunade back and now do the same to Sasuke and Kabuto. No one really understood Naruto's method, but no one questioned its effectiveness either. What wound up bombing that idea was that Naruto was to leave Konoha with Jiraiya again right when Tsunade's perverted teammate could be reached. That kind of entourage just wouldn't be practical. What about Yumino Irika then? Isn't he the one practically raised Naruto? Shikaku asked. The job is too big for one person, but we could assign him some help. This made Tsunade immediately think of Tsubaki, and that was just perfect. So Irika didn't really deserve the headache, but then, he seemed to like dealing with pre-genin hellions, considering he had refused 2 jounin evaluations. They needed a place, now they had 2 people. That was good enough in her books. 079. When? Hyuga Hinata was twiddling her thumbs as she gazed upon the old Uchiha compound. Somewhere there was her Naruto-kun, back in the village as the hero who had brought Sasuke back and done some other things she had heard her father alluding to when he had talked to her grandaunt back in home. She was so happy people could finally see him like she did, her heart filled with warm bubbles that felt so real she would have feared anyone of her blood could see them, could see her happiness should they simply activate their Byakugan. It would be perfect if she only dared to go into the compound. Well, technically the compound hadn't been declared off-limits, now had it? And she only wanted to learn when she might go there with permission, when she might meet Naruto, and how long it would be until he had to leave the village again. Maybe it would be all right if she just quickly snuck in and then out again? Just to get the timetable? Byakugan, she whispered and allowed her chakra to flow through familiar pathways. There were 4 shapes of adult men and a woman, glowing bright blue with strong reserves and well-exercised pathways, almost illuminated silhouettes seen through the negative of the many walls and trees of the compound, but 2 of them were on the other side of the compound. Of course, that was where Naruto was as well, along with Sakura, Sasuke, a female jounin she knew by looks though not by name, and an unknown man. Naruto was there, his unique chakra tinted with deep-buried red so it glowed purple, bubbling like the water of a hot spring, radiating mental energy like a campfire radiated heat in the cold of a winter night. This was why he was so beautiful to her, not because of his golden hair and blue eyes and happy, sunny tan, though that was of course nice as well. It was how he was that much more open than anyone else, how she could see more of him than of other people, right into the color of taste of burnt orange on ginger, mental component of his chakra because it was just that bright. And open, high-level jounin hid what they were, but Naruto was open and he was beautiful like a clear jewel that had been cut and polished a bit amateurishly, but that was obviously flawless on the inside. Knowing what he held within and still remained like that simply took Hinata's breath away. She would have to go there and speak in front of everyone, but hadn't she promised to herself she would be braver, just a little braver every day until she was ready? Maybe that day had come now. She walked across the street and slipped through a small opening in the hedgerow between 2 houses, intent on making her way to Naruto. She had seen 2 of the Umbu watching 2 separate people, one a young boy, stronger than Hinata was, who was sitting under a tree and drawing something. The other was a taller man who looked familiar, though he was a bit too far for Hinata to say who he was. but the way he managed to not give away that much of his chakra despite the tenketsu being clearly visible suggested a high-level shinobi. Even knowing this, she was startled when he stood before her in a flash of chakra and green leaves, his stance much too easygoing for the quick reaction. "I see I came to timetable eep." It was Yakushi Kabuto. He had been Orochimaru's spy. What was he doing back in Konoha, in the same place with Naruto? Oh. Hinata-san. What might your business here be? He asked. With your Byakugan activated, no less? He inquired gently. Hinata felt flush rising to his cheeks as she deactivated her bloodline hastily. I came, Damn her traitorous tongue for betraying her like this. The ambush she had seen had been hiding behind a corner when she last saw him, watching the meeting surreptitiously. I see, Hinata-san. I am a medic nin and I see you suffer from a morhurios. Physicians of the Sage of Six Paths time thought of it as a kind of melancholy, brought about by the humorous infection of the middle ventricle of the brain. Kabuto said, his voice smooth and mild like milk. It was a side effect of the Byakugan that the Hyuga tended to taste what they saw and see sounds. Synesthesia was the medical term. Kabuto's voice was white with almost pearl-like sheen of steel gray around the edges. But why hadn't anyone noticed she was sick? That kind of thing showed in the chakra. The infection is caused by thinking continually on the image of the loved one. Kabuto continued, and Hinata's voice was suffocated deep in her throat. The world dimmed in the corners of her vision. Hey! I mean, she managed to breathe. This will reach the point where it becomes almost impossible to think of anything else. The silver-haired man continued mercilessly, and Hinata fainted dead away. 080. Why? Yumino Irika was humming happily as he penned the requisition forms for a field trip outside of Konoha his class would take 2 weeks from now. The forms only needed to be returned 3 days before the day, but considering the extra paperwork the whole village administration was bound to struggle with, and the backlog it was going to create, better safe than sorry. Survival exercises were something that couldn't be substituted with in-village training. That brought back memories of Naruto. When he had taken that class camping in the forest for a week, Naruto had proven that while he might struggle in many subjects, survival wasn't one of them. He had made a fine shelter from fallen branches, moss and vines, and when the children were told to catch fish for lunch, Naruto had waded into the river and snatched fish off it barehanded. Other students had tried to copy the boy, but only gotten wet in the process, and Irika thought it had done very good for Naruto's self-esteem. And now his favorite student was back in the village. Irika knew that teachers weren't supposed to have favorites, but he had long since concluded that since Naruto was everyone else's unfavorite, it was just fair that the boy had someone in his corner. And now Naruto was back, with Sasuke no less. Irika's grin widened, but a shadow followed the happiness when he remembered that he hadn't been allowed to meet Naruto yet. It wasn't simply Sasuke, no, Elder Shimura Danzo had wound up dead, thrown off the Hokage's window. And Naruto was somehow connected to this as well. But he didn't worry too much. Naruto was all right. Hatake Kakashi had confirmed that much. And he had an informant he was certain he could convince to talk to him, Tsubaki-chan. She was back in the village as well, and even if she technically shouldn't speak to him, well, he was certain he could covertly guilt-trip her into spilling the beans by making careful allusions of friends standing by each other through thick and thin. He was called the nice one in Konoha, and that was true. That didn't mean he didn't know how to get what he wanted when the situation called for it. Back to the little hellions. Suzume-sensei groaned and stretched, popping her back in a way that sounded deliciously relieving. Target practice for the next 2 hours. For you? They were sitting in the teacher's lounge, along with most of the academy sensei. Poor Hiroshi and Tsunayuki had to take the recess watch, and no one envied the two any, as that was almost more draining than 2 hours of mathematics. In the lounge there was at least sweet coffee, strong and black, scorching hot. In the academy, coffee came in 3 descending stages: coffee, medical jutsu, and paint remover. Iruka took a big gulp from his cup and relished in the revitalizing burn of it as it corroded his esophageal mucosa going down. Free period and after that taijutsu. After that. He didn't have time to finish his sentence when the door to the lounge opened and Tsubaki-chan walked in. The first thing he noticed about her was that she looked a lot better than she had when she left for that mission. The spring was back to her steps and the tightness around her eyes was gone now, the upwards curve of her lips replaced by a genuine smile. He had been right. Naruto was the best therapy and, despite his voracious appetite, much more affordable than the private sector. There was, of course, the public sector, but that was the TNI ninja moonlighting, and even though everybody knew they were on their customers' side in that setting. "It's nice to see you, Tsubaki-chan. How have you been?" he called out to her. It was impossible to not notice how his fellow teachers cast marginally discreet glances at Tsubaki, and the conversations they were carrying became distracted as they strained to hear this, and he would have been angry with them, well aware of how the rumors had gotten to her, except her smirk really reminded him of Naruto all of a sudden, Naruto just before a smoke bomb went off or the toilets flooded. "I'm wonderful," she said, and closed the distance between them until she stood practically on his toes. "And you are wonderful too." She kissed him. It wasn't a sisterly peck to the cheek like those Iruka had previously gotten from her, nor was it the sweet, inquiring, chaste closed-mouthed kiss he would have expected from her if he ever considered the possibility of Tsubaki proposing to him. It made his eyes slide close, and even then red spots danced in the darkness before them. It made him dizzy, it stole his breath and made his fingertips tingle. It involved a lot of nipping and sucking, and it was over much too soon. He only realized Tsubaki had pushed him backwards over his desk when he opened his eyes to look up her. Those red lips brushed against his ear. "Thank you for being so good to Naruto. I wish I had been too." With these parting words, Tsubaki took to the window. She was out of it before Iruka could even summon enough brain power to process her words, let alone get back up. "Are you lovers, Iruka?" Suzume's voice reached an octave Iruka hadn't previously known it could. He blushed even redder than he already was, beet red, blood red, when he saw that every soul in the lounge was staring at him. No, she was just happy. I did something for her," he tried. The eyebrows raised in concert made it clear that the truth had failed to convince anyone. "So why was she kissing you then? That didn't look like simple gratitude?" Shoichi drawled, winking at him. "Could it be just really good afterglow?" "Please be your speculation to yourself, we are in school building." Iruka groused, and pressed his face to his hands. He knew that it didn't much matter what he would say now. Any comment could only make the matter worse because that hadn't been a thank you kiss. And he would have bet a good amount of money that was precisely why Tsubaki-chan had done it. There was a moment in most ninjas' life, those who lived long enough in any rate, when they realized that it didn't and shouldn't matter what complete strangers thought of them because life was short, and their kind lived hard and fast and probably wouldn't leave a very pretty body behind. What did it matter that some people thought academy teachers weren't real shinobi, if that was what you wanted to do with your life? So what if green spandex and the flames of youth made the passerby cringe, or, Iruka admitted this only very reluctantly, reading porn in public was supposed to be mortifying. Sticks and stones could break the bones of someone really bad at dodging, but if you actually got your bones broken for a living, words suddenly seemed a lot less daunting. Naruto had learned this much sooner than anyone should, and it seemed that he had taught the lesson to Tsubaki-chan, who was now reveling in the novelty of the freedom it gave her. Good for her. Well, she was sent out to assist Naruto and they came back with Sasuke, and isn't Iruka practically Naruto's dad anyway? Maybe they conspired together to give her a chance to kill the bastard who turned Mizuki? Two birds with one stone and all. But didn't Kabuto come back to the village alive? Do you think Mizuki might have suffered a sad accident in the prison? His colleagues were going to try to hit the why of the curious case of the sensei and the hot kiss for the next month at the very least, and everyone was going to ask him questions when he had lesson plans to make or quizzes to grade. It was going to be a really long month. Chapter 17. Where the consequences are laid out. 081. How? That evening saw Naruto happily bouncing up the stairs to Irika's floor in the old apartment building. Tsunade-chan had finally let them out of quarantine, and he had been already in the village for ages without seeing his old teacher. He didn't want Irika-sensei to think he didn't respect him anymore now that Ero-sensei had taken over. Maybe Irika-sensei didn't know the really cool stuff, but he had at least taught Naruto consistently 7 hours a day and 5 days a week, even when he had to chase Naruto down and drag him to the academy in ropes. Not that Naruto had made him do that more often than once a year once he realized that Irika-sensei really cared and it wasn't nice to evade him. He paused a bit before knocking on the door, thinking that maybe he should have brought Sasuke with him because Irika-sensei had to be worried for him. Irika-sensei was like that. He worried for everyone and especially everybody he had ever taught. When you leave the academy, your ass belong to the village, but your well-being is Irika-sensei's. He had once tried to explain it to Sakura-chan. Don't say such crude things! Sakura-chan had shouted and thrown him with a sandal. They had this problem where they spoke with each other and had 2 different conversations. But maybe Sakura-chan had understood after all, because every time she sprained a wrist or an ankle in a school spar, she went to Irika-sensei after the practice without complaining about being all right at all and allowed herself be properly fussed over. That girl called Ami or something had called Sakura-chan a teacher's pet, but then Ino had kicked Ami's ass to the curb in the next spar they had and Ami got fussed at instead. Irika-sensei, I'm back! He shouted and knocked to the door. He actually had a key as well. Irika-sensei had given it to him after the 17th time he had tried to break in and got tangled in his rope traps instead. But he had also said that it was really impolite to just march into other people's homes without knocking if they were inside. Naruto had tried to break in to prank his sensei, and he had practically squirmed with shame when Irika-sensei had smiled and told him he trusted Naruto with the key. He had never pranked Irika-sensei in his home after all, but kept that stuff in school. Wait a minute! Naruto, it's good to see you too, but you don't need to drop my paintings off the wall when you knock. Irika-sensei chided him gently as he opened the door. He looked a bit harried for some reason. Not Naruto harried, that look was closer to exasperated and fond than strained. Irika-sensei, what's happened to you? Naruto asked, and then shook his head. Wait, that wasn't what I was going to ask. I mean, I want that answer too, but when you gave me the key it was a bringing me up right thing, wasn't it? He punctuated his outrage with a poke to Irika-sensei's chest. It took you this long to notice, you came here to ask me that? Irika-sensei blinked. No, that wasn't why I came either. Can we go to Ichiraku together? I have a lot to tell you. He made his best puppy dog eyes at his sensei. Was this really the reason, or will you remember something else you came here for? Irika-sensei asked him, and Naruto pouted. Now you are teasing me. It isn't fair, he complained. I can't help myself, you know. But I haven't pranked anyone since Jiraiya-sensei left me in Makamura. I have been a responsible adult forever and a day. To be young enough for forever and a day to still happen, Irika-sensei said inexplicably, but he ruffled Naruto's hair and Naruto hummed deep in his throat, his eyes closing. Irika-sensei had looked proud. That made Naruto want to squirm out of his skin out of sheer joy, in a good kind of way if that made any sense. To answer your questions in order of inquiry, I have suddenly become a gossip item. Yes, I tricked you into behaving more maturely by showing you I trust you. That's called bringing you up. And we can go to Ichiraku, but maybe we should talk here inside instead. Much of what has happened is sensitive information after all. Now Irika-sensei gave him a stern look as something occurred to him. I have the clearance to know about everything you are going to tell me, right? Even about Danzo falling out of Hokage's window? Naruto rubbed his head and smiled a little. I kind of haven't asked. Wait a second, Danzo's fallen out of a window. Who is Danzo? He tried hurriedly, since he probably shouldn't tell Kabuto and Sai's secrets. He was going to tell all his own, but Kabuto and Sai should decide about that. He so could be mature. And Irika shook his head, snorting. Only you, Naruto, only you. And I would like to know how this all came to be. I have questions as well, and a lot more than you, I presume. But he ruffled Naruto's hair again, and all was well in the world. 082. If. At first Kabuto was surprised when the Konoha assembly informed him that after the initial debriefing was over, a polite way to call comparatively polite interrogation, he was to follow Naruto back to Makimura. He would have thought that he would be kept under very, very close watch for the foreseeable future, the next 10 years or so, and this made him very suspicious of the assembly's motives. He knew that however much faith Godame Hokage might have in Naruto, the rest of the lot was as trusting as ocean was dry as allowing him out of the village mere days after the fact screamed set up loud and clear. These days his mind was collected and uncluttered, undisturbed like a frozen lake, as clear and hard and cold as ice. He was already running calculations in his mind. We expect you will toe the line very carefully, Yakushi-san. Yamanaka Inoichi spoke to him. Kabuto took care to keep his body language submissive, respectful and non-threatening. He smiled what he called his Omote smile. Like the no masks, it was properly upwards curled and blank, allowing the watcher to read and think what they would, revealing nothing. Do not betray us. Oh. So this was the gambit they played. Senju Tsunade's face was pleasant and inscrutable. I will not make you regret your mercy, he said in a comfortable certainty that the powerful men and women in front of him were already regretting it. Of course they weren't simply letting him out of the village with Naruto-sama and whichever superior officer had the orders to visibly accompany him to Makimura, not Tsubaki, most likely, given her demonstrated indulgence of Naruto-sama. A Numbu team or maybe several would follow them surreptitiously to see if Kabuto would hang himself with the rope he was given. He was very certain every soul in the council chamber was praying to whatever higher power they might believe in that he would. They had all known Shimura Danzo after all. Clearly not as well as they had believed, but enough to be uncomfortably aware that the man had to have been in possession of several skeletons in the clan closets, and Kabuto had already demonstrated how much of Danzo's affairs he knew. Naruto-sama would not suffer for Kabuto to be killed or imprisoned, and Tsunade would not suffer for Naruto-sama to be betrayed, so this was the best they could do, to give him a chance to desert, to meet foreign agents in secrets, to do anything that could be used as an excuse. Inuzukutsume's face was stormy and her eyes glittered like sharp shards of flint, and Kabuto knew she had been against this, that she was much too straightforward and honest to keep any dark secrets. Scarred Naro Shikaku appeared more annoyed than anything, and Kabuto wondered if his disinclination to under-the-table deals was because it would have been illogical to indulge in them, or simply a matter of laziness. But the rest of them, they all had faces like windows with the shutters closed on the inside. What shameful secrets could Yakushi Kabuto reveal? What if, given how thorough and eager he had been to part with his information so far, he chose to do so in the in-depth interrogation? What measures would official Konoha be forced to take? Or what if, gods forbid, he should talk to Naruto? The young Jinchuriki had already forced the Hokage to confront a situation that had left the village's unofficial, but also undisputed second most powerful man dead in its wake. I will die. Steel broke and chakra ran low, but good blackmail was forever. 083, and Naruto was walking to the gates of Konoha with his team. He was so happy Sakura-chan had decided to come see him off, and it was kind of nice for Sasuke to have joined them too, he guessed. He wasn't really sure what was up with Kakashi-sensei since he was actually on time for the first time since Naruto first met him, but at least he was still walking with that perverted book stuck to his face. If he had left that behind, Naruto would have suspected a new invasion or something. Kakashi-sensei without porn was like Tsunade-bachan winning at gambling. I'm happy they let Kabuto come, but why can't they send Tsubaki-chan too? She's great, he asked, not from anyone particular. Tsunade-bachan had said that she was needed because the assembly hoped she had learned some tricks from him, and that was kind of awesome, but what was he going to do without her? Tsubaki-chan was kind of like Sakura-chan's older sister who mothered the team and was always there when someone needed her. And maybe, just maybe, Naruto had wondered at times if having Tsubaki-chan was like having a big sister of his own, or mother, except she was too much of a friend to be mother. It was difficult to put in words what Tsubaki-chan was to him, but leaving her behind was going to suck. "Take care of yourself and take care of Kabuto," Sakura-chan admonished him. "He promised to teach me some tricks." This made Kakashi-sensei stumble for some reason, but Naruto nodded and promised that yes, he would be fine and so would Kabuto. He never let his friends down. "And you would better not make Sakura-chan cry again," he told Sasuke and flicked a finger at his nose. Sasuke's face was a picture of pure disbelief, but there was something else there too, something that Naruto had already learned to label as Itachi. He almost apologized, but then Sasuke snorted and called him an idiot, and all was right in the world again. The clouds were hanging low, heavy and wet above Konoha as they reached the gates. Kabuto was waiting there and Tsubaki-chan and Taiki stood by him, holding a folded red umbrella under her arm. For a moment Naruto hoped that she was coming as well, but she didn't have any bags with her at all. Still, it was good enough that she had come to see him off as well. Naruto bounced to her and grinned. "Try to look after Sasuke too, okay? He really needs it," he confided in her. Sasuke threw a punch at him, but he dodged it easily, and it wasn't like Sasuke was really all that angry since he didn't punch again. "I will see what I can do, even though my list of people to look after," she muttered under her breath, but brightened then. "Iruka asked me to tell you he's sorry he couldn't come, but he has a class in session right now." It was one of the good goodbyes. The last time Naruto had left Konoha he had grinned and borne it, but the truth was that Sasuke had run off to join Orochimaru and he had been unable to fulfill his promise to Sakura-chan, and while he hadn't given up at all, he had felt like he was trying to pull the weight of all Konoha up a hill, in rain and knee-high mud. He had been happy and optimistic because if he hadn't been so he would have cried. Now Sasuke was back in Konoha and Sakura-chan's pretty smiles were even prettier because they were 100% genuine. Danzo had been toppled and Kabuto was back and he was leaving the whole circus in good hands. Of course it was too good to just remain so. There was always an and in Naruto's life. Some people insisted that there was a but in theirs. "My job is fun and interesting, but the pay is small. She's really fun and pretty, but her parents are terrifying and have a lot of exploding tags." Naruto didn't believe in that sort of wimpy defeatist attitude, and so he had ends instead. "Sasuke ran away and I'm going to train with Jiraiya-sensei, it can be fixed. Suna attacked us and I kicked Gaara's ass, now he's better and I don't have to wonder if I could have ended up like that. He was a great believer in ends." "Greetings, my eternal rival! It is my honor to inform you that I have been chosen to accompany your most youthful protege to the youthful town of Makimura and I promise to do my absolute best to protect him from all the evils in the world." Naruto froze and turned to face Mato Guy in his green spandex glory, followed by Rock Lee who made a good guy pose and joined his sensei's declarations of protection and eternal friendly rivalry, long-suffering Tenten and even more long-suffering Niji. So he was going to travel with the youthful duo, and he was going to return to Makimura. And surely Miwa-chan could bowl even them over with her ardent momentum. And then it started to rain. 084. It was Doihara Taiki's 4th day in Konohagakure, and he had a theory about his new compatriots. He called it the conservation of shinobi sanity. The more there were shinobi, the less there was sanity per person. This alone wasn't anything that hadn't applied in Kirigakure as well, though there the crazy had been of more bloody quality. But he had then added a subclause about the effects of active engineering for ideology's sake versus passive acceptance because the Senju apparently used to have pretty damn odd sense of humor. In other words, just how we lost the last 3 wars to these. Of course, for him, these and us had switched now, or rather, he had switched. He would better remember to think of himself as Konohan, but still. As a new defector he had been assigned in village low security courier duty for the next 6 months. Carrying a few scrolls per day was just a formality that justified his wages during the parole when the village couldn't send him out and couldn't trust him with any sensitive information, patience or training impressionable children, and as a result he was left with a lot of time to train and make friends with his former enemies, in theory at least. As it turned out, the latter was much less time-consuming than he had assumed. "Hey, you there! The dry one with the long nose!" A voice sounded a little ways from behind him. Taiki turned around, swallowing the flash of indignant irritation at the comment about his nose. So it was just a bit long, it wasn't a crane's beak or anything. But he was new in the village, and he had already resigned himself to some hazing now that Naruto had left the village. It was raining again, and the woman walking briskly towards him was holding up an orange umbrella. She wore her middle-length hair up on a ponytail and her coat open, and under that coat. Taiki snapped his gaze up and hoped his smile wasn't as frozen as it felt. He had never met her before, but he recognized her from the picture in the Kiri bingo book. She was Mitarashi Anko, one-time student of the infamous Orochimaru of the Sannin. He had no need to summon the notes and recommendations section of her page to his mind. It came easily, at its own behest. When offended, Mitarashi exhibits signs of a mixed state, a condition during which symptoms of mania and depression occur simultaneously, manifesting in her case as predisposition to frustration and fits of rage. "How can I help you?" he asked with even voice and distributed his weight in a little more advantageous way. He wondered if she wore her coat open like that to get an excuse to attack people. "That was your last scroll today, wasn't it? Great, I'm Mitarashi Anko and I'm taking you to the Ninja Mouse for the traditional meet, greet and make sure we never killed one another's loved ones session, come." She didn't give Taiki time to figure out what that meant or ask if she had been stalking him, but grabbed his left arm and started dragging him down the street. The Ninja Mouse turned out to be a small and apparently very popular bar. The tables, Taiki notes, were all taken and the seating by the bar were all taken as well, but Mitarashi didn't let this stop herself. She simply strong-armed her way into a table with 3 other occupants. A man with green bandana tied around his head and a senbon in his mouth nodded to them. The other man, a much harsher-looking individual with bandana and an eye patch, barely spared Taiki a glance and continued talking to a beautiful but stern-looking woman whose hair was a spectacular shade of dark that bordered on purple. "Hey guys, this is Doihara Taiki. Taiki, these are Shirane Ginma, Ake Maiwana and Yuzuki Yugogo." Anko made the introductions. "It's nice to meet you," the one named Shirane Ginma said politely, and Taiki greeted him in return. "Why don't you just electrocute the pests?" Yugogo asked Iwana. "And let them die and rot inside the air ducts? Have you got any idea how bad the smell would get?" Iwana snapped, but Yugogo didn't seem taken aback at all. "The archives appear to have a bit of a pest problem. This rain has driven snakes inside and they have taken refuge in the ducts." Genma explained the situation amicably with a stage whisper while Anko hollered for sake. This was when a dark-haired young man entered the bar with a loud bang as the door hit the wall, making several people jump and turn to look, their hands not so discreetly at their weapons. The man paid the turn he had caused no mind, but marched to their table. "Anko, I need you at the TNI," the man said without preamble. This made Anko visibly perk up. "Great, can I be the meaner one? What's my story?" she asked and stood up, stretching her back in a very distracting way. "What you mean, your story?" The so far nameless man appeared confused. Taiki had always been the silent watcher at the edges of any crowd he had been part of, and he felt sliding into that comfortable niche again. It almost made this situation seem homely. "I need a story so I can be properly menacing. Remember that course we were given about method acting? Did he kill my little brother, for example?" she asked. "You actually took that drivel seriously?" Genma asked, and Anko made a rude gesture to him. "You have a little brother?" the TNI shinobi asked, not looking convinced. "I can't take mongoose in, they don't have the security clearance," Iwana inexplicably stated. It took Taiki a second to realize he was engaged in another conversation entirely. "I must have had one if that bastard killed him," Anko snarled, honest to God snarled. "Either have the snakes," Yugogo pointed out with a very reasonable voice. So this was the village that had bred and raised Uzumaki Naruto. It made a lot more sense than Taiki had thought possible just a day ago. Yet somehow this wasn't an entirely bad thing. He had already learned how too much normalcy could kill the soul. 085. She. It was the first day after Naruto had departed from the village with Madogai and his team. Deciding who would go with him had been a difficult decision to make, Tsubaki knew. Hatake Kakashi would have been the natural choice, being Naruto's Jounin sensei, but he was also Sasuke's sensei, and the Uchiha needed him inarguably more at the moment. Due to the inherent risks of Naruto being a genin Jinchuriki out of his village, the unfortunately widespread reputation he had recently gained, and no one trusting Kabuto as far as they could throw the Hokage monument, the council had wanted to appoint one of the strongest Jounin to watch Naruto's back. Tsubaki was more than a little surprised that they let Naruto return to Makimura at all, but undoubtedly they had their reasons, or Tsunade-sama had finally had it with the bickering and locked the lot of them into a closet with Naruto for an hour. That would explain it as well. Naruto's charisma approached reality warping on occasion. The first candidate had been Sarutobi Asuma, but Tsunade-sama had vetoed that, explaining that the man was needed in Konoha to take over some of Danzo's Prevost duties. Anko had been proposed, and the proposal hastily retracted after the person mentioning her had some time to think things through. Anko and Kabuto in the same team? Gods forbid how that might have ended, two of Orochimaru's former students in the same team and backing up Naruto. Kurenai's name had been mentioned as well, but in the end Hyuga Hayashi didn't want to lay his precious, delicate daughter open to Kabuto's influence, leaving Madogai the one appointed. Apparently Niji was much sturdier than Hinata. Tsubaki would have pitted Naruto, but she pitted herself enough she wasn't certain which of them had it worse at the moment. She watched the children standing in parade rest in the middle of the training field. They all still wore similar clothes, but she and Irika-sensei had purchased a few different accessories, bandanas and legwarmers and such, to give the children a taste of individuality. The children still didn't seem to know what to think of that. They were difficult to read in general, but if she had to make a guess, she would have called their current mood entirely unapologetic. The first of the day's exercise had been to walk them here through the village, at walking speed, to see how they would interact with normal people. At first they hadn't spoken with anyone at all, hadn't looked anyone into the eye and greeted, touched, expressed any kind of curiosity. Then Irika-sensei had told them the purpose of the exercise was to learn human interaction. Now, what have we learned from today's experience? Yuki-chan? She had been the one to name her. Roughly half of the children had lacked even names prior to being liberated. Naruto had told her how Danzo had died, and it was her opinion it had been entirely too easy. It was enough to make her forgive the children, really, but still. A cute, black-haired girl child walking up to an old woman standing in front of a grocery stand, feeling the tomatoes. A cute, innocent-looking girl with hidden weapons walking up to an old woman walking down the street. Tomatoes are like people, they shouldn't bruise too easily. Good day, ma'am. I hope you are feeling well today. Old people die, and you don't look very good. Yuki-chan tilted her head with a movement more like a snake's than a bird's. She still made it look adorable. People don't appreciate honesty or unasked opinions, she said eventually. Butter wouldn't have melted in her mouth. And how about you, Tamaki-kun? Irika-sensei asked with a voice that completely bypassed the part of Tsubaki's mind where thought and deliberation dwelt and struck at the primal, instinctive obedience instead. She found herself standing in parade rest and blinked in shock. A tap on superior officer's shoulder is not an attack, and even if it was, he can defend himself from his student's civilian parents. The boy with red bracers whom Irika had named parroted meekly. This is going to be a long year, Tsubaki-sensei. Of evening classes, no less. Irika-sensei muttered, and Tsubaki winced as she remembered that he still had to teach his regular student as well. She thought that until everything was over she was going to either fall into a bed with him, bonding over shared trauma and life-threatening situations, or kill him to end his misery. The latter might have been more merciful, but she wasn't that merciful kind of girl. And that teacher voice of his was really unfairly hot. Chapter 18. Where Guy is clever, but Kabuto is even sneakier and Miwa is Miwa. 086. Choices. Neji watched Naruto's back as they walked down the muddy road towards a coast city named Mijiwa, where they would take boat to some tea country town called Makimura. The still orange-clad genin didn't walk as much as he bounced, though, and the red umbrella made that look more than a little silly. He was flitting from Kabuto to Tenten and back again, but very conspicuously steering clear from Guy-sensei and Lee. He chattered about everything and nothing, Sasuke and Sakura and Sai, Ramen and Irika-sensei and his friends in Makimura, but never in depth. Despite the heavy rain, he was almost offensively cheery. Neji watched his back and wondered where his seal was. Of course he had figured it out. First there had been Naruto's words when they faced off in the finals about the Chunin position and Hinata's honor. Neither had become a Chunin, but Naruto won the fight about Hinata and Neji was grateful, however bitter that pill had been to swallow. Naruto had hollered about how he knew what it was like to have a seal ruin your life, and Neji hadn't believed him. Then the invasion had begun and the gigantic toad boss, Gamabunta himself, had taken the shape of a nine-tailed fox. For a terrible second Neji had thought that the Biju Yondaime had somehow returned from hell to kill them all, but his Byakugan had been active, and he had seen the toad inside the not-quite illusionary form of a fox. He had seen Naruto shrouded with a cloak of chakra that looked so poisonous just standing 50 feet from him should make a man keel over, so corrosive it should burn through the toad under him through to the bones. When the fighting was over, he had started thinking about the way all the adults in the village used to avoid Naruto like he was a faulty exploding tag that just hadn't decided to go off yet, but never explained why. It turned out that they hadn't been allowed to, under pain of death. He had intended to have a conversation with Naruto, to ask him questions, though he still wasn't too certain what he wanted to ask. But first he had been dreadfully busy in the aftermath of the invasion, and then Uchiha had defected, Naruto had left with Jiraiya-sama, and that had been that. Until now. If he only could find a moment alone with Naruto. Even in Makimura he appeared to be in quite high demand if even a fraction of his tales was true. Kabuto was watching him. The bright orange rain poncho he was wearing over his clothes would have made anyone else look patently silly, but Neji had to consciously resist the instinct to activate his Byakugan, to expose himself like that. A true shinobi never let the enemy know they had unnerved him, and Neji didn't believe for a second that Kabuto had defected back to them just like that. He wanted to bristle like a cat and ask him, "What it is that you want?" But if growing up a Hyuga had been good for anything, it had been good for his self-control. "I must ask, Gai-sen, why you and your protege aren't wearing anything to cover you from the rain?" Kabuto asked, taking a few side steps and slowing his gait, leaving Naruto's side to approach Neji's sensei. As Naruto had just been talking to Kabuto, now he was left conveniently alone. Neji frowned. Kabuto's words were true. The rest of them were rain ponchos, with the exception of Naruto, who was the only one to tie a hand up with an umbrella instead, but Gai-sensei and Lee didn't have anything to protect them from the rain. "The flames of the youth of our springtime will keep us dry," Gai-sensei declared and made the good guy pose, complete with Lee echoing his words and the genjutsu of a cotton candy bright rainbow appearing behind their backs. "That is interesting. It can't be a chakra control technique because Lee can perform it as well, yet you still manipulate the pure physical energy in your bodies. It is rather similar to the opening of the gates, isn't it? Though you are obviously the one who supplies the genjutsu." Now Gai-sensei turned his face to Kabuto sharply, and Neji was honestly surprised, as was Tenten if the way she had ceased to walk and just stared at her sensei and teammate like they had just grown wings, and Neji just knew. Kabuto didn't give him a knowing wink, didn't turn his polite, blank attention from Gai-sensei, but Neji knew this was an opening created intentionally. Now it was just up to him to take it, or not. Neji still didn't trust Kabuto, and the way the defector was playing Gai-sensei was frankly worrisome. While his sensei could be eccentric on occasion, on almost every occasion at that, no one made a jounin by being a fool. He really should reveal the distraction to his teacher, especially since he didn't even understand why Kabuto thought it necessary. It wasn't as if he wouldn't be allowed to speak with Naruto otherwise. And maybe Kabuto had everyone fooled after all, even Naruto. He didn't doubt the Genin's loyalty, but Naruto wasn't the most perceptive of people if the way he kept chasing after Haruno was any indication. On the other hand, the Uchiha was now back in Konoha, and that kind of setback to Orochimaru's plans belied any deception. Unless Orochimaru had already gotten what he wanted from the Uchiha somehow. This was the danger of being a shinobi, overanalyzing everything, looking underneath the underneath and coming up with all kinds of speculation based on sheer uncertainties. Now Naruto was turning towards the terse interrogation of motives that slid away from Kabuto's good-humored deflection like water from a duck's back. He had to make the choice now. Naruto. Neji lengthened his stride and stood by him in a flurry of movement. There are a few things I want to ask you. In for a Rio, in for 100. Trust didn't come easily for him, but maybe it was time to start. And maybe Naruto was even aware of what Kabuto's severe damage was. He didn't need to activate his Byakugan to know that the infuriating medic was bound to look disgustingly smug now. 087. Life. Naruto was going to ask what Kabuto and Madogai were talking about. He wasn't sure he liked the tone of it, but then Neji was walking right there, and he wanted to talk. Okay, what you wanted to know? He asked, befuddled. He hadn't ever said anything to Neji outside the Chunin exams, and that hadn't been on good terms. But Neji had cleaned his act and stopped bothering Hinata, or so Ino had told him before he left with Jiraiya, and everybody knew that if you stubbed your toe in your bathroom in the middle of the night, she was going to ask the next day if you were all right. Since her dad was in the TNI, that was probably one of those hereditary things. Why aren't you bothered by anything? Neji asked abruptly. Then he snapped his mouth shut with an audible click of teeth. But I'm bothered by a lot of things, Naruto half-asked, frowning. Danzo was dead now, but he was still bothering Naruto from the grave. He had been just that creepy. Then there was Orochimaru and Akatsuki and the stupid fox in his gut. And on a non-hostile note, Miwa-chan and the stupid cult that had probably gotten completely out of hand while he was away. If he wasn't careful, they were going to drag Gaara into it somehow too, and while it was kind of fun to imagine the look his face when someone tried to tell him that he was a living saint now, it really wouldn't be fair to dump this on him. I know you have Kyuubi sealed in you, Neji said. Naruto hissed, startled. So maybe he hadn't been all that subtle, but no one else had said anything, so he had thought the whole giant fox thing had gone unnoticed, what with the invasion and all distracting people. Apparently not so. I swear I'm not going to. He started to protest, but Neji didn't even appear to notice. So how come you aren't bitter at all? Or are you bitter? Are you just that good at faking it? Why Kabuto betrayed Orochimaru, and do you trust him at all? And why is he running interference so we can talk without anyone listening in? One question dropped after another like raindrops. Neji's mouth was a thin, pale line when he paused, and his hands were balled into fists, his knuckles as pale as his lips. Kabuto's distracting them? That's just like him, you know. He's high-handed like that and sometimes needs really obvious things spelled out for him, like that betraying Konoha is going to make me seriously unhappy. And he does unnecessary things for me, but if it makes him happy and doesn't hurt anyone, I guess it's okay then. It's actually kind of scary how many totally oblivious people I know. Gaara and Sai, well, Sasuke wasn't oblivious. He had just been idiotic in his own way. It's okay, he didn't betray me in his own head in the first place. It's just that his head can be a pretty screwy place. And Inari had just been hurting, like Taiki and now Neji. It wasn't like they didn't know that they were in the wrong to give up, right? They just had given up anyway. Sometimes I really wonder about people. Or more like a lot of time, he confessed. Why would Kabuto have cared if you were unhappy or not? Neji asked. He was giving Naruto a look, and his ghost eyes made it actually even more effective. When Naruto was a pre-academy kid, he had tried to find Hyuga Hayashi's doorbell so he could play ding-dong ditch with him because some bigger kids at the orphanage had told Naruto that he could eat souls with his crazy ghost eyes, and that had been so cool. Sadly, the Hyuga mansion didn't have anything as newfangled and plebeian as a doorbell, and Naruto had been thwarted until he had put a bucket of water over the door the one time it had been left open. He had gotten glared at then, and it had been really creepily cool. He didn't think that Hayashi ever realized why Naruto had taken to stalking him across the village afterwards. Niji's look was a little like that. It would only have been seriously creepy, in a good way, like creepy insects and old jutsu burned scars, when it was activated and the veins appeared. But even the normal white was really intense. Except with Hinata, her eyes always looked gentle, but she had to be the exception that proved the rule then. Because Kabuto's my friend, and even he isn't so oblivious that he wouldn't realize that making your friends unhappy is a bad thing. And I'm not bitter because I'm going to change things. I'm going to make all Konoha realize that I'm not Kyuubi because I will protect them all. If I hurt people, then they would never stop treating me like the fox, so it would defeat the purpose. And do you really think that Hinata's ever going to brand anyone? Just trust her a little, and it'll all be alright in the end. We will come through for you, believe it! Naruto declared, and almost made a good guy pose just to mess with Niji a little. But he probably had team-related traumas already, so it would have been unnecessarily cruel. So what are you saying? That's just how life is, so suck it up and survive? Niji asked and averted his eyes. His voice was thick and raspy, like he was swallowing something nasty, and working really hard not to throw it up. It's life and nobody survives living, so why make ourselves unhappy when we can be happy? Just because it's hard now doesn't mean it's going to be hard forever. Hey, it stopped raining too! Naruto tilted the umbrella back and raised his hand palm up. There were no drops, and above them there was a rainbow, pale and barely there, but still. He hadn't looked forward walking all the way back to Midoriya in rain, so that was all just great. Just like that, Niji muttered, and Naruto looked back at him just in time to see his shoulders droop in surrender. But it wasn't a bad kind of surrender. It was like when Naruto finally gave in to Iruka-sensei and let him put Band-Aid over the scraped on his knees and fuss over him. It was letting someone do something for you kind of surrender, the best kind there was. Just try to be happy, he asked. It wasn't a lot to ask after all. It was animal instinct, practically, and it made Niji give him a wan smile. 088, School. Kabuto knew that he had just made Madogai more suspicious of himself. Suspicious of the true extent of his abilities, that was, not his motives. Hardly anything short of sneaking out to meet Oto or Iwa Nin could manage that at the moment. He couldn't bring himself to regret it. I am a medic, Nin Mato-san, he said docilely after riling him up for a sufficiently long time. I may not be Tsunade of the Sannin, but I am capable of detecting the use of physical energy, and I must congratulate you. Your use of it is ingenious. He wasn't the natural genius that Tsunade of the Sannin was when it came to chakra control and medical techniques. His lack of empathy was a definite hindrance for a medic, but he made up for that in his willingness to fight dirty. Tsunade was a healer who had learned to kill. He was a killer who had learned to heal. Right now Tsunade could overpower him with relative ease, but in a few years' time? Kabuto's smile was perfectly pleasant. If I may ask, why you came back with the youthful Naruto? Madogai asked with the same mild, friendly voice Kabuto used. He might use it to fool his students, but I'm not fooled by your demeanor. I can see you are more than what you present to the world. Everybody needs to know who they are, don't you agree? And take that as you will. You could never get it quite right. And Mato-gai's eyes narrowed as he briefly looked at Naruto, who enjoyed the sun peeking between the clouds with the simple joy of a child. Kabuto knew for a fact that there was blood on Naruto's hands, but there was also a perplexing kind of innocence to Naruto that remained wholly untouched by the act of taking those lives. Madogai could see that there was more than what Kabuto presented to the world, but he couldn't see the depths Naruto hid behind his visage. Oh, he knew they were there. Only a blind and deaf ninja or a raw genin couldn't, But that didn't mean Guy knew what would gaze back from those depths should he ever gaze into them. He had never been broken enough. Life had put Kabuto through a hard school. First Anzo, then killing his mother, then Orochimaru. By the time Orochimaru got him, he had already ceased to feel pain. It was like when someone performed minor surgery on you with local anesthesia. There was the sensation, almost shaking, almost tearing, that you knew should feel painful even though it didn't. He had lost his sense of self, his mother, and his pain. Naruto was the only thing he had left to lose in the world, and he wasn't going to let that happen, ever. So of course Guy couldn't understand even the head game he was playing now. The Hyuga clan was arguably the strongest single clan in Konoha now, though their political influence was compromised by their unwillingness to bend and compromise. Hyuga Hinata was already Naruto's in her own unassuming way, but she lacked the backbone to effectively support Naruto. She was clearly working on that, but Kabuto didn't like uncertainties. Let Neji lean on Naruto, let him become a loyal follower of Naruto's vision as well. It wasn't as if Hinata had it in her to deny Neji anything after what her father had done to Neji's father. She can do that? Naruto's voice called out. Then he dragged Neji back to the main group. The Hyuga prodigy followed Naruto a step behind and his arms length between them, exuding an air of indifference the best he could. But while the tilt of his chin was proud, he didn't try to take his arm back, and that alone told a story of 100 words. Hey, Tenten, Neji told that you can make scrolls that open automatically when it hits the ground, right? And you can make scrolls without any air inside, right? He was practically vibrating, he was so eager. Neji was looking at him like a merchant might a tree that bore golden fruit, something awfully tempting and much too good to be true. Kabuto had a feeling he was letting some of that show through as well, but that was all right. It kept Guy's eyes on him and not on Neji. I can't, why? Tenten asked. Naruto's grin widened and a beam of sunlight streaming through a gap in clouds behind him hid his face in gentle shadows, gilding his hair. The timing was almost certainly coincidental, but Kabuto appreciated the dramatic effect anyway. Have you ever thought about making bombs? I have this great book, and some of that stuff explodes the moment it comes in touch with oxygen. We would need a real laboratory for that. Naruto owns your soul and Teammates 101. Pay attention, there will be a quiz later. 089. Work. The days had dragged so slowly when Naruto-kun was away. Sometimes Miwa thought that maybe she should begin to call him Naruto-sama instead, but Naruto never complained and she was weak. She could still remember when she had thought Naruto was just a little younger than she was, and she wasn't ready to give that honorific away, the last memento. She kept his books in order and saw to the training rotation of the fire brigade and the self-defense training for the young girls, and she took care of his church. And really, they had to stop calling it a cult. So Rikine thought that calling Narutoism a cult was flat-out funny? Big deal. No respectable religion should have to put up with such unfortunate connotations. She had learned a lot lately. She had learned what words like connotations and anticlericalism and doctrine meant. She was so happy, except for those bastard Buddhists that claimed they weren't a real religion at all because they weren't serious enough about themselves. Ha! Just let's see them laugh once the missionaries started converting the Wind Country people. It was an evening and Matsuzaki's shop was already closed. Matsuzaki-san could technically have already returned to his job, but he seemed to prefer playing a hermit in his home, and mostly that pretty older neighbor lady, Sakuya, had to even shop for him. Miwa didn't know what had come upon him, but since Naruto-kun had taken responsibility for his shop, she was taking care of it in his absence. She had already closed the shop, but she had taken the books with her to the headquarters. That police chief had been very docile lately, and also the sort of baffled that told Miwa that there were possibilities. She had been a Maiko and later a whore. She knew how to see the weaknesses in men, how to use them against them if they didn't physically assault her first. Naruto-kun was the only one who had never shown any of that desperate need for love or friendly ear or safety or anything, yet he didn't lord that invulnerability over anyone, and that was one more reason she admired him so. But she had gotten off the track again. Yamamoto Takumo had the look of a man who could be willing to be persuaded if she only made the world, and Naruto-kun, make sense to him. And she could deliver. Sadly, the tax office was less reasonable, and the figures were making her head hurt. You might want to go outside, a voice with a lilting yet sharp accent that was apparently water country told her. Miwa jumped and turned around, almost toppling over her own hem in the process. There was Konatsu in her blue and gray, giving her an amused smile. You startled me. Miwa breathed and held her hand above her heart, rising from the Saiza position. Konatsu's brother was nice, but she was the sort of a ninja Miwa had heard of before meeting Naruto, and she didn't want to sit down in front of the girl, even if Konatsu was younger than her. Silent as falling snow, as cold and deadly. Miwa could never figure out what Konatsu was thinking, and it scared her a bit, but Naruto-kun hadn't seemed bothered by it, so everything was probably alright. Someone has returned, Konatsu said, and tilted her head towards the door, her hair hiding her eyes in the process. It was only now that Miwa paid attention to the happy chatter of the children's voices outside. Naruto-kun had a following of children who had come by every day to demand to know when he would be back, the son of one of the policemen among them, much to his father's frustration. Miwa was certain that he had attempted to forbid Atsushimiru, poor child, what had those parents of his been thinking, from coming, but he might have as well tried to forbid water from running downhill. That was Naruto. Naruto and I! It was Atsushimiru's voice, and Miwa's heart soared. She let the book fall to the tatami and ran towards the door. 7 days and they were back. There he was, her Naruto-kun. He was so bright with his golden hair, sky-blue eyes, tan skin, and the orange he wore, like a bold, resolute brushstroke of all rainbow colors in a black and white ink painting that was the rest of the world. Makimura didn't usually seem colorless to her, but he had that aura that made normal people and their normal colors pale in comparison. There was a group of 5 children clinging to his legs, and Naruto-kun was talking to them, smiling like the sun. Kabuto was there as well, bone pale as always, but Tsubaki hadn't returned, and neither had Sai or Sasuke. Instead, there was man in green clingy clothes. And that haircut? And his teeth were really blinding. And was that a rain of cherry blossoms behind him, at this time of the year? Something about spring and youth? And holy shit, had some woman actually agreed to procreate with the man? There was another? And there were a normal boy and a girl with them, but she didn't pay attention to them. Really, she couldn't. So those 2 in green were ninja, but not normal ninja. She hoped so, at least. Naruto-kun, welcome back, she called with a raspy voice. But of course Naruto-kun heard her and dragged the whole group to her, making introductions. Miwa clung desperately to the one she knew at least somewhat. It's nice to see you, Kabuto. I hope your trip went well. Naruto, I have kept your business in order, and the church has decided to send missionaries to the Wind Country to convert people to the Narutoism, she blurted out. Naruto-kun made a strangled sound and looked kind of constipated. He was so modest, an admirable quality, certainly, but it was up to Miwa and her fellow believers to see to it that he didn't inadvertently cause harm to his cause. She was secure in his knowledge of Naruto-kun's worth, and she was going to make the world at large acknowledge it. Come hell or high water, come unbound Biju or a plague of locusts, the world was going to acknowledge her devotion to Naruto-kun. It was for his own good. I approve, Kabuto said. She had met him before they left Makimura for Konoha, of course, but they hadn't really spoken with each other. Miwa turned to him and for the first time recognized a fellow follower. She graced him with her brightest smile. I am honored to meet you, Kabuto. In which capacity are you here, if I may ask? She demurred. I'm under observation by Konoha, really, but I'm a medic nin, Kabuto said. A medic, the possibilities of that. That's wonderful. I have kept thinking that someone should teach the great Naruto Fire Brigade at least the basic first aid, but finances are a bit tight until the next month. Would you consider helping us? A faithful priestess's work was never done. Thank goodness. 090, home. It was nice to be back in Makimura. It wasn't home to him, but Miwa-chan lived there and it seemed like Konatsu-chan and Kid had warmed up to it lately, and there was Matsuzaki, though he had apparently refused to go out and meet anyone lately. Naruto wondered why and decided to go meet him before he left in any case. Matsuzaki had been kind of cool for an old man, even if he had been strange about the whole beating up Yakuza business. Since when was beating up criminals wrong, anyway? And of course Naruto had to take care of Miwa and the rest of the girls afterwards. Konatsu-chan had told him that 4 of the fire brigade girls could manage the water bullet now, and if that wasn't great, what was? Any sleazy guy who tried to lay hands on them was in for a big surprise now. Of course, he had been right about Miwa getting completely out of hand. They were going to be preaching in the Wind Country and he had been stupid enough to say something about it being Gaara's domain, and then Miwa had decided that they needed to set up pilgrimage. "So this is my life now," he said and leaned back on his arms, looking at the starry sky from his porch. There weren't that many stars that could be seen from Makamura. The corona of the lights of the town sucked in and drowned most of the tiny star twinkles. But the big stars could be seen and it reminded him of Konoha a little. Konoha was a big village, but dark during the night. Even the civilians understood the necessity of not standing out, and the stars could always be seen except during the festival nights. "Just what you expected. It's not like you have protested that strenuously," a voice called from the courtyard. It was pretty embarrassing, but at least Ide was as good as a shinobi, practically, so it wasn't like a civilian sneaked up on him. Naruto was still a little sheepish when he waved at him. "She's a girl and girls are scary," he confided in Ide. Not all were scary the same way, of course. Some were scary like Tsunade-bachan and could finger flick you through a wall, but that wasn't so scary because Tsunade-bachan was a big softy deep down. Some were scary like Ino because she knew things about everyone. Some were scary like Sakura-chan because just looking at them made you want to be stupid and she would hurt you if you were stupid. It was a cunning kunoichi booby trap designed to get innocent genin heads bashed in and still make them happy about it. Ahem. Then there were girls who were scary the way Irika-sensei was scary. That sounded a tiny bit wrong because Irika-sensei wasn't a girl, but he had that "I'm going to do this in the name of your own good" attitude down better than most girls, so it still counted. Guys could be so touchy about being. On occasion the girls were just plain scary and incomprehensible, so you never knew what would make them go scary on you. But that was 1 in the plus column because ninja were supposed to be scary and incomprehensible. Yay for the girls. "She isn't out to make me eat my broccoli and asparagus, but that doesn't mean she isn't Irika-sensei," he grumbled. "Except Irika-sensei actually knows what's best for me and Miwa's just scary like Irika-sensei, you know? I'm going to pretend I do because I'm not sure I want to actually understand that one." Ide muttered and sat by him. Well, he had been out of the village for a long time. Naruto had to get something done about that pesky technically dead or he would be a missing mean thing because he had to visit his brother eventually. Maybe after Tsunade-bachan stopped smarting about Kabuto. "I have thought about asking Miwa-chan out, you know?" Ide asked. It came out of blue, but it made Naruto grin. "I mean, my family has thought about setting up a business here, and those inns and that casino boat of yours need supplies." "So you are going to live here too? That's great. Now I can visit everyone at the same time," Naruto crowed. "You are going to visit us?" Ide asked, and Naruto snorted. Talk about stupid questions. Of course he was going to visit as often as he could. They were his friends. And besides, he had to keep an eye on Miwa and her scary high priestess split personality. "Like you have managed so far," Ide snorted. "Hey, I try. She's just, you know, a scary girl," Naruto protested. Why he even made friends with so scary people, he didn't know. He would be better off sticking with people like Sasuke and Gaara and Kabuto in the future. "Wait a moment, did I say that out loud?" "As long as nobody's celibate," Ide grumbled. "Least of all Miwa-chan." "Why would Miwa-chan be celibate?" Naruto asked. There was no reason whatsoever for Ide to give him the hairy eyeball, really. This way or that way, Makimura was nice. Even if it wasn't his home, it was a home to his friends. So few people had ever invited Naruto as a house guest that he reveled in the feeling of acceptance. Now it was a matter of waiting for Jiraiya-sensei. Chapter 19. Where there is a shocking revelation and Kyuubi has no indoor voice. 091, Birthday. Naruto had 4 somewhat, kind of peaceful days in Makimura, not counting the first day, which was more like half a day. Kabuto started teaching the fire brigade girls first aid, the stuff with bandages and CPR, and no jutsu because the jutsu took an insane amount of chakra control, and Guy started helping Idate with his taijutsu. There were some difficulties at first because Guy apparently remembered Idate from before, but Guy was pretty cool about it in the end. "You are aware that Idate-san has left Konoha most unyouthfully?" he asked Naruto when Idate walked through the door after a training session with the girls, his bangs glued flat against his skull with sweat. Idate flinched, but he lifted his chin defiantly and stood his ground, only shifting his legs a bit more apart for better balance. His mouth only had a second to flatten into a thin line before he opened his mouth, and Naruto had to cut in because he just knew that Idate was going to say something stupid, like that Guy could take him to Konoha and that the Wasabi family never knew anything about him. Well, the bit about protecting the Wasabi family wasn't stupid because only rats ratted out their families, no pun intended. It wasn't even all that funny and okay, so Naruto wouldn't have run away either if Iruka-sensei's well-being was on the line or something. But that was different because he wouldn't have left Konoha either. Iruka-sensei had been the one to foil Mizuki-sensei. Kakashi-sensei would never have pulled a Mizuki-sensei on him, and Naruto thought that maybe he had just been really lucky when it came to teachers. Except for the part where Mizuki bastard had been the one to teach him taijutsu and pulled a Mizuki-sensei on him years before Naruto even coined the term. Hey, since Aoi predated Mizuki, should I refer to it as pulling an Aoi instead? Naruto only realized he had said that out loud when the tension in the room dropped like a ton of bricks, only to be replaced by those blank looks that meant he had once again failed to remember that other people didn't live in his brain. He only realized now how ready Konatsu-chan and Kid had been to fight until their hands inched that crucial half-inch away from their kunai pouches. Kabuto didn't show anything, but then, he wouldn't. I was just thinking out loud. He defended himself, but that didn't do a whole lot to help the stares. Naruto gave up. Look, I knew it after that T-Country race mission when Ibiki came to debrief us. He's your friend, right? Shouldn't you trust his judgment on this? Wanting to protect your family wasn't stupid, but thinking that Idate needed to be dragged back to Konoha most definitely was. Besides, he wasn't sure if Guy and Ibiki were in fact friends, but they were in the same age bracket, and Guy was the sort of person who was a friend to others whether they wanted it or not. He dazzled them with sunsets and the power of youth and declared eternal friendship. It was common knowledge in Konoha that when you tried to run after him to protest you found he had tied your sandal straps together while you rubbed your eyes. That ended with the ground hitting you over the head, and then Guy wanted to nurse you back to the youthful bloom of health with the power of youth and offered band-aids, and in the end you decided it was just less hazardous to say yes. He was kind of, really Guy like that. And of course, Naruto being very much Naruto like that, the parallels completely escaped him. He is, indeed. Guy looked him right in the eye and Naruto looked back, ready to make an issue out of it. Ibiki was alright with it, and Aoi had paid for his dastardly deeds and that was that. But before he could protest further, Guy's face was split by a small smile. It looked odd on his face, soft around the edges, and Naruto felt strangely honored to see that small smile instead of the huge, glittering grin that was on the man's face most of the time. Yes, valiant Ibiki is my friend and I am glad that you have not betrayed his trust, he said. His team hovered somewhere at his back and probably looked terribly confused, but Naruto had a hard time looking away from Guy's face. He gulped. Guy had been fierce when he had fought Kisame, but there were fiercer things in him than violence. Yeah. Not like Sakura-chan did either. Or Sasuke, whatever else that bastard betrayed, he muttered. My eternal rival must be terribly proud of you. Guy bellowed and gave Naruto the good guy pose, which Lee mirrored behind him. In a way, that broke the mood. In another way, it didn't. Naruto so wanted Kakashi-sensei to be proud of him. So, we agree on this. Naruto muttered and started to drag Ide to the kitchen just to do something, to get away from it all. But those few steps took him past Konatsu-chan and Kid, and they had been great about the whole thing, so he stopped there. They would do their due now. Thanks, you were great. Like, any village that would have that greatness must be terminally stupid. Did the daimyo drop it on its head when it was founded? He said. They had been ready to fight Guy, and anyone who was ready to fight someone who wore that much spandex and pulled it off was very brave indeed. It's alright. It was mostly Konatsu, said Kid. He scuffed the off-white tatami with his feet and looked down. Naruto noticed that he had really long and girly eyelashes for a boy, but it would have been really low to tease him for it now. Except when it wasn't. You're alright too, Naruto, Konatsu-chan said and looked him straight in the eye, and that was that. At least almost. Have you given any thought to continuing your bloodline a few years down the road? Our genes would be awesome together. Eh? So, Konatsu-chan had joined the Scary Brigade, wanted to have a child eventually, and was ready to let him have one too. She was generous like that, and Kabuto was teaching the girls to make ointments for burn wounds and so forth. Miwa-chan was still Miwa-chan, of course. The world is like a birthday cake. Taking a piece is okay, but more is rude. Let's keep things in Makimura. Naruto tried to dissuade her. She tilted her head, and the pretty hairpin she was wearing made a tingling sound. Are you trying to convince me that you have ever taken only one piece of any cake on the table? Miwa-chan asked and gave him that knowing eyebrow. Naruto made a guilty eeping sound and tried to sink through the floor. So Miwa was Miwa, and Mato Guy had maybe joined the cult. Naruto was too scared of the answer to ask, and Idate hadn't been arrested, and things weren't any more insane than they usually were. This was his life, somehow. Then Jiraiya-sensei came back. He was early, which was unusual. He had a pretty girl with him, and that wasn't unusual in the least. 092, Christmas. It was evening, and Naruto was sitting on an old sofa someone had found from somewhere. Things had just appeared while he had been away, and kept appearing because that morning he had eaten his cereal and nutrition pills from a brand new takoyaki, the Ninja Mouse plate, and so had everyone else. Those had been an emergency acquisition because all the other plates in the house had gotten contaminated by an unfortunate chemical experiment that had apparently been conducted in the middle of the night for some reason without waking anyone. It was kind of nice to not be the automatic suspect, even though Naruto half wished he had thought of it first. Konatsu had made faces and held her chopsticks like she wanted to impale the brave mouse shinobi with them, while Kid had pulled a face that made Naruto think he had been behind it. He had managed to suppress the snickering, but not to keep his mouth from twitching. I have no shame, and Konatsu does, the twitching said loud and clear. Lucky me. Let the inspiring, youthful example of our mouse comrades stoke the fires of youth in us, Guy buoyed them. Yikes. Okay, so maybe the plates were dead embarrassing, but they were secretly kind of cool too, because Naruto never got the Ninja Mouse plate he wanted when he was a child because the orphanage was low at funds. And at least the sofa was nice. Naruto curled up on it, pulling his knees up so that his chin could rest on them, and read a certain well-loved book about explosives. Hey Tenten, what about tracking explosives? They're paint bombs with really sticky, slow-drying, smelly paint. Makes you leave tracks wherever you go and can't be washed away without turpentine. He called to the kitchen. Tenten made some vague noises that didn't tell Naruto if she was listening at all or not, but then, she was busy making bombs, and that was a tricky job. The sun was setting behind some trees on the hill to the west, and the colors in the room became cooler even though the air didn't, at least not in front of the window. Naruto was feeling lazy and just staring out of it when he saw Jiraiya-sensei. At first he didn't realize it was his sensei and thought it was just some random white-haired guy. Jiraiya-sensei wasn't fat at all, but he had a lot of muscles, and they were the bulky kind more than the sleek kind like Kakashi-sensei's. If his hair had been shorter, and if he had been wearing a mask, Naruto would probably have mistaken him for Kakashi-sensei at first. In fact, he wore some clothes Naruto had never seen on him either, and the pretty woman trotting after him in a slightly pained manner was the only normal thing about the whole picture. "Hey, Ero-sensei!" Naruto shouted and threw the window open. "You are early! What's happened to you? You look really terrible. And who have you tricked into coming with you this time? You better leave now, lady, he's an incurable pervert," Naruto warned the woman as he jumped through the window. She hid her mouth with her hand and snorted in a way that was a lot less ladylike than the demure gesture. Naruto liked her immediately. "You should respect your teacher, brat, more than you ever do," Ero-sensei bellowed, thumping him over the head in that way that was a lot gentler than it looked. "I am the gallant Jiraiya, and I have lived up to my reputation by saving this fair maiden." He made that silly hopping dance he always made when he started spouting words like gallant and legendary around. Naruto had read once that being teased could make people do strange things, and he thought that Jiraiya must have been teased really badly. A lot. And of course, Naruto being very much Naruto, the parallels completely escaped him. "Is she a princess? I once saved a princess too, that was Korkiheim. She used to be Fujike's Yuki when she was still hiding from her evil uncle," told the girl, and wondered where she was royalty, and what evil relative or advisor needed his ass kicked now. She just shook her head, though, and looked really sad. "My name is Morimoto Tomomi and I'm no princess," she said. "I used to be a kunoichi of IWA." Naruto was going to console her, and tell her that the jerks in IWA, whatever they had done to her, hadn't deserved her anyway, and would get their asses kicked if Jiraiya-sensei hadn't for once lived up to his self-appointed nickname, and done it already. But that was when Ero-sensei coughed very pointedly. "Funny thing you mentioned Kazuhana Koyuki. My information network intercepted her letter to you," he drawled and handed Naruto the letter. Naruto cheered and grabbed it, but his mood darkened when he noticed it had been opened already. "Hey, did you read this? Because reading other people's posts might be a shinobi thing, but we're only supposed to go shinobi on non-Konohan shinobi, and now I'm going to read your post right back." That would teach him. Maybe Ero-sensei would write some really sappy love letter he could mock too. Korkiheim hadn't sent a sappy love letter, had she? Because she was older and Naruto liked Sakura-chan, and she hadn't ever made puppy eyes/cow eyes at him at all like those Uchiha fangirls always did whenever Sasuke walked by them. But the way his luck had run lately, Koyuki had gotten struck by lightning or something and developed some delusional love for him. And then Ero-sensei was going to mock him mercilessly. Except he looked more grave and angry than anything. "I can't leave you alone even for a moment, can I? This letter only confirmed what my network already told me. You have apparently decided to found a Jinchuriki cult, never mind that you were supposed to keep a low profile, and a ruler of a sovereign state has decided to found a holy day in your honor in lieu of a proper protocol to offer congratulations for this. It's in midwinter and it's celebrated by handing out presents and bringing symbolical evergreen trees inside, presumably to die in a symbolic way." "Hey, that's great!" Naruto cheered, but instantly deflated under the withering stare. Ero-sensei looked like he meant business this time. "It wasn't my fault. These crazy missing finger people started trying to beat me up and then they tried to rape Miwa-chan. What was I supposed to do? And it really was evil to tell Konatsu-chan to kill her brother, so I gave her shelter, and that Hunter Nin failed evil forever, so he stayed too, except now he's staying in Konoha." He was babbling and maybe not telling this the way he should have, but damn it, he had been in the right. Things had gotten out of hand, but he didn't regret a thing, couldn't regret a thing. "Then that police chief thought I was a Yakuza boss, but no worries, we had a sports day and he changed his mind. Except, he kind of decided that I was a cult leader instead, and Taiki had sent that letter to Kiri, and then Miwa-chan decided that having a cult was a great idea. So it wasn't my fault." Jiraiya-sensei didn't look like he believed in his innocence at all. He was holding his face in his palms, and Naruto thought that was only because he lacked a convenient surface to bang his head against. His face was red and he was making these huffing noises, like he weighed twice his original weight instead of a lot less. "Not even 2 whole months," he moaned. "But I got Sasuke back too. Well, Kabuto got him back too. And I got Kabuto pardoned, so everything's okay on that front," he said and patted Jiraiya sensei's arm, deciding to have mercy on him and give some good news. "Yakushi Kabuto what?" 093, Thanksgiving. Deidara's eyes were full of hate, and Itachi approved. Just not for the reason anyone who had heard his official reason for becoming a missing nin, the words he had spoken to his brother as a gambit for a seppuku by proxy, would have thought. "I will kill you! One day, whatever it takes," Deidara swore. His pupils shrunk, an involuntary reaction, and he clearly expected Itachi to take umbrage. Yet he had said so. He wasn't going to allow himself to be controlled. Itachi was counting on that. The boy looked more like half-drowned rat than anything else, his clothes torn and glued to his skin, his hair hanging limply, but there was such brilliant potential. The sun was setting, and it was raining in the Earth Country. Itachi loved when it rained at night. He could hear the drops, the water falling, and that was enough for him. "Aren't you going to do anything?" Deidara challenged him, and still the former Iwa Jounin's vitals didn't change. Itachi was very certain that he wanted to die. That was too bad. Itachi wasn't too keen on living himself, but if wishes were fishes, no one would ever go hungry. "Am I supposed to care?" he asked, and rolled his shoulders in a carefully calculated gesture of indifference. An oxymoron that might be, but an efficient one so as to rekindle some of the old fire in Deidara. The younger man's nostrils flared and his cheeks reddened. "In this world of hate, people are resources to be used. You are no more special than any other. You are worth no more than many better than you who are dead now." The heavy drops rolled off Itachi's hair and down onto the tip of his nose, then down his cheeks and over his lips to drip off the end of his chin. He was cold under the last rays of the sun, and it was so sweet. The rain still tasted and felt pure even when he wasn't. There was a reason Itachi was baiting Deidara, a very good reason. He didn't know why Kakuzu had accepted the mission to kill this man's lover, and that wasn't really of importance to their situation. Deidara would resent Itachi for forcing him to live and for forcing him to join yet another cause, and that resentment could only double when he found out that he was a member of the same terrorist group as Tomomi's killer. Deidara would be a time bomb set to blow up on Akatsuki at any moment he felt himself strong enough. Much could be said of Itachi, but he had never forgotten his one, true loyalty, the one he had experienced when he had stood in front of the memorial stone after the Yandame's death, the one that made even finding comfort in cold rain worth it. There were few enough reasons for him to feel thankful, but somehow every day he remembered that day was a day to feel grateful he had lived, had chosen to be loyal. If he wasn't loyal, what would he be other than nothing? The palm on Deidara's hand opened the slightest bit. Itachi had never seen this technique used in a fight before. It had been forbidden and forgotten for longer than he had lived, and he allowed Deidara to grab his clay, smiling. Any day he learned something new was a day to be grateful, he told himself. Much could be said of Itachi, but no one ever accused him of being stupid. He had learned the art of sabotage before he could walk down the street of any settlement other than Konoha and not have a well-meaning adult to ask where his mommy was. In the country of Earth an explosive had been prepared, again by one of Konoha. Its fuse was ever so slowly burning shorter and shorter. 094, Independence. In Makimura it was yet another perfectly beautiful evening. "You totally didn't know that about your own village, did you? What kind of spy master are you anyway?" Jiraiya had sat Naruto across the table in the safe house turned operations headquarters, and he hadn't been surprised in the least when Kabuto had walked in only minutes later, mild as milk and pleasant as please. The rest of the misfits had been sent out of the house for an hour or so, and a few privacy seals ensured no one could eavesdrop on them. He had demanded answers about Kabuto, but that had turned into a rambling story about Danzo. "A spy master who spends the majority of his time hundreds of miles from Konoha spying on her enemies," he said. Naruto gave him a flat stare that told him that excuse didn't fly, and he had to admit, reluctantly, that it really didn't. It was Danzo. The sad truth about being a ninja is that there is always a bigger fish, kiddo. There is always someone better and badder than you. I guess I just found mine. Admitting that was like swallowing glass. It had been a long time since Jiraiya had been flat out bested in anything. Salamander Hanzo had beaten the 3 students of Sandaime in a fight and named them the Sannin because he had been so impressed they could fight against him and not die immediately, but that had been in the midst of his youth. His student had surpassed him in the arts of battle and sealing both, but that wasn't something any teacher could ever regard as a defeat. Jiraiya was fairly certain that during Sandaime's second reign he could have beaten his own teacher in a battle. The old man had aged well, but that truth was that he had aged. His spy network was the best in the elemental countries. He had even sent a warning to Konoha that the leaders of Sand and Sound had been meeting in secret, and his suspicions that the Otokichi was in fact Orochimaru. So while he hadn't figured the invasion out, he had at least been on the right track, just out of time. He had gotten used to being at the top of his game, and the fall hurt. It wasn't that I didn't know Danzo had his fingers in many pies. I thought, never mind that. It seems that Danzo let me to find out just enough that I didn't get suspicious about the rest of it. But that is a wonderful conversation for another day. Jiraiya turned the full weight of his attention to Kabuto. Not quite killing intent, the technique was rather similar. It allowed the target to physically experience the observation. It was something even civilians could sometimes do accidentally. But with the chakra of one of the Sannin behind it, well, Jiraiya had once heard it compared to divine judgment. Kabuto didn't speak out of turn. He didn't even fidget. Jiraiya's mood darkened even more at that. Why did you bring back Uchiha Sasuke? I can't imagine it was from the goodness of your heart, he drawled. The Jinchuriki meant power in Naruto. Should he learn to get over his fear of Kyuubi's power and properly control it, could mean the biggest power boost there was in the elemental countries. I once made a promise to Naruto-sama that when he founded a ninja organization I would join it. Naruto-sama gave me the color of a person who always keeps his promises. Kabuto answered, forcing Jiraiya to do a double take. He understood every single word, but the whole of it didn't make much sense. Care to explain this? He asked Naruto. It was a sad day indeed when he asked Naruto of all people to make sense of someone even more inexplicable than himself. Well, I sneaked out of the orphanage this one time when I was a kid because the bigger kids kept talking how cool it would be to sneak out at night, and then I met Kabuto. And then we were friends. At this point Naruto graced Kabuto with one of those heart-rendingly bright smiles, and Jiraiya realized with a pang that he had probably been Naruto's first friend. Oh shit, the way this could have gone down. No one else played ninja like we did. We even had drop bags and... Drop bags? Were you preparing to take Naruto with you? Jiraiya's voice went up in pitch until it cracked at the end. Missing Danzo had been one thing, but he had missed that. Minato would have come back from the Shinigami's stomach to haunt him if Jiraiya had let Orochimaru take his son. And he would have been beaten to the punch by Kushina, who didn't have to claw her way through stomach lining to get at him. Of course not, Ero-sensei. You think that bastard Danzo would have let him take me to a mission in IWA? Even though I would totally have gone with him, Naruto grumbled. I would have taken you anywhere if you asked, Kabuto said glibly, prompting a wince from Naruto. Please stop helping me now, he groused and looked at Jiraiya, lifting his chin defiantly. The last time Jiraiya had seen that look had been when he tried to convince Naruto to give up on Sasuke. So we played ninja, and I was pretty good at finding blackmail and recruiting these genjutsu characters, but I didn't blackmail them into it, so don't start going on about bad influence, okay? Dear gods, Anbu training simulations? And I helped Kabuto with his colors. And look, it's a private thing and you wouldn't like it if, I don't know, Tsunade Bachan started airing your private business for the whole world to see, right? So I'm only going to say that Kabuto started forgetting something really important, and I reminded him. He gave Orochimaru the boot and came back to Konoha and brought Sasuke back to me because he had made a promise to me and loyalty's a two-way street. He needed colors, I gave him colors, I needed him to return and he returned. He isn't going to tell my secrets, and I'm not telling his. I know what I'm doing and I have the track record to prove it. We're going to kill Orochimaru. Unless he's still one of your precious people. And this, Jiraiya, though, was as good declaration of independence as any. What an utter headache. Don't worry, any lingering feelings I might have had for Orochimaru died with Sensei, he said and rubbed the bridge of his nose. He left Naruto alone for less than 2 whole months and this happened. Though, in all fairness, a lot of it had started years ago. Years ago under his nose and he had missed it. It was so very clear that Kabuto had been taught by Danzo. It was also clear that those colors were a shared metaphor for something else entirely, but Jiraiya needed a little more context to pin down exactly what. And what made you decide to ask Naruto for your colors? He fished for that extra piece of information that would make everything else make sense. He didn't want to try and pressure Naruto on this because whether he won or lost, he had a feeling that this was one issue that could cost him his students' trust if it wasn't handled carefully. It had to be someone loyal. Someone who wasn't damaged goods yet, who would be worth the dirty work I was doing. Someone who embodied Konoha. Someone who was Konoha. Kabuto spoke slowly, his eyes distant like they were looking into the past, like he was trying to remember something for the first time in a long while. Gods, he couldn't even remember why he chose Naruto in the first place. And I knew that Naruto-sama was born to be that to the whole village even if, living in denial, Konoha couldn't bear to admit it. It wasn't even that hard to figure out. I intended to tell Naruto-sama once he became a little older and more careful about keeping secrets, but by then, he was more Konoha to me than Konoha itself. In the end it was nothing for me to betray the village, because losing it meant nothing as long as I didn't lose Naruto-sama. Loyalty to Konoha was one of his colors, not mine. He turned to look at Naruto like he was seeing the boy for the first time a second time around. I really didn't think loyal to the village Konoha wasn't obvious, Naruto complained. I think it was, in the very beginning, but then Danzo happened. Again. After that, I could only see what I had explicitly been given to see. I apologize, Naruto-sama. Kabuto shrugged and Jiraiya could read a multitude of completely conflicting things into the gesture, yet nothing at the same time. This whole thing was really starting to give him a headache. I chose you because you embody Konoha, Naruto-sama, and I always intended to tell you why. You are the son. Don't. Of Yondaime Hokage Namake's Minato. Yondaime. 095, New Year. Within the seal Kurama impatiently waited for a chance, any spike of chakra or any flash of emotion to take advantage of. Those bloody eyes of Uchiha Madara, the bastardization of the Rakuto Senin's heritage, had taken his free will. After that Senju Hashirama had proved to be very much a fruit from the same tree and taken his freedom, helped by his Uzumaki wife. The yellow-haired man whose shadow still haunted the seal and his wife had pulled a reproduction of the same, though at least Kurama had been able to make them pay for it with their lives. All this he had swallowed, the bitter chalk, and he seethed in the hate and basked in it. But now these cultists were going to take the name of his father and twist it to their own will, and Kurama had had enough for once and all. It was hard to tell the passage of time within the seal. It could have been a very long time since the last time, or maybe very short, but finally there was a silvery flash that struck through the body of his host with almost the intensity of physical pain. There was no hate, only a mad swirl of surprise, disbelief, ironing, pride, bitterness, widened tnynetllm happiness myfather. It wasn't hate, wasn't Kurama's domain, but the raw force of it was such that it left Naruto wide open, allowed him to reach out with the ebb and flow of chakra through the seal and pull. The form of a human child tumbled down the imaginary hallway leading to the bars of the cage, the fragile, powerful seal holding it shut. Oh hey, furball, guess what? I have a father! the blonde human worm declared inanely and smiled, completely without fear. It made Kurama growl and throw himself against the bars. The force of that desperate lunge was almost as potent as Naruto's revelation had been, but much more futile. "Let me out so I can devour you and your cult and your village!" Kurama bellowed with such force it made the human worm flinch, and he felt satisfaction, imagining his very voice rattling the fragile self-image. "No way I'm gonna let you out, you stupid fox. My dad died to put you in there, you know, and my mom too, and I don't want anyone devoured." The boy worm clucked his tongue and then blew a raspberry at Kurama, and that was really too much. "My father is dead as well, and you are using his name to your own ends." "Well, you killed my father, you bastard, so you don't. Wait a second, you had a father?" The presumptuousness of that. Though it wouldn't have mattered what Uzumaki Naruto said, Kurama wanted to be enraged, and no words could defuse that. "Of course I had a father! Did you think I butted from Jubi's side like a runner from Strawberry? Without his actions I never would have come to be." This only went to prove how short human memory was. For Kurama, time wasn't counted with turns of seasons, but climate changes and plagues, the births and deaths of the leaders of the summoned creatures, and the maelstrom of hate that destroyed great empires. For humans, his father's time was ancient history. "You have no idea what indoor voice means, right?" The human complained and lifted his hands to cover his ears. "Who was Jubi?" "Jubi was a primordial entity that sought to destroy the world. The sage of the six paths, my father, fought it." The shock of this boy's ignorance was starting to break through the rage Kurama felt. He had known that humans were a forgetful species, but to forget the best of them who ever lived? This species only had one to redeem it, and Rikudo was dead. Dead. It was of no use to wish the dead had been immortal. "The sage of the six paths was your father? And, had sex with this Jubi? Was it some kind of enemy kunoichi attraction thing?" The boy worm prattled inanely, and for the first time in his long life Kurama was shocked, entirely silent. He understood every single word used and the sentence structure made sense, but those words echoed in his ears like fleshy noise that couldn't make sense. Sorry, I guess you don't want to think about your dad having sex, right? I mean, I don't even remember mine and I don't want." "And, had sex with this Jubi? I wonder who my mother was. She must have been Uzumaki since Dad's name was Namikaze, but nobody ever told me her name." "Enemy kunoichi attraction thing. How dare you mock me? I will be free even if it is the last thing I will ever do, and then I will utterly destroy you." Kurama threw himself against the bars again with a clang that couldn't be heard as much as it could be felt in the bones. The seal on the gate rustled like the golden silk paper on the lanterns of his father's palace, like a precious, fragile thing, but the accursed thing held yet. "Indoor voice! And I wasn't mocking you, but if Jubi was your mother and he was your father, how come they got you if they didn't have sex?" The boy's chakra radiated plaintively and his body was open, almost relaxed. He didn't seem afraid and he didn't even seem cruel. Kurama was offended. Blue eyes very much like those haunted his memories, a face like the boy's, but framed by red hair. Blood-red hair and blood-red skin, death in a gasp and the child in life, damn it to hell. Rikudo Sennin fought Jubi and sealed it inside his own body. But should he have died, the beast would have escaped, and he was only mortal man. So he split it into 9 Biju, his children. He explained, wondering all the while why he even bothered. Why educate someone too foolish to appreciate it, someone who had to die so Kurama could be free again? "Hey, you said strawberry!" The boy shouted and pointed at him. Kurama blinked, wondering again if there was something wrong with his hearing. Or maybe the captivity had finally gotten to him, and he had hallucinated this entire conversation. "What?" he asked, even though he probably shouldn't encourage figments of his imagination. "You said strawberry earlier, don't try to deny it. You're QB, and you said strawberry." "That's funny." The boy laughed, and Kurama stared at him through the bars. He had a feeling he was quickly losing the control over this conversation. He opened his mouth, uncertain how to get back to the original point, when foreign chakra rippled through the seal and he knew the boy's teacher was trying to wake him, call his consciousness back from the seal. Kurama didn't even know whether he was disappointed or not. "Look, I gotta go now, but I really am sorry your dad is dead." "That sucks," the boy said. Then he flickered like the heart of a candle that had burned out, leaving Kurama to stare at the spot on the floor where he had stood. What? Kurama didn't count time in years, but in eras. Humans celebrated every new year, and maybe that made sense to them. Their lives were so short. Kurama hadn't bothered with the convention after his father's death. But now he couldn't shake the feeling that for good or ill, this wholly inconspicuous year marked the beginning of something entirely new. Chapter 20. Happy Hippie Harmony in Suna and Other Tales. 096. Writer's Choice, Butterfly. History is written in stone. What has been done can never been undone. Time is that merciless dimension where it's only possible to move in one direction. Discounting those rumors about Sharingan at its highest level, but they've never been proved and are probably just wishful thinking, denial on steroids. But history can also be strangely flexible. One single decision can spin its course into another decision entirely. The year Zabuza decided to join the Kirigakure Ninja Academy. Zabuza wasn't a student yet when he might have slaughtered the whole graduating class in hopes of entering the ranks. During the reign of the 4th Mizukage, Kirigakure had begun using a new graduation ritual where the members of the graduating class were paired against each other in death matches. Yet more proof that Uchiha Madara had some serious deep-reaching issues, though this fact wouldn't be found out in a long time yet. It was a lot better than going through pointless years in the academy, he decided, watching when his supposed peers tried to hit the edges of the target with a kunai and have it land with the blade forward. But on his way to the training grounds, Zabuza walked past a kunoichi hopeful. She was a small one, due to the lack of nutrition during her early childhood, and she was nearly shaking from fear. She was crying because she was certain she would not live to see another day, and for the first time in his life Zabuza felt pity. He asked for the girl's name and it was given. No family name Nariko, just another orphan who joined the academy to have a roof over her head and 3 meals a day. He asked for her opponent's name, and she told him. Zabuza waited until Nariko's match came and challenged the boy she had been pitted against, killing him easily. Then he demanded entrance to the academy, which he could easily have claimed just by walking in and writing his name on the entrance form, or asking someone else to write it, since he couldn't actually read or write at that point. 10 minutes of pity had him going through 1 full year of the academy, and then slaughtering every instructor there because he was just that pissed off by the whole thing. The village administration judged the instructors unfit for falling to the blade of a first-year student and decreed that should a student manage to kill an academy teacher, they would automatically graduate, which only served to make the teachers that much more paranoid. Zabuza became first a candidate, and then a member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, and later attempted a coup, after which he fled for his life and became yet another missing nin from the bloody village, and that was that. Only it wasn't. This action made many impacts, though they weren't easily seen. Nariko lived to graduate without fighting anyone because of a bureaucratic mistake and the ballyhoo over a pre-academy hopeful killing a graduating student, but this only earned her 2 more years of life before she died on her first B-ranked mission. More importantly, the graduation ritual wasn't cancelled. Many more people continued to die in the years to come because Madara was as easy to reason with as a rock and sanity wasn't one of Tobi's good points, and as a result Kiri's forces slowly but surely began to thin out, since the influx of new ninja didn't quite make up for those who died in line of duty, or went missing. The practice was finally cancelled 1 year after the perfectly cut and dried graduation inconsequential students Mizushima Konatsu and her half-brother Kid escaped from their match. This all left Kiri much diminished and Madara madder than a beehive that had just been hit with a stick because that accursed Senju had not been wrong about something not working. Oh, and a lot of people were dead who might otherwise have lived, though Madara didn't really care about that. But there were also some people who lived who would otherwise have died. Half of the graduating class of the year Zabuza made his bloody entrance to the ranks, to be exact. Mori Satoshi was a talented ninjutsu user and good at taijutsu. He quickly rose to the rank of a chunin, where he was promptly recruited for a special training for people with intelligence potential. He reached the rank of jounin in a timely manner, but the life he led made him age before his time. There were strands of gray in his hair and wrinkles around his eyes when a young white-haired boy approached him in one of Kiri's ninja bars. "You are too young to make that kind of career choice, brat. Go play ninja with your genin team. If you can't trust yourself to remember who you are, pick someone to remember it for you and do whatever they think you would do." Another man would have said something else. A butterfly's wings flapped, creating the tiniest current of air, but those have a way of growing, given time. The rest, as they say, is history. It is written in stone and cannot be changed. 097. Writer's Choice, Promise. Naruto knew whose child he was, and he was over the moon. His father was Namake's Minato, the Yellow Flash and Naruto's greatest hero, and his mother was Uzumaki Kushina, the last Uzumaki, even though she hadn't actually been called the last Uzumaki because people had a much smaller stick up their collective ass about the Uzumaki than about the Uchiha. Or it could have been that his mother had tried to kick the first person to call her that in the head and screamed about not wanting to be reminded, "Thank you very much," and she wasn't going to be the last because she was going to have children. And be Hokage, damn it! Or so Jiraiya-sensei told him. Naruto wondered how long his mother had continued to challenge his father to friendly training spars for taking the hat, and decided to ask Jiraiya-sensei. Really, the only cloud in his sky was that he wasn't allowed to tell people. "The Horde's petty enough to take revenge on a dead man's son wouldn't even be your worst trouble," Jiraiya-sensei had said. "Not that there won't be plenty of those once the truth comes out. The real problem will be the people who look at your father and mother's respective careers and lineages and decide to preempt a reenaction of the last war. You don't have a Kekkei Genkai, but there's nothing wrong with your bloodline. Or everything, depending on the point of view. Why care about that? It's not like there's a war brewing or anything," Naruto had complained, only to receive a flat stare. "We are shinobi. There's always a war brewing," Jiraiya-sensei had said. So, he was keeping his mouth shut, as hard as it was. He had to leave the house even though it was well after midnight just to burn off some of the excitement, and Naruto was absolutely sure he wouldn't going to sleep even then, but maybe he'd be able to sit down and not bother the others so much. That one room for sleeping was really inconvenient. Once outside, Naruto noticed he wasn't the only person awake after all. The woman Jiraiya had brought with him, Tomomi, was sitting on the wall that separated the neighboring geisha house from the safe house's yard and staring at the waning moon. She seemed colorless in the moonlight, even though the geisha house's lanterns shone red behind her, nothing but drab brown and paleness. Naruto's first thought was that he had thought Miwa-chan had taken her to sleep with the rest of the girls. His second thought was that she looked really, really sad. "Hey, Tomomi-chan? Is something wrong?" he asked and hopped to sit on the wall next to her. "Did something bad happen? I don't think that anything good can happen that will make you go missing, Nin, though I'm not sure if I'm just presumed dead instead. I have a lover, you know. His name is Deidara and I have no idea where he is or if he even is still alive." Tomomi-chan gave the wall a vicious kick that actually made the old bricks crack a bit. "What happened?" Naruto asked and patted her hand. He was actually a bit at loss because this wasn't how these things usually went. Some people initially ran away and some fought, but usually people didn't just talk to him like that without making things difficult for everyone at first. It was messing with his equilibrium. "The Umbu of our village tried to kill me. Or, I'm not even sure of that. The man was dressed as an Umbu, but Tsuchikage-sama knew that we were together for more than 7 months. So why make an issue out of it now? But whether it was IWA or someone else doesn't change the outcome. Deidara tried to kill Tsuchikage-sama and blew up his tower. He can never return to IWA now, and neither can I after running away with one of the Sannin to search for him. And since Jiraiya-san's network hasn't found him yet, All I can do is sit tight in Konoha with no idea of when they will trust me enough to let me out of the village. I never thought I would become a missing nin for anything, but I guess we all have our price after all." Her voice was more tired than bitter. Naruto almost crowed that he didn't have a price and then patted himself to the back for thinking before he blurted out the first thing that popped into his head for once. He did tell her his second thought, though. "I'd just drag him back by the hair. I'll do it for you if I ever see him." "What does he look like?" he asked, and Tomomi-chan whirled around to stare at him. Naruto squirmed under her gaze. It felt like she could drill holes into his brain and read his thoughts at the same time. But he had promised, and he wasn't going to back down. "Technically speaking, I'm not supposed to tell Strange Ninja about this. But that cat's so out of the bag, it must be in another country by now and having little rumor kittens there. I would have dragged Sasuke back from Orochimaru if Kabuto hadn't brought him in that barrel, and I'm going to bring your Deidara back. This is the promise of a lifetime." "I think you will do your best," Tomomi-chan said with a puzzled voice. "You are Jiraiya-san's student, and apparently a Jinchuriki as well. A generous commitment from you, considering we only met today. I think that considering that promise, you can call me Tomomi-nichan, little brother." Then she smiled, and all of a sudden she didn't look quite so colorless anymore. Naruto was reminded that she was actually really pretty, though of course nothing that could be compared to Sakura-chan. And he got to call her Nei-chan. Other kids always had people they called Nei-chan and Nii-chan even though they weren't, not really, but no one ever let Naruto call them that before. Iruka-sensei might have, but he was already Naruto's teacher at that point. Deidara has a slim build, and a beautiful face with slanted blue eyes and long blonde hair that he wears in a half ponytail with the rest hanging down his back. Remember, he thinks I'm dead, so if you meet him, tell him. The first time we went out together I told him I can never keep my flowers alive. Bringing me a cactus to the hospital was a beautiful thought, but really, learning flower language first would have spared us from an embarrassing misunderstanding. He then went on to learn Hanakataba, Ikebana, Sumie and how to play shamisen. All of those skills were used in a mission he will deny to his dying day he ever took part in, and I will deny I kept a picture of him in a pink kimono. In the end, I gave him a cactus and later he blew up the potting soil, and that makes him officially even worse with flowers than I am. Naruto wondered what sort of misunderstanding a cactus could cause and thought to ask. Then a misty memory about Sakura-chan talking with Ino about flowers surfaced, and he blushed. "Do you still have that picture, Tomomine?" he asked instead, and Tomomine suppressed a snicker, shaking her head. "Too bad I had to leave it. That's what you get for being prettier than your girlfriend," she said. Her smile got smaller and sadder, but didn't quite disappear. "The first time we were out of the village together, I was tortured because I wouldn't betray my village. Now we're missing nin. This is the world we live in. Well, then it's up to us to make it a place worth fighting for, right?" He was the son of the Yondaime Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina, and he would not fail. 098. Writer's Choice, Suna. The hidden village of the Wind Country was named Sunagekure no Sato, the village hidden by sand, but in truth Otogekure would have described the village quite well, even better than it suited Orochimaru's personal fiefdom. It was never quiet in Suna. The windmills that pumped water from the rivers deep under the bone-dry sands whined and rattled, the wind turbine generators whooshed as they spun electricity, and the gusty winds yowled between the houses. But noisy as the village was, the people were quiet. Temari claimed this was the nature of the Suna shinobi, to be as silent as the scorpions out in the desert, and just as deadly. Kankuro said that it was because they could barely hear their thoughts over the wind, let alone spoken words. There were days that Gaara was ready to buy to his brother's version. He and Temari were from the most prominent Suna lineage, and they certainly had no inborn need to be quiet. They used to fall silent whenever Gaara stepped into the room, but they had almost wholly forgotten that terrified compliance now, and he preferred it that way. It had been one of the rare calm nights when Yashamara tried to kill him. His ninja still became unmoving and silent in their attempt to not catch his attention, and while Gaara wasn't loud himself, listening to the silence of others stressed him. Most of them are pregnant, Temari complained in disgust as Gaara walked into his office. She was sitting in front of his desk with a stack of papers on her lap. Gaara sighed and wondered if Naruto had any idea of the amount of paperwork that awaited him when he achieved his dream. You say that like there was something wrong with getting pregnant, Kankuro said, with a cant to his voice that Gaara had realized meant that Kankuro was deliberately baiting Temari. It was strange how much he had learned of his siblings just by paying attention for the first time. I have nothing against pregnancy. I wouldn't be here if Mother hadn't gotten pregnant. But those idiots get pregnant practically before they even start getting B-ranked missions, and there goes a career down the drain. Temari snorted, and Gaara knew that the idea filled her with disgust. Why in heaven would anyone waste years spent training and survived near misses just when they were on the verge of making something of themselves? Besides, I have enough on my plate keeping you in line, Kankuro. Oh, and with the factions opposing Gaara. But you're even more boneheaded than they are. Oh, good morning, Gaara. Good morning, Temari, Kankuro, Gaara said, and noticed how his appearance made Kankuro swallow his protests, and Temari's timing surely wasn't an accident. Gaara liked noticing things about his brother and sister. He would have tried to smile at them, but Temari had hesitantly asked that he only smile if his mouth did that on its own because it didn't look right if it was forced. Kankuro had said that his grin fell just short of pants-pissing scary when he thought Gaara was out of hearing range, but this had been right at the beginning of their new, improved relationship, and Gaara hadn't tried to smile since, so no other hurtful comments had been made. It was difficult to be a people person. Maybe he could write to Naruto and ask for advice. Gaara didn't make any motion to start a conversation. I have a few A-ranked missions for you to look over, Temari said a short while later, handing the papers over the desk to him. The Suna mission office could approve all mission rank D through B, but the Kazekage had to personally approve anything higher. And number 4.5 has something he wants to speak about, Kankuro quipped, screwing a new poison needle into the hand of one of his smaller puppets. Temari didn't sigh as much as she wished. The poor man has a name too, you know, she said. The poor man was named Yoshiro, and he had been voted as the interim leader of Suna while the village had debated the matter of their next Kazekage. The man was a jounin and a good administrative leader, but had neither the skills nor the desire to become a Kage, which had made him the man to keep the village in business and direct the reconstruction of the decimated ninja forces while the village council squabbled. Kankuro had named him number 4.5 as a joke, and it had stuck, much to the consternation of the man. Yoshiro wound up sitting behind the Kazekage's desk for 7 months since the counselors couldn't bring themselves into naming Gaara as Godame, but were quite frankly out of options. Not only were even the strongest and most experienced shinobi in the village very leery of trying to take something Gaara clearly wanted, but the sad truth was that Suna had diminished greatly under the current daimyo's rule. Their strongest were too old for the job, with the sole exception of Gaara, whose change of heart no one quite trusted just yet. Eventually the daimyo had started making noises about how the village didn't really need a Kage, that a good administrative leader was all that was needed these modern days, and he had just the right cousin in mind, and now the council couldn't push the hat on Gaara fast enough. Somehow that didn't feel very satisfying, but at least Gaara had managed to convince Yoshiro that he was a changed man during the long weeks that constituted the change of guard in the office. The older shinobi had become Gaara's mentor in the bureaucratic side of the job, and Gaara rather liked him. And we need to set some kind of incentive for the kunoichi to wait longer until they start to make babies, Temari demanded. We're still short on manpower after the invasion, and will be several years more. The last thing we need is for the young and promising to retire young to stay in the kitchen. Damn patriarchal societal norms about mothers being the only caretakers. And since when can't people at least hire nannies if they insist on spawning before they even hit their 20s anyway? Gaara stopped listening to her. He knew she could go on and on when she got like this, but there was also something at the edge of his hearing. Something light and melodic, a metallic sound. It came from outside the window. Like little bells, he mused, and Temari shut up. Both she and Kankuro were accomplished ninja, and they strained to hear what Gaara had, well aware that the strangest sounds could herald an assassination attempt. "I think it's more like chimes," Kankuro said, but didn't relax as Gaara walked to the window. Tsunade didn't have tower like Konoha, but the Kazekage's building was still high and Gaara's office was at the highest floor. At first sight the crowd below him looked like strange white mushrooms. It was a group of 13 people, guarded by 2 shinobi openly and 5 more surreptitiously. They all wore the strangest get-up Gaara had ever seen on a civilian, a white straw hat that looked like an upside-down turned bowl that hid most of their face, entirely white clothes that had turned brownish with dust, and a wooden staff. They were all holding wind chimes in their hands, and the winds played a tune. "We have pilgrims here? Is there a civil war somewhere with an important temple or something?" Kankuro asked and leaned out of the window to see the pilgrims better. "What are pilgrims?" Gaara asked, frowning. It was apparently one more thing that everyone was expected to know. "They're people who travel to holy places so the gods will like them better," Kankuro explained, and Temari made a small derisive noise deep in her throat. The ninja didn't have much use for religions as a general rule. Those tended to have inconvenient rules like, "Do not kill," and "Do not covet," and their job description mixed with that like oil mixed with water. But Naruto had gotten himself a cult of his own. Naruto always did things his way, but then, Gaara wasn't sure Naruto had ever actually killed anyone. He was sure, however, that if he had, whoever it had been had thoroughly deserved it. Naruto hadn't even killed him, and he had invaded Konoha. "I want to believe in something. I wonder if those clothes are mandatory," he said, and his siblings made strangled sounds. He wondered what deities Naruto's cult worshipped, if any. According to his intelligence people, they mostly worshipped Naruto. The image of Naruto flailing around embarrassed and red-faced made him want to smile. A knock on the door interrupted them before either Temari or Kankuro could tell what they thought of his spiritual leanings. It was Yoshiro, whole 2 hours before his appointment, and Gaara knew that he had been sent because he was the one Gaara was least likely to kill. His siblings accepted, and also because he wouldn't have protested. "Kazekage-sama, we seem to have pilgrims who have come to, that is, damn it." Yoshiro swore and wiped his hair off his forehead with the back of his hand, at a loss for words for the first time since Gaara had met him. "They are followers of Narutoism. Uzumaki Naruto has declared you a living saint who protects the world from the evil of the Biju within you. They have requested to be allowed to meet you so that they can give you their offerings and pray for your health and long life. And they want moral teachings." Gaara went to them. Temari was trailing behind him as though she were in a trance, and Kankuro was griping about how that religion was screwed if Gaara was allowed to teach it morals, and in truth Gaara had some doubts himself. But these people wanted this, and it didn't seem like an unfair exchange. No one had ever prayed for his long life. He was certain that many had prayed to gods they didn't even believe in for a swift and sudden death instead. "Just say what you think Naruto would say," Temari whispered just before the doors to the audience chamber opened. There were 8 women and 5 men in the audience chamber when Gaara entered. As one, they all knelt on the stone floor. "Salutations to him who stands up for the world, peaceful, independent, and radiant. Pure like white camphor, the incarnation of compassion," they chanted. One umbu dropped off the ceiling. The pilgrims extolled all kind of virtues that Gaara hadn't even known he had, starting with soft and religious-type things like compassion and truth, but then edging into the territory of strength and proving all these virtues via combat, and it started making sense. "Very much like Naruto," he concluded when the chanting ended, satisfied. "Gaara-sama, I am Risa, the leader of our pilgrimage. In the name of all our Makimura sisters and brothers, I wish to present you with these chimes so that their sound may drive away evil spirits, and with prayers for your good health and long life," one of the women said, and rose from the floor, collecting all the wind chimes before walking to Gaara, her eyes respectfully downcast. She appeared the oldest of them, with gray strands in her dark hair. "I also wish to tell you of the marvelous meeting on our way here. A young man happened upon our company, and he was revealed to be the good brother of Yondaime Raikage and the Jinchuriki of Gyuki, Killer Bee. He couldn't enter the village, but he wishes to meet with you as well. Kazekage-sama. One of the Umbu materialized out of a genjutsu, walking briskly to them and wringing his hands. Your safety. Wait, didn't he go missing? Kankuro asked. Again. Except Raikage didn't declare him missing for some reason. He just wants him back yesterday. The door to the balcony was opened by another Umbu and a strong gust of wind got in, making the chimes Gaara was holding by their strings jingle. Ting-a-ling-a-ling went the chimes. It was a new sound, and Gaara cherished it. It was a sound that meant people he had never met, who lived in a country he had never been to, had walked for thousands of miles just to express their wish that he would not be eaten by an evil spirit. Naruto had promised him that if he chose to protect people he would eventually be accepted. He hadn't expected it to be by Tea Country, but he wasn't going to complain. When Naruto redeems a promise, he doesn't settle for half measures. I will meet with Killer Bee. He spoke and found he was smiling. It wasn't like one of Naruto's grins that he had tried to emulate before, but much smaller. It felt right, however, and no one flinched from the face of it. Kazekage-sama, please! Ting-a-ling-a-ling. 099, Writer's Choice, Makimura. Makimura had done Naruto a lot of good. The bombs were a given. First Ide, then Guy had straightened out his taijutsu, and Konatsu-chan had taught him some wicked water jutsu while Tsubaki had gone over some basics he hadn't bothered to learn in the academy, but had turned out to be kind of necessary as the basis for learning other things. On top of all that, Makimura ended up making Naruto rich. The Yakuza family that he destroyed had been wealthy and Naruto had taken all that money as prize to help the girls he had saved. He really used it practically, down to the last reel, to turn the old bordellos into inns and to form the Fire Brigade Fund, and thought it money well spent because his new friends were safe and settled now. But the thing about investments is, they're supposed to make more money, and Naruto had some very devoted employees. The casino boat and the inns soon started to bring in money, and even after the necessary cost of running a business and the wages, there was a nice amount of money over budget every month. And Naruto never came to Makimura to draw money from the account, so it added up. Konatsu wanted to wager on how long it would take until Naruto realized he was rich and how much he would care, but Keith said no. He knew a sucker's bet when he heard one. Also, there were religious paintings of Naruto now, and while most of those were as accurate as the sculptures of the Hokage mountain, some people managed to recognize Naruto from them. People handing him rice because apparently bowls of rice should be handed to holy people confused him, but protecting them from bandits, and such he at least understood. Konatsu and Keith ended up staying in Makimura. Konatsu decided that the climate was nice, really, and even if the place was rather boring now that Naruto had left, that was a challenge, not a hindrance. Besides, Keith liked it there. They continued to train the fire brigade together, along with Idate, until it had become the only fire brigade in the world that doubled as a paramilitary force. None of the girls reached Chunin level of skill, but as a band of mercenaries and the shipping magnate who had hired them found out, even Genin level was more than enough to deal with non-shinobi. Together they managed to give the poor police chief gray hairs, but Takumo consoled himself, thinking that at least the instigator had left before he could make things any worse. His wife read a letter to him breakfast. You have been made an honorary member of the fire brigade, because Sada felt bad he thought you were a chauvinist. Many words not fit to be repeated followed. Idate negotiated a shipping contract between the Wasabi family and Naruto's enterprise, and he remained in Makimura to court Miwa. He finally got her to agree to go on a date at Shrine number 17, which didn't yet mean Miwa had fallen in love with him, he realized, but he was working on it. And at least Miwa's religious fervor and devotion scared away any potential competition. The Great Naruto Fire Brigade became a tourist attraction entirely by accident. A year after it was established, one of the big pavilions built by the sea caught fire during the Mermaid Festival. Because half the fire brigade was there already to party, it was very quickly taken care of. Also, very flashily. The tourists got soaked, But they found the real jutsu the most fascinating thing they had ever seen. The fire brigade was mostly annoyed by the crowd taking pictures of them when they were trying to do their job, and so they began to organize fire drills to give them something to ogle when it was safe and keep them away when there really was a fire. Firefighting became a traditional women's profession in 2 years. Everybody agreed that it was the quickest gender-normative tradition ever to be formed. Miwa continued to happily spread Narutoism and organized the Church of Naruto. She didn't know a good number of the people who came to her were agents of foreign countries who tried to figure out what Konoha's ploy was, but she would have answered the questions the same way even then. A woman who is absolutely sure that she's in the right is a force to be reckoned with. Those agents reported the Church of Naruto believed in world peace, and the communal hobby was making explosives out of foodstuff. This was, according to the High Priestess, entirely logical and just. 100. Writer's Choice Konoha. Naruto gained a small following in Konoha. It was more of a moral support thing for Tsubaki, Kakashi, Hinata, Neji, and the Ikarakas than anything else, but Sai took the religion entirely seriously and managed to convert the rest of the rootlets. Like Tsubaki dubbed her and Irika's new charges, to his point of view, much to Irika's consternation. He refused to join even as a joke because as a teacher it was his responsibility to present good example and teach children that joining cults was bad, and there his good effort went down the drain. He managed to separate Sai from the children before he took to explaining about tantric sex rituals and considered that a small victory. Sai had yet to learn that such concepts as age-appropriate subjects existed for a reason, and that while answering questions honestly could be a good thing. Guy and Lee seriously converted to Narutoism, though not actually because they were true believers, unless one was to argue that challenges were a religious matter to the two. Guy happened to bug Kakashi about picking a challenge one morning, after Kakashi had just returned from a week-long mission and wanted to just sleep another week. Sleep deprivation always did terrible things to Kakashi's sense of humor, and so he named being a good, devoted cultist as his challenge before shining away. He regretted this dearly once he woke up the next day, but the damage had already been done. Because Naruto's whereabouts were a secret, they made their pilgrimage to Suna where Lee bonded with a baffled Gaara and caused his Anbu bad headaches. Several of them developed Tsunade got very, very drunk when she heard of this. For once, Shizen didn't scold her. No one could understand why Hyuga Hayashi allowed Hinata and Neji to remain even titular members of the cult, and the only one brave or stupid enough to ask, one Inuzuka-tsum, wasn't interested enough to bother finding out. It might have had something to do with a training spar which had ended in Hinata actually beating Neji, and Neji had smiled, congratulating her. Cleaning up after Danzo was a nightmare and a half. Many former Anbu were called into service again just to get a little more manpower to sort through the mess that was Root, Kakashi among them. This caused a bit of a problem because many of the old masks had been returned to the circulation, and so Kakashi wound up with the codename, and masked of for 2 weeks. He found and destroyed 2 stashes, but Ibiki still has blackmail pictures. It took Irika and Tsubaki a better part of a year to sort out the rootlets, but eventually they were deemed as sane as anyone ever got in Konoha. They celebrated this with a wonderfully quiet movie night and a bottle of sake and wound up in the same bed, only sleeping, because they were drunk and Irika was the responsible sort, despite Tsubaki's best attempts to rectify this. They started dating and now that they actually had some free time, they became friends with Taiki and Tomomi, who had in turn bonded over settling in with the local loons also known as Konoha Nin. Sasuke got away with becoming a missing nin with what was practically a slap on the wrist, by shinobi standards anyway. This was partly because of the Sharingan, partly because Tsunade was a big softa when it became to Naruto and Sakura, partly because she got to vicariously redeem a fallen teammate, and last but not least, because the whole Uchiha massacre had been an atrocity that never should have happened and had screwed a small boy's head up very badly and Sasuke should have been forced into therapy no matter how much he didn't want to go. Damn it. He got a year's probation and his clearance was revoked for that time. He wasn't allowed to leave Konoha. It was made clear to him that he was under surveillance so strict that if he talked in his sleep, wrote a shopping list or greeted a grocer, the TNI would receive a detailed report. He also had to go to therapy, which he considered part of the punishment. He continued his training though, because Tsunade wasn't stupid. Of course, Karen following him to the village and defecting wound up being a punishment as well because in a fit of pettiness, Tsunade disregarded all advice and housed her with him. She regretted that decision as soon as Sakura found out, however. Kabuto remained Kabuto. He made everyone nervous and the only ones who trusted him were Konohamaru and his friends, who were elated someone called their Naruto Niken, Naruto-sama. He was sent into therapy as well, but he frustrated his therapists because he knew all the right answers to the questions they asked and didn't trust them enough to actually let them help. Kabuto was always unfailingly polite to Irika, and while he was polite to everyone, he almost managed to not be unnerving with Irika. Irika paid this back by being supportive, more for Naruto's sake than anything else, but Kabuto appreciated this a lot more than if Irika had done so for his sake, so it worked out, kind of. Outside Konoha things became even more complicated. Orochimaru fumed because he had lost both his new designer body and his right hand in one fell swoop. He made several attempts to contact Sasuke again, as well as catch up to Naruto and exact some well-deserved revenge, and that special Uzumaki chakra was interesting as well, come to think of it, but Jiraiya grudgingly accepted assistance from Kabuto, and they managed to keep Orochimaru preoccupied with defending his foothold in the Rice Country. It is a sad day indeed, Jiraiya bitched to Tsunade in one of his letters, when Orochimaru could be considered small potatoes. The other great hidden villages interpreted Narutoism as an attempt to seduce their Jinchuriki into defecting and gain political and financial influence in their countries, and that went down as well as one might expect. Not all such consequences were negative. Tsunade's reputation had taken a serious hit during the years she wasted gambling and drinking, and now she established reputation as a brazen, magnificent bitch, crazy of course as well, but then, had there ever been a wholly sane Hokage? Entirely by accident, Naruto had managed to convince the elemental countries that Konoha was back at the top of her game again. The Raikage was furious, though, because his brother had been entangled in the mess. IWA collectively wasn't too impressed when the Yellow Flash was declared a saint. Kiri didn't like Naruto appropriating one of their hunter-nin, made worse by the fact that while Taiki hadn't been particularly famous, he was a very good jonin, and they were suffering shortage of manpower. Good hunter-nin didn't grow on trees, and it took years and years to train a small percentage of all available ninja to that level of skill. Daimyo Kazuhana Koyuki had always favored Konoha, but now her reaction to Naruto highlighted this favoritism, causing a lot of bitterness made worse by the fact that no one could claim Naruto hadn't earned it. The Wind Daimyo got all bitchy too, and Tsunade praised every higher power who might deign to listen to a ninja and wasn't Jashin that Gaara didn't actually mind. The Jinchuriki's opinion wasn't asked, and if they did say anything useful, it was anything appropriate, it could only be a lie, right? And then there was Akatsuki.